Hey everyone, welcome to FanFic Canon. Thanks for hitting play. I'm thrilled to bring this fan-made story to life for you. If you enjoy the ride and want more narrated fanfics, smash, subscribe, and tap the bell so you never miss an episode. And if you want audiobook of a novel of your choice, join my Patreon. Request any title that's freely available online, and I'll produce a full narration just for you. Now, let's dive into today's adventure.
As soon as Nezuko stepped into the street, she tapped the ground lightly and shot forward like a swift bird heading straight for Suzumaru. "Come on, let's play." The moment Suzumaru saw her, her eyes lit up with feverish excitement. She snapped her arm forward and hurled the temeri ball like a cannon. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Nezuko was forced to break midair, twisting her body to dodge. The ball slammed into the street with explosive force. Walls shattered. Wooden pillars burst apart. Anything it grazed was reduced to fragments. She kept moving, nimble and sharp, slipping past the attacks by inches. And when there was no space left to dodge, she raised her Nichiren blade and cut. One slash, the ball split cleanly in two. But every time she did it, heat surged into her arms and a faint flush crept across her pale cheeks. Blocking those shots wasn't defense, it was impact. It hurt. Suzumaru giggled like a child. So fun, let's keep playing." At some point, 7-8 temeri balls were already bouncing around her hands, orbiting her like obedient pets. Nezuko tightened her grip on the blade, face tense, eyes sharp. She glanced to the side. Tanjuro was still fighting another demon, Yahaba. Red arrows flashed across the air, shifting directions like invisible traps, forcing him back again and again. His breathing was turning ragged, his footing unstable. Nezuko's gaze lowered slightly. Behind her, the house stirred. The commotion had drawn them out, her mother, her siblings. They were peeking from the doorway, worried, trembling, exposed. Nezuko's brows furrowed. "Go back inside," she said, voice cold and firm. "Hide, don't come out." She didn't even turn around, she just moved. In a blur, she launched at Suzumaru again, blade flashing. Because as long as she was still standing, no one would destroy what little happiness this family had left. "Come on," Nezuko snarled, baring her teeth. "You monster! If anyone wanted to touch what she cared about, they would have to step over her body first." Suzumaru laughed, delighted. "So fun, it's really fun." She swayed away effortlessly, slipping past Nezuko's strike like it was nothing. Then the balls came again, thrown from impossible angles, ricocheting, curving, returning like they were alive. One of them suddenly bent in a trajectory Nezuko couldn't read. It smashed into her back. Nezuko's body lurched forward and she hit the ground hard. She rolled like a carp and sprang up instantly, but pain ripped through her spine. Her teeth clenched so tight her jaw trembled. At the corner of her mouth, two sharp little fangs peeked out. Suzumaru bounced the ball in her hand, eyes shining. "Fun, fun." Nezuko stared at her, breathing hot and heavy. "In your eyes, hurting people is just a game." Her blade came up, no hesitation. Breath of the Sun, third form, her voice sharpened into a scream. "Raging Sun, red mirror," Nezuko slashed. The Nichiren blade carved a blazing path through the air, the arc tracing the shape of an infinity symbol as twin crescents of light burst outward. At the same moment, Suzumaru threw more balls. Nezuko's blade struck. One split, then another, and another. 4 temeri balls were cleaved apart in a row. But the moment her arms slowed, even slightly, the pressure swallowed her again. Because Suzumaru didn't throw 4, she threw 8. 8 attacks, 8 angles, 8 cannonballs hunting her body every second. Unless Nezuko could destroy all 8 in a single instant, she couldn't get close. And if she couldn't get close, she couldn't cut off Suzumaru's neck. Whoosh, 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 the temeri balls kept coming. Nezuko dodged despite the pain, forcing her legs to move, forcing her lungs to breathe. She glanced sideways again. Tanjiro's situation was worse. Yahaba's arrows were pushing him into a corner, red lines snapping across the air like execution orders. His body was cut, his stance breaking. He looked one mistake away from death. Nezuko's heart clenched. Where's Uncle? Where is he? Why isn't he here yet? Time kept passing, and the longer she stayed in combat, the harder it became to keep her breathing steady. Her body began to protest. Her chest rose and fell violently as she spun, dodging again and again. But the fatigue piled up like chains around her limbs. Even with sun breathing temporarily boosting her strength to the level of a demon, she hadn't trained long enough. She hadn't reached constant breathing, and now her limit was arriving. Suzumaru clapped her hands excitedly like a child. Don't stop. Don't stop, keep playing with me. Nezuko's arms trembled, her fingers tightened around the sword hilt, but strength kept slipping away. Huff, huff, her breathing broke. And the moment it broke, the world slowed. She dropped out of the breathing state, her body suddenly turning heavy, weak, drained as if her bones were filled with lead. A temeri ball roared straight for her head. Nezuko tried to move, but she couldn't. Her legs refused, her arms refused. She couldn't dodge, couldn't block, couldn't resist. Slash! In the darkness, a sharp line of steel flashed like a blooming cherry blossom. The temeri ball split in half in midair. Nezuko's eyes widened. In front of her stood a petite figure, blade held steady, expression calm, and then more figures appeared. 10 silhouettes moved like ghosts in perfect unity, matching steps and posture so closely they looked like clones, like butterflies in a storm. Nezuko's lips parted. Sister Shinobu, the small woman glanced back at her and smiled softly. Rest, Shinobu said, we'll handle it from here. At the same time, on the other side of the street, a tall, slender swordsman appeared between Tanjiro and Yahaba, cutting through the arrow pressure and forcing the demon back. Tanjiro staggered, barely standing, eyes wide with relief. Two more, Suzumaru muttered, staring. Yahaba's eyes narrowed as well. But neither demon looked afraid. The newcomers were older than Tanjiro and Nezuko, yes, but their strength didn't feel overwhelmingly different. Harder to kill? Sure, but not impossible. Far away in the shadows, a graceful woman huddled in a corner, trembling like a helpless civilian, but her eyes were scarlet. Cold, interested, so the young swordsman still hasn't appeared, she whispered. Not here. Disappointment flickered through her gaze, then her entire body stiffened. A sudden, violent palpitation crushed her chest, her head snapped up. A tall figure was rushing in like a storm, his speed tearing through the night wind. He wasn't even close yet, and the pressure rolling off him made the air feel sharp enough to cut. On his shoulder sat a petite girl, pink-purple eyes blinked once in the darkness. Then those eyes turned, straight toward the graceful woman. The woman's scarlet gaze trembled, and in an instant it faded. The red vanished like it had never existed, replaced by ordinary, beautiful human pupils. She lowered her head, hiding her face, hiding her presence. Still, those pink-purple eyes continued to stare, unblinking. The tall swordsman noticed the shift. Even while moving at full speed, he followed the girl's gaze, a woman in the corner, shaking, terrified, just a civilian scared by the demon attack. He only looked for a second. Then he turned away and rushed onward, because the noise ahead told him everything. Something had happened at home. The moment he left, the graceful woman slowly raised her head. Her eyes weren't scarlet anymore. They looked human, normal, but the fear inside them was very real. She watched the tall figure vanish into the distance, lips trembling as she whispered, "So that's him, the swordsman who killed Yoriichi." Her fingers curled. But he doesn't feel as overwhelming as I imagined. That ancient pressure, that godlike suffocation, that feeling of standing before a walking legend. This wasn't the same. She stared at the dark sky. Dawn wasn't far. Her voice turned quiet, cautious. Should I act now? She hesitated, then shook her head. No, better to be safe. No matter how talented a human is, life is still short. And why should I risk it myself? Her gaze drifted back toward the battlefield, distant and chaotic. What if it's a trap? The Yubayashiki family can see the future. Who knows what they've prepared? That thought extinguished the impulse completely. She simply watched in silence. Because she already knew the ending, her two subordinates wouldn't survive the night. Kachukani and Kachu Shinobu would one day rise to become true pillars of the Demon Slayer Corps. But not yet. Right now, they were still too early in their journey. In fact, Shinobu had learned breathing techniques even later than Tanjiro, and her mastery was still rough, unstable. Her movements were fast, her instincts sharp, but the foundation simply wasn't there yet, and the enemies in front of them weren't ordinary demons. Whether it was Yahaba, the demon with the arrow eyes, or Suzumaru, the handball demon, both were already terrifying existences, standing right at the edge of the 12 Kazuki. Worse still, before being sent out tonight, they had been given Musen's blood. Their strength had been forcibly pushed higher. They were almost equal to the weakest rank of the 12 Kazuki, And the 12 Kazuki weren't something a normal swordsman could try to fight. Even the weakest of them required a pillar to face head-on. An ordinary A-rank swordsman would only be swallowed. Only the rare, exceptional ones could barely kill a low-ranked 12 Kazuki and earn the title of pillar through blood and luck. That meant one thing: these two demons were never meant for Kachukani and Kachu Shinobu, not at their current level, and the battle proved it. Soon, under Yahaba's arrows and Suzumaru's relentless handball barrage, the sisters were pushed to the edge. Shinobu dodged again, barely slipping past the ball as it ripped through the air like a cannon shot, her teeth clenched. "Damn it, I can't even get close." Her breathing was breaking. Her legs were growing heavy, her arms were losing feeling. If this continued, the moment her breathing state ended, she'd become exactly like Nezuko earlier, too tired to move, too weak to dodge, helpless, and then death. A sudden memory stabbed her chest: her parents, killed by demons, no resistance. No mercy, just torn apart. Shinobu's eyes reddened slightly, and in that moment she finally understood what that man had been trying to tell her. Hunting demons isn't glorious, it isn't heroic. It's a road where you step forward even when you know you're outmatched, because if you do, it won't just be you who dies, the people behind you die too. Her fingers tightened around the sword hilt until they hurt. But no matter how unwilling she was, her strength still slipped away bit by bit. Her breathing limit had arrived. Another handball screamed toward her. Shinobu tried to move, but her body didn't respond. She could only watch it coming. A bitter smile curved her lips. So this is it, just like her parents, killed by demons, and the daughter who chased revenge dies the same way. How ridiculous. Tap, 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 footsteps, heavy, fast. They came from far away, and in a blink they were close enough to shake the air. Yahaba froze, Suzumaru froze. For the first time tonight, both demons stopped moving at the same time. A tall figure shot forward at terrifying speed, wind exploding behind him. He appeared in front of Shinobu like a wall, and with a single punch, boom, the handball shattered into pieces midair. Shinobu, who had already accepted death, stared at the man blocking her, her purple eyes trembling. That familiar presence, that overwhelming calm. "Husband," she whispered, her voice cracked. Then her head lowered, ashamed. "I'm sorry I disappointed you." She had lost, she had needed saving. To Shinobu it felt like humiliation, but Sumyu shook his head. "No," he said simply, "you did well." Shinobu looked up, stunned. Sumyu's voice stayed calm but firm. "Even strong warriors feel fear when they face demons. But you didn't run, you faced them head-on, you fought well with what you have." Shinobu's eyes trembled. "But I'm not strong enough," she said quietly. Sumyu stepped closer and placed a hand on her shoulder. "This isn't your fault, it's because these demons have already exceeded your current level." He glanced toward the side. Kanao, who had been with him, quietly stepped down from his shoulder and stood nearby, her expression still unreadable. Sumyu's voice lowered. "If you're not strong enough, then become stronger. Don't wait for danger to arrive before you understand what you're lacking." With that, he turned and walked forward, straight toward Suzumaru. The handball demon tilted her head like a curious child. Then she smiled brightly and pointed at her bouncing temeri balls. "Come play handball." Sumyu looked at her, a demon wearing a child's face, a monster laughing like it was a game. His eyes lowered slightly. Then he vanished, no sound, no warning, just gone. And when he reappeared, he was already behind her. His sword was halfway back into its sheath. Crack! Suzumaru's body froze. A thin line appeared at her neck. Then her head slid off and spun through the air. It hit the ground with a soft thud. Even after death, her mouth still moved, opening and closing like a broken toy. "Handball, come play." One of the temeri balls dropped and rolled to Sumyu's feet. He bent down, picked it up, and walked to her fallen head. Then he placed the ball gently beside her. Suzumaru stared at it, and for the first time her expression changed, like something inside her loosened. A memory surfaced. Long ago she had been a sick child, always watching other kids play outside, laughing in the sunlight while she lay trapped in weakness. Then one day, a beautiful woman came, a ball rolled to her. The woman picked it up and placed it in her arms. Suzumaru had asked her, weak and desperate, "Why can't I play like them?" The woman's eyes were calm. "Do you want to play like other children?" Suzumaru had answered instantly, "Yes." Then the woman gave her blood 1 drop and promised her that if she consumed it she would become healthy, able to run, able to play. The price was simple: become a demon, and Suzumaru accepted because she wanted to play more than anything. She went searching for children to play with again, but no one wanted to play with her. They were scared, they ran, so she got angry and she ate them. The memory cut off abruptly like smoke ripped apart by wind. Her lips trembled. Handball, let's play. The voice was faint now, not excited, not playful, just sad. A cold mechanical voice echoed in Sumyu's mind. Ding, congratulations to the host, you killed a demon and gained 0.5 attribute points. Wind swept past, Suzumaru's body began dissolving into ash. The smell of death spread through the air. Kanny, barely able to stand after her own fight, was panting hard, eyes softened with sorrow as she watched the demon fade. Demons really are tragic, she murmured. They were once human, but after becoming demons, they hate humans. They feed on humans, they fear sunrise, and they forget the most precious parts of their lives. Sumyu's gaze moved to Kanny. She was trembling from exhaustion just like Shinobu had been. She tried to smooth the messy hair on her forehead, forcing herself to look composed in front of him. Sumyu gave her a small nod, then he turned. Yahaba, the arrow-patterned demon, was already retreating, panic flashing across his eyes. He transformed into a red arrow and shot away into the darkness. Sumyu's expression turned cold. You think you can come when you want and leave whenever you want? His foot slammed into the ground. The street shook. In the next second, Sumyu blurred forward, closing the distance like a hunting beast. His Nichiren blade flashed out. A streak of fiery red swordlight cut through the night. Yahaba's head flew off. Bang, it hit the ground. The body collapsed a heartbeat later. Ding, congratulations to the host. You killed a demon and gained 0.5 attribute points. Sumyu didn't even react to the voice this time. He lifted his head and looked into the distance. In the corner of the alley, a woman clutched her chest, trembling like she was terrified by what she had seen. Even under the dim night light, her face was striking, delicate, beautiful, not the kind of beauty that fades in darkness, the kind that still catches your breath. Sumyu paused. Earlier, his mind had been filled with only one thing: getting home, protecting his family, but now that he looked closely, he realized the woman was unbelievably beautiful. His pupils shrank slightly, his heartbeat quickened, and a dangerous thought surfaced, sudden and instinctive. A thought that made his gaze sharpen, a thought that made his blood heat. He wanted her right now, pregnant. Seeing that 2 of his men were killed, Kibitsuji Musen also had a flash of violence in his eyes. However, through the death of Yahabe, the ghost of arrow-patterned sand Suzumaru, the ghost of handball, he probably knew the strength of the young swordsman in front of him. Although very powerful, but it is far inferior to that of Jiguo Yuani. In the past 1,000 years, every night, every time I think of the sun-like sword that the other party slashed at me, I still feel scared in my heart, as if it is still in front of my eyes. F-3. That sword was still hidden deep in its heart, making her fearful in her heart. It's time to leave. Kibitsuji Musen lowered his head and thought silently. The human being in front of him was so powerful that he even doubted whether this person would grow into the person he feared in his heart in the future. Should I take action now? Kibitsuji Musen whispered, hesitating for a long time, and finally chose to give up out of caution. Thousands of years ago, it might have taken action before Jai Goyuan slashed off that sun-like sword. However, thousands of years ago, Jai Goyuan slashed it with that sun-like sword and had already killed it. All the courage was wiped out. Now, facing the existence that threatens her, she no longer has the courage as before. No matter what she does, she strives to handle it in the most cautious way. However, just as he was about to leave, he suddenly felt as if he was being watched by something, and his delicate body couldn't help but tense up slightly. He couldn't help but look up and found that the young swordsman was looking at him. His eyes seemed to eat him alive. Have you discovered my identity? Or maybe this is a trap for me. My appearance here has been anticipated by the Yubayashiki family. Impossible, impossible. Kibitsuji Musen couldn't help but shake his head. If the members of the Yubayashiki family could predict my whereabouts, It would have been impossible for me to hide for thousands of years without the Demon Slayer Corps finding any trace of me. Back then, it was even more impossible for me to find the Demon Slayer Corps headquarters and almost kill the Demon Slayer Corps. The killing team was wiped out in one fell swoop. Having fought against the Demon Slayer Corps for thousands of years, Dancer Musen is extremely familiar with the situation of the Demon Slayer Corps. Although people of the Yubayashiki family have the ability to predict the future, they have great limitations and there are limits to what can be predicted. Even knowing these limited things requires paying the price of life. Therefore, the lifespan of the Yubayashiki family members in the past generations has been quite short. After thinking about this, Kibitsuji Musen felt a little calmer. However, immediately, Musen felt drunk again. Since he didn't discover his identity, why would the other party look at him with a particularly strange look? As a person who has survived for thousands of years, Kibitsuji Musen quickly figured out why. When it came out this time, the identity it transformed into was that of a very beautiful woman nearby. Obviously, this young swordsman is attracted to this beautiful woman, damn miscellaneous cultivator Tilda. Kibitsuji Musen's face turned red with anger even though thousands of years ago before he turned into a ghost. He was a frail and sickly girl, but after becoming a ghost, he is no longer the weak human being he once was with humans. Fundamentally different species of organisms. For the low taste of human beings after becoming a ghost, they will only feel disgusted. The so-called reproduction of human beings is just another helpless means for human beings to try to have a long life. How can he be like an evil ghost, possessing an almost immortal life, humanity? After all, they are just low-level beings, and it, Kibitsuji Musen, is the closest thing to perfection in the world. It only needs to take the blue Bianhua flower to become the most perfect creature in the world. At that time, even sunlight could not kill it. How could you care about the vulgar taste of human reproduction? When various thoughts continued to appear in Kibitsuji Musen's mind, Sumiu also walked up to Kibitsuji Musen. This is a woman wearing a beautiful pink kimono, with waterfall-like black hair hanging down from her shoulders to her hips. Delicate and fair skin like jade. The woman lowered her head slightly and put her hands on her chest. With a weak temperament, a waist so slender that it can be grasped. Looking at the woman in front of her, Sumiu couldn't help but have a hint of greed in her eyes. These days has seen many beauties. Whether it is the mature and charming Kamado Ai, the lovely Nezuko, the pitiful Li Hulyo Kan, or the gentle and virtuous Kachu Kani, or the Kachu Shinobu these days, he saw a lot of beautiful women, which made his eyesight even higher unconsciously. It was difficult for ordinary women to catch his eye. But the woman in front of me is not inferior to any woman here. You are a weak woman. It is very dangerous to go out alone at night. Sumiu stood in front of the woman and looked at her with some hesitation. There was also a trace of doubt in my heart. Going out at night with such a beautiful woman. It's hard not to make people suspicious, be a evil ghost. This thought couldn't help but appear in his mind. As soon as this thought emerged, he looked at this woman with a hint of vigilance as he spoke. He took out the Nichiren blade's gadot pointed at the woman in front of him. As the tip of the knife pointed towards it, the woman seemed to be frightened and collapsed directly on the ground. Looking at this scene, Sumiu frowned. Not quite like an evil ghost, even so. He still used Nichiren blades to lightly touch the skin of the woman's arm. Making a small scar, red blood flowed out along the blade. And Nichiren blade's sword fell into the woman's skin. The woman in front of him had no special reaction, but seemed to be more frightened and afraid of him. Terribly sorry, Sumiu sheathed her sword. The woman seemed to be afraid of him and did not dare to raise her head at all. May I have your name? He asked the woman in front of him again. Seeing that the woman lowered her head and said nothing, he leaned over directly, stretched out his fingers, and lifted the woman's white chin. The woman's jaw is white, smooth and soft with a hint of coldness, which is completely different from other women. What's your name, tell me, he spoke in a low voice. As he raised his chin, the woman's pretty face was completely revealed in front of him. with long eyelashes that trembled with her breathing. Lips with watery lips, nothing is perfect. Coupled with the opponent's weak and bullying temperament, it always gives people a very weird feeling, Kibitsuji. The girl said softly, Kibitsuji. Su-Mu murmured to herself, it is a bit close to the name of the ancestor of ghosts. Kibitsuji Musen, hearing Su-Mu's murmur. Kibitsuji Musen's long eyelashes trembled slightly, especially when he felt that the young swordsman was lifting his chin in an extremely shameful posture, which made Kibitsuji Musen feel extremely anxious. In his violent heart, he wished he could cut the young swordsman in front of him into pieces on the spot. But the scarlet cruelty deep in his eyes only flashed away, and he was still cautious and did not take action. Are you from around here? Yes, it is. Kibitsuji spoke tremblingly, damn it, where is home? In front. Kibitsuji pointed with his hand towards a brightly lit building ahead. Su-Mu also took a look at the direction pointed by Kibitsuji's finger. It was a villa that looked obviously luxurious. The road at night is dangerous, I will take you back, yes. Mr. Lau. Kibitsuji lowered his head, seeming a little afraid of him. Sir, you are back. At this time Tanjuro also came over. Looking at Tanjuro, who was covered in scars, Su-Mu also patted the other party's shoulder. Tanjuro, you did a good job. At the same moment, Kibitsuji Musen also raised his head and looked at Tanjuro. Almost the first sight, Kibitsuji Musen's eyes fell on the Nichiren earrings worn on Tanjuro's earlobes. The moment he saw the earrings, Kibitsuji Musen immediately lowered his head, and a deep violence flashed through his scarlet eyes. For this Nichiren earrings, how could Musen be unclear about it thousands of years ago? Anishi Jikunu, who had slashed his sword like the sun, was wearing the same earrings worn by the young man in front of him. Tanjiro was very happy to be praised by his husband, but he still felt scared when he thought about what he had encountered today. If Sir hadn't appeared in time, I'm afraid. Okay, don't talk about this, how are the others? Is anyone injured? Su-Mu also asked hurriedly. This is what he is most worried about now. You know, Kamado Kuiji is still pregnant with his child. My mother, brother and sister are all fine. Tanjiro also answered quickly, hearing Tanjiro say this. Su-Mu also breathed a sigh of relief, as long as it's okay. It's okay, uncle. It's not until today that Tanjiro truly understands your teacher's teachings. He also truly understands why the power of life and death must be in his own hands. Tanjiro also clenched his fist slightly. I will definitely train harder in the future. Good boy, Su-Mu patted Tanjiro on the shoulder. At this time, Sister Kachu and Nezuko also turned pale. After using the breathing method, you will fall into a short period of weakness, of course. If you control it properly when using breathing, this period of weakness will not be too serious. But in order to extend the time of fighting the evil demon and give themselves enough time to have the same physical strength as the evil demon, the Kachu sisters and Nezuko were obviously overloaded, causing the two of them to be very weak now. Is everything okay? He looked at the three of them. Nothing, sir, Sister Kachu answered respectfully. I have nothing to do, uncle, Nezuko also whispered, lowering his head slightly when speaking. Su-Mu couldn't help but glance at Nezuko, feeling that after this evil ghost attack, Nezuko looked at him a little differently, as if he had a little more respect. Shaking her head, Su-Mu felt that she had thought too much. After paying a little attention to the health of several people, and checking on Kamado Kuiji and a few children, and confirming that everything was okay, Su-Mu was completely relieved. Seeing the house in a mess, he felt a little guilty in his heart. If he could go home early tonight, maybe he would not encounter such danger. Fortunately, he was able to come back early, otherwise the Kamado family would be like in the animes, and the whole family would be killed by evil spirits. Thinking of this, Su-Mu also felt a wave of fear in her heart. Certainly the reason why I came back late. Also today during the day, I drank too much at the newly bought house and ended up drunk. When I woke up it was already dark, so I hurried back with Li Hualuo and Kano. Drinking is really harmful to people. Su-Mu couldn't help but murmur, but also decided that even if she drinks alcohol in the future, she can't get drunk. After simply settling the family members, Sumiu also set her sights on the woman Kibitsuji. At this moment, it seemed that he had not recovered from the shock just now. He still lowered his head and huddled in a corner, probably sensing the fear in Kibitsuji's heart. Kachukani also poured a glass of hot water to Kibitsuji and comforted him. Perhaps it was the hot water in her hand, or the comfort from Kachukani that had an effect, making the woman Kibitsuji seem less scared than she was at the beginning. But every time he raised his head, Kibitsuji looked at him timidly. The look of Kibitsuji dispelled Sumiu's original doubts about him. Originally Sumiu was confused about Kibitsuji going out alone at night, even doubt the other party. After all, Kibitsuji Mu's an ancestor of ghosts, has the ability to change his own appearance. In the anime Demon Slayer, the opponent appears in many forms, sometimes as a male, sometimes as a female, sometimes as an adult, and sometimes as a child. The identity is unknown. It cannot be simply regarded as a man or a woman. It should be said that it is already different from human beings. So at first, he was wary of the girl Kibitsuji appearing here so strangely. But from the initial temptation to now, the other party seems to be an ordinary woman originally. Sumiu also thought that she had thought about it, after all. It was so good. Why did Kibitsuji Musen come to it for no reason, after all? He asked himself. Compared to the other pillars of the Demon Slayer core, he has not yet attracted the attention of Kibitsuji Musen. Except for the killing of 12 Kazuki. Even if the killing of Jayako attracted the attention of Musen, Sumiu should not have attracted the attention of Musen so quickly. After all, with Kibitsuji Musen's cautious character, he might not approach him easily if he doesn't investigate the matter clearly. Originally, Sumiu had also let down her guard against the girl Kibitsuji and thought that she was just an ordinary woman. However, Kano's state aroused Sumiu's vigilance. All this time Li Hualuo Kano has always been dull, like a puppet without any emotion. But whenever he walks into the girl Kibitsuji, Li Hualuo Kano's little hand will always hold his clothing. Moreover, Kano seems to have a lot of hostility towards the girl Kibitsuji. Regarding Li Hualuo Kano, Sumiu is still very concerned about it. Don't look at Li Hualuo now, Kano seems to be very weak. Just an ineffective girl. But Hualuo Weiping has a keen vision that ordinary girls don't have. This vision is almost innate, otherwise it would not have been possible at a very young age. All the other brothers and sisters in the family were abused to death by their cruel parents. But only Li Hualuo and Kano could survive alone. It all depends on Li Hualuo Kano's eyes at that time. She was busy on the road and had no time to pay attention to the surrounding situation. Perhaps Kano discovered something about the falling chestnut flower on her shoulder that made her so hostile to the girl Kibitsuji. It's just a pity that Li Hualuo Kano couldn't finish his sentence and couldn't express anything to himself. However, it was enough for Sumiu to be wary of the girl Gui Wu Shuang. Certainly, it was impossible for him to kill the girl named Kibitsuji in front of him just because of Kano's hostility. However, necessary review is still required, so after a slight hesitation, Sumiu came to the house and walked up to Kamado Kyuji. Mr. Mu. Kamado Kyuji had been frightened for a long time, couldn't care anymore, and rushed directly into his arms. Sumiu reached out and patted Kamado Kyuji on the back. When his mood had almost calmed down, he also said, "Go and make me a cup of tea." After hearing Mujin's order, Kamado Ai immediately went to make tea. "Remember, make that wisteria tea." He gave an instruction. Kamado Ai immediately went to work swaying her seductive buttocks. Soon Kamado brought over a cup of hot wisteria tea. "Mr. Mu, it's dangerous." Kamado Ai handed over the brewed wisteria tea with a flattering face. Sumiu took the wisteria tea and glanced at the collar of Kamado Kyuji's shirt that was relaxed in front of him. The slightly swaying fair skin made him narrow his eyes slightly. He stretched out his hand and scratched Kamado Kyuji's little nose. So good having his nose scratched like a child's. Kamado Ai's face flushed with shame, and she lowered her head unconsciously. Holding the wisteria tea brewed by Kamado Ai, Sumiu came to the girl Kibitsuji again. Kibitsuji seemed to be a little afraid of him. Holding the cup of hot water that Kachukani had just given her and couldn't help but step back. Your glass of water is a little cold. Drink some wisteria tea, he said softly. Kamado AI, who was still immersed in a shy state, couldn't help but feel a little bit disgusted when she saw Makun handing the tea she had brewed to another woman. Especially when she saw Kibitsuji's delicate and beautiful face. She felt a little sour in her heart. A sense of urgency arose in my heart. And I was very afraid that these wild foxes outside would seduce Mr. Mew away. Seeing that Kibitsuji was reluctant to take his teacup, Su Mew couldn't help but frown. And a trace of evil aura slightly emerged in the depths of his eyes. He knocked over the hot water cup in Kibitsuji's hand. And then handed the wisteria tea to it. Give me a drink. When he said this, his eyes were fixed on the woman named Kibitsuji in front of him. He knows that all evil spirits are extremely disgusted with wisteria flowers. Because wisteria flowers contain toxins that can destroy the body structure of evil spirits and are extremely harmful to evil spirits. The future Kachu Shinobu specially extracted the wisteria flower toxin that kills ghosts from the wisteria flower. If the woman named Kibitsuji in front of me is really an evil ghost, she will never drink this cup of wisteria tea. As long as she doesn't drink, so no matter how disguised, Su Mew will think that the opponent is an evil spirit, and will chop off the opponent's head with Nichiren blades without hesitation. Su Mew handed the wisteria tea to Kibitsuji and stared at him with burning eyes. If the other party was really an evil spirit, he would obviously not be able to drink this cup of wisteria tea. Really, as he handed the cup to Kibitsuji, the Kibitsuji woman showed obvious resistance to the wisteria tea he handed her. Su Mew's vigilance towards the Kibitsuji in front of her is getting higher and higher. Just when Su Mew couldn't help but want to attack the woman in front of him, the woman named Kibitsuji picked up the cup tremblingly, as if she was still afraid of him, and then took small sips of the cup. Drink the wisteria-scented tea. Every time he took a sip, the other person's beautiful brows frowned slightly, as if he didn't like drinking tea. Watching Kibitsuji drink the wisteria tea in small sips, Su Mew couldn't help but frown. Did I guess wrong? Su Mew couldn't help but think, and looked at the girl Kibitsuji again, but still didn't see anything from her. I've finished drinking the wisteria tea, so I'll take you home. His voice also softened slightly. If the other party was really not an evil ghost, his attitude just now seemed a bit rough. The girl Kibitsuji seemed to be afraid of her. She just said "hem" in a low voice and then lowered her head. You walk in front and I'll follow behind, he spoke. Led by the girl, Kibitsuji too walked along the street. The cold wind blows slightly. The temperature at night has dropped a bit. Although his suspicion of Kibitsuji has dropped a lot because the girl Kibitsuji drank wisteria tea, he still has doubts, and at the same moment Kibitsuji Musen, who was walking in front also, lowered his head slightly, with a hint of violence in his scarlet eyes, several times. The thought of killing the young swordsman behind him came up in his heart. However, in the end of caution, he suppressed the idea of taking action. I have an almost endless life. No matter how talented this young swordsman is, it is only a brief moment of 100 years. Why should I risk my life? In fact, I am so close today. I am already completely. It shouldn't be. Lowering her head, Kibitsuji Musen thought silently. But a rolling burning pain came from her chest, making her want to find a place to vomit immediately. Even as the ancestor of ghosts, as the creature closest to infinite perfection in the world, it cannot suppress the disgust of wisteria flowers in its heart and body. Not to mention drinking tea made from wisteria flowers. Although her chest felt uncomfortable and her nausea made her want to vomit, but feeling the vague gaze of the young swordsman behind her, Kibitsuji Musen finally suppressed the uncomfortable feeling. Soon a luxurious villa complex appeared in front of them. In front of the door, the lights were bright. It was obvious that this was an extremely wealthy family. Sir, I'm home. Kibitsuji stopped, raised his head, and looked at Su Mew timidly. His voice was as small as a mosquito wing flapping its wings. I completely feel the cruel look of evil spirits. Su Mew's eyes also fell in front of this villa. and then she led Kibitsuji inside without saying a word. I informed a guard standing at the door, and soon a man who looked like a butler walked out quickly. The moment he saw Kibitsuji, the housekeeper walked up quickly and said, "Miss, you are back. You came back so late. But you have made the master and madam worried to death." Sorry. Kibitsuji lowered his head, seeming to blame himself for his actions. The housekeeper said a few words to Kibitsuji and then asked two maids to send Kibitsuji home. During this period, Kibitsuji's parents also came over and complained to Kibitsuji again. Sumiu stood there squinting her eyes and looking at all this, and the doubts in her heart gradually disappeared. If this Kibitsuji is really an evil ghost, it is obvious that this family cannot take him home. Moreover, looking at the way this family treats Kibitsuji, it is indeed the state of concern of parents for their daughter. Neither the housekeeper nor the guard, nor the maid showed anything wrong. "It seems that I am overthinking," he murmured quietly. "Gentlemen, I really want to thank you for escorting my daughter home. Kibitsuji just told me that if you hadn't escorted her home, she would have been in danger." A man came over, probably Kibitsuji's father, and thanked him with a grateful face. "It's just a trivial matter. Anyone who sees such a beautiful woman in danger will not put her in danger." Sumiu shook her head. The man wanted to say something, but Sumiu waved her hand and left gracefully. The man watched Sumiu leave completely, then turned around and stared at Kibitsuji angrily. "It's very dangerous to go out so late. Fortunately, I met a good person today. If you really do something, what's going on? What should dad and mom do?" Kibitsuji lowered his head and kept apologizing. Next to her, a woman couldn't stand it anymore and glared at the man. "My daughter knows she is wrong. Why are you so fierce if you scare Kibitsuji?" Not far away, Sumiu, who was hiding in the darkness and had never gone far, saw this scene, and the remaining doubts in her heart were completely dispelled. No longer staying, the figure quickly disappeared into the dark night. As Sumiu's figure disappeared, Kibitsuji, who had been lowering his head, suddenly raised his head, revealing a pair of scarlet eyes. These scarlet eyes fell on the quarreling man and woman, and a look of confusion suddenly appeared in their eyes. Kibitsuji was still preparing to do something when he suddenly covered his stomach, feeling an overwhelming feeling of discomfort in his stomach. Almost without hesitation, I came to the flower bed and started to vomit. I vomit. Kibitsuji Musen spit out almost all of the wisteria tea he just drank. Damnable miscellaneous cultivator. He actually made me drink wisteria tea, damn. Miscellaneous cultivators, while vomiting. Kibitsuji Musen cursed, saying that he had never suffered such injustice in thousands of years. Sumiu returns home. The family has almost settled down, and the Kachu sisters also chose to say goodbye to him and prepare to go back to rest. Although nothing happened today, the haunted experience made the night uneasy. After comforting the whole family and letting them all go back to rest, Sumiu also relaxed a little soon. He and Kamado were the only two people left in the room. Today, if Mujin hadn't taken action, I'm afraid. Kamado buried his head in Mujin's arms, feeling frightened when he thought of what happened tonight. Fortunately, MRMU is here otherwise. Thinking like Thislining in Mujin's arms, a very strong sense of security could not help but emerge in my heart. However, I couldn't help but think of Mujin giving the wisteria tea that he personally brewed to another woman. And there was a sense of resentment in my heart, especially when I thought of that woman's beautiful little face. I felt pity for her temperament. It even made Kamado Kuiji feel a huge sense of crisis. I still came back late. If I had come back earlier, I'm afraid this wouldn't have happened. Hearing what Kamado Kuiji said, Sumiu was also frightened. Tomorrow we will move to a new home. Wisteria trees are planted nearby. Even at night, no evil spirits will come back in this way. We don't have to worry about the danger of evil spirits at night. Sumiu also gently patted Kamado Kuiji's soft back. Kamado put his hands around Mujin's waist, raised his head, and looked at Mujin with a charming and dignified face. I listened to Mujin. The fragrance of the woman's body unconsciously fell into her nose with the wind. Looking at the woman's eyes that seemed to be filled with water, She felt itchy. But considering that Kamado AI is still pregnant, she can endure it. Mr. Mew, please stay in my room tonight. Would it be bad? It's okay, Nezuko, I won't let her in the house. But as he said that, Kamado Kyuji took his hand. Mrs. Kyuji actually said this, then I will take good care of you. He gritted his teeth slightly and said the word care very seriously. Mew entered the house, sat on the bed and waited silently. Soon, a woman's light footsteps could be heard outside the door, vaguely carrying the woman's unique body fragrance. Wearing thin clothes and a graceful figure, Kamado AI walked in, holding a steaming wooden basin in her hand. Ever since Kamado Kyuji entered the room, Mew's eyes have been focused on him as he looked at her. Kamado's face turned slightly rosy, as if the apple was already ripe, with an indescribable and alluring taste. With his head lowered, Kamado Kyuji came to Mujin with a hot face. I must be exhausted this night. Let's soak your feet first to warm them up. Kamado's face turned red, and he probably knew what Mujin was proud of. He just lowered his head silently, picked up Mujin's feet, took off his socks, and soaked them in the hot water of the foot bath. The water temperature in the foot bath is just right, warm and slightly hot, and Kamado's little hands are kneading the feet, which is very comfortable. Sumi looked towards Kamado Kyuji. Even if it is just to wash the feet, the women will sit and kneel to do it. At this moment, look at Kamado Kyuji again. The woman knelt down and washed her feet seriously. His upper body was slightly straightened, and his sideburns had already been removed. The black hair fell behind him and reached his hips. Pure black socks wrapped slender feet and white legs. After washing his feet, Kamado held his feet in his arms with a dry towel and wiped them carefully with the towel. Sumiu closed her eyes slightly and stopped talking. After Kamado Kyuji washed his feet, Sumiu opened her eyes, stretched out her index finger, and lifted Kamado Kyuji's chin. Mrs. Kyuji, it's late, but we need to rest. The night passed by without knowing when. Sumiu, who was sleeping soundly, opened her eyes, looked at the delicate body slumped on her body, and smiled slightly. He stood up slowly, trying not to wake the other person up. When he left, he covered him with a quilt to prevent the morning wind from being too cold and freezing his body. In the morning, the warm breeze of early spring blew, which was very comfortable and made Sumiu energetic. She stretched herself and felt refreshed. Just came out for a while. Nezuko also got up. The girl in pink clothes has a childish face, and her whole body is filled with the attitude of a young girl. It is completely different from her mother's maturity and charm. But she has a different sense of beauty, especially the cute and immature face. Sumiu couldn't help but squint her eyes slightly when she looked at it. She could vaguely see that the girl's immature face had some traces of Kamado AI's appearance. Just after getting up, Nezuko was about to wash up. When he looked up, he saw his uncle staring at him. Thinking of the faint movement last night, Nezuko turned around quickly and wanted to go back to the house. If it had been the past, Nezuko would have been very angry given his character. But when danger came last night, I suddenly realized how important the uncle is to the family. Well, if his uncle hadn't appeared in time, Nezuko knew that his mother, brother and sister would all have died tragically in the hands of evil spirits and become their food. This is something Nezuko rarely realized before. I also suddenly understood what a pillar is. I also roughly understand why my mother is willing to be bullied by my uncle. And when he was talking to his mother that day, she also told him that in fact it was not bullying. Gradually I became sensible. Stop. Seeing Nezuko turn around and run towards the house, Sumiu immediately shouted. Nezuko's steps couldn't help but stop slightly. Sumiu stepped forward and came behind Nezuko. Why are you running when you see me? Where did I run away? Nezuko turned back, his eyes a little wandering, as if he didn't dare to look at him. Are you angry again? Sumiu put her hands on Nezuko's small shoulders. Why am I angry? Nezuko looked like he didn't understand. In the past, if I came out of Mrs. Kyuji's house in the morning, you wanted to eat me. But today you ran away when you saw me. Sumiu knelt down and looked at Nezuko. Nezuko lowered his head slightly, as if he didn't want to look at him. Keep your head up. he said calmly. Nezuko gritted his teeth hand after a while. Tuon raised his face with a bit of stubbornness. Sumiu stretched out her hand, just about to touch that cute and tender face. The girl's body trembled slightly and she subconsciously stepped back. Sumiu frowned. Don't move. Nezuko immediately stopped moving. At this time Sumiu's hand touched the girl's face. Nezuko also closed his eyes subconsciously. Sumiu stretched out her hand, brushed Nezuko's black hair to both sides, and then said with a smile, "What? You are still separated from the uncle. Are you afraid of the uncle?" Nezuko lowered his head slightly and said nothing. "I still like the old Nezuko who always gets angry at me no matter what," he murmured. Nezuko suddenly became sensible, which made me very uncomfortable. Nezuko turned his head and said in a muffled voice, "Who knows whether uncle is telling the truth or a lie?" Hey. Sumiu patted Nezuko's head. "Can't you feel it if I tell the truth or a lie?" Nezuko lowered his head slightly. "Don't think so much. I still hope Nezuko can be more innocent and carefree. And don't think so much every day." He patted Nezuko on the head. Nezuko raised his head and looked at his uncle. Sumiu also looked at Nezuko, and then showed a wicked smile. "Were you really not angry just now?" "What are you angry about?" Nezuko blinked his big eyes, not understanding what his uncle meant. "That's right, I bullied Mrs. Aoi Eda." "Isn't Nezuko angry?" Nezuko's beautiful eyes couldn't help but have a hint of panic. Sumiu also stretched out her hand, grinned at Nezuko's cheeks, and gently pulled out. The girl's two cute little tiger teeth suddenly appeared. "When you are angry, just be more aggressive." "Nezuko, I bullied Mrs. Kuiji." Nezuko also wants to avenge his mother. Whole uncle, I'll beat you to death." Nezuko immediately stretched out his little hand to hit the uncle. Sumiu chuckled, letting Nezuko hit her and then, using her strength, hugged Nezuko in her arms. "Don't worry, Nezuko. No matter what kind of temper Nezuko loses, uncle actually doesn't care too much. I won't leave because Nezuko loses his temper. After all, Nezuko is so cute, who would want to leave?" He smiled and rubbed Nezuko's head. "Go and wash up. I'll train as well as Kani and Nezuko in a while." Nezuko stretched out his little hand again, gave him a gentle hammer, and then picked up the small basin to wash up. Sumiu stood up and looked at Nezuko's back. "Nezuko, grow up quickly," he murmured with expectations in his heart. Speaking of which, in recent days, Nezuko has become more and more beautiful and dewy because of her nutrition. With this in mind, Sumiu also headed to Kano's room. Knocking on the door, an exquisite girl opened the room. Compared with the thin posture she saw for the first time before, her face was much rosier now. At this moment, the girl was still holding a small comb in her hand. When she saw him, she also handed the small comb over. Sumiu couldn't help but smile, pulled the girl to the dressing table, and began to comb her hair. The girl in the mirror has a picturesque face. It is conceivable that she will become extremely beautiful in the future. In the anime, Kano will eventually marry Tanjiro now. Looking at such a beautiful girl, he is obviously reluctant to let go while combing his hair. He said softly, "In the future, will Kano stay with uncle forever?" I thought that 3. Kano would not respond just like before, but unexpectedly, the pink-purple eyes in the mirror blinked slightly, and then nodded. Suma, who was combing his hair, was slightly startled, but she didn't expect that Lee Hua Luo Kano would react. After all, girls have rarely expressed their opinions, even with such simple body movements. "Let's give Kano a double ponytail today," he whispered. Lee Hua Luo Kano is very quiet, just sitting quietly, looking at herself in the mirror, watching her messy hair slowly become neat in the hands of her uncle. Slowly, just like her Silfinto, the shape that uncle likes. The girl's pink-purple eyes seemed to have a drop of water dripping in at this moment, causing ripples. A ray of sunlight shines through the window, reflecting in the girl's pink-purple eyes, which is unexpectedly beautiful. Not long after Nezuko went to wash up, Tanjiro also got up. "Hello, uncle." As soon as Tanjiro saw Sumiu, he immediately spoke respectfully. Sumiu nodded, and saw Tanjiro standing there, looking like he was hesitating to speak, and couldn't help but ask strangely, "Does Tanjiro have something to say to me?" There are some things I want to tell Uncle, say it. Sumyu said casually, not paying much attention. Uncle. Do you still remember the woman named Kibitsuji who was sent home yesterday? Tanjiro asked, what's wrong? I always feel that woman seems weird. I'm not saying bad things about that woman. Because when I smell her breath, it always seems to give people a very violent feeling. Which seems to be different from the soft breath she displays. It's not quite the same. In other words, the breath you smell is different. Sumyu suddenly raised her head and looked at Tanjiro. With a flash of horror in her eyes. I felt that the breath was a little different at that time. I thought it was emanating from the dead evil ghosts. But what remained of those evil ghosts after their death was only sadness. Instead, there was something that seemed. I can't describe that feeling either. Tanjiro touched his nose. My 8 nose has always been very good. And I can always smell some different smells. Yesterday, when those evil ghosts died, I seemed to be able to smell the sad past of those evil ghosts. I don't know if I was hallucinating. Especially the evil ghost who uses handball. Tanjiro spoke nonchalantly. The more he talked, the more solemn Sumyu's face became. He thought of the woman named Kibitsuji yesterday again. And felt more and more suspicious about the other party. How could everything be fine? When the evil spirits attacked, the other party happened to appear nearby only. He had some doubts. He was also wary of Kibitsuji at first. And even tested him with Nichiren blades and wisteria tea. But there didn't seem to be any special reaction and. Yesterday I followed him home. And there was indeed this person. I can't understand. Sumyu scratched her head with her hand and thought for a long time. But she couldn't think of a reason. Is it possible that the other party is not afraid of Nichiren blades and wisteria flowers? This thought emerged unconsciously in my mind. The emergence of this idea made him immediately think of Kibitsuji Musen. If that woman is Kibitsuji Musen, then it is possible. As the ancestor of Ghost's strongest ghost, the creature closest to perfection in the world, the opponent may be able to temporarily overcome the characteristics of ghosts, be able to endure the effects of Nichiren blades scratching his skin, and be able to tolerate drinking wisteria tea for a short time. I have something to do and I'm going out. Thinking of this, Sumyu couldn't sit still anymore. Patted Tanjiro on the shoulder and ran out immediately. Luxury Villa. Sumyu once again came to the home where she sent Kibitsuji yesterday. Doorway, there were still 2 people standing like guards. Can I inform your lady that I want to see her? Sumyu came to the door and said to the guard. One of the guards probably recognized Sumyu as the person who sent the young lady back last night. And immediately smiled and said, wait a moment. I will inform the young lady right away. Sumyu stood at the door, looking at the back of the guard as he left, feeling increasingly confused. Could it be that the girl named Kibitsuji is not an evil spirit? It didn't take long for the guard to report. The girl walked out of the house with a timid aura. When she saw him, her eyes showed an instinctive look of fear. Sumyu raised her head and looked at the girl named Kibitsuji in front of her. Then raised her head and looked at the sky. The sun is high in the sky, and the warm rays of sunlight fall on Kibitsuji. Not a ghost, Sumyu murmured, you know. Ghosts cannot bask in the sun at all. Even the ancestor of ghosts, Kibitsuji Musen, cannot bask in the sun. Sir, please come in. Although he was afraid of Sumyu, Kibitsuji still came to Sumyu with his head slightly lowered and his little hands on his lower abdomen. Very respectful, Sumyu hesitated and walked into the room. When he arrived in the room, Kibitsuji arranged for him to sit on his seat. Then he personally made a cup of hot tea and put it in front of him. Then he asked in a low voice, I don't know what business you want to see me for this morning. Sir, forehead. Sumyu's expression was slightly stagnant, after all. The reason why he came here was entirely because he suspected that Kibitsuji was an evil ghost. But just now, when he saw that the other party could bathe in the sun, he felt that he must have made a mistake in his judgment. After all, ghosts cannot bask in the sun, therefore, being asked by Kibitsuji was inevitably a little embarrassing. So I had to pick up the tea cup, take a sip, and then said with a smile, Miss, please don't tell anyone about what happened yesterday. Is it about ghosts? Kibutsuji raised his head and glanced at him carefully. Sumyu nodded. After all, ghosts are very scary things. If word spreads, it will inevitably cause some panic. I understand. I won't spread the word. Kibutsuji lowered his head and whispered, "It's best. I came here just to tell you about this matter. Now I have to leave." With that said, he also stood up. Since he confirmed that Kibutsuji was not a ghost, there was no need for him to stay here. "Mr. Escorted me back yesterday. And I haven't thanked you properly yet." Kibutsuji whispered. "A beautiful woman like the escort girl is what I want. No need to thank you," Sumyu said in a rather gentlemanly manner, which seemed completely different from the domineering behavior he showed yesterday. While his eyes were fixed on Kibutsuji, in this country, women are generally shorter in height. But this woman is about 1.7 meters tall, and she is very tall. It seems that he is not used to being stared at by strange eyes. Kibutsuji keeps staring at his head, looking a little shy. Sumyu smiled, said hello, and left without saying anything. "Welcome, sir, to visit us next time." Kibutsuji stood at the door, bent down, and bowed to Sumyu, who was leaving. After the figure completely disappeared, Kibutsuji slowly walked to the basement of the house. 40 in the dark basement, a woman sat there quietly. The room is dark without any lights. A pair of scarlet eyes exuded something strange in the dark environment. Owner Kibutsuji immediately fell to his knees. The sitting woman slowly stood up and appeared in front of Kibutsuji. Her face was exactly the same as the kneeling Kibutsuji. The woman stretched out her fingers and lifted Kibutsuji's chin. Looking at this charming face, she smiled and said, "What a very nice human skin. If it weren't for the existence of a human being like you, I'm afraid it would be really difficult to deceive that vigilant young swordsman. However, now the other party will not doubt me," she murmured, thinking of the wisteria tea she had swallowed yesterday. A gloomy look flashed through her scarlet eyes. Her breath began to rise and fall along with it. Her chest also rose and fell. There was a wave summer. Kibutsuji was kneeling on the ground, his head firmly pressed against the ground, not daring to move at all. "Don't look at it. This person seems to have the same appearance as her. But she has seen with her own eyes the horrific end of several disobedient people who had their heads blown off by it. For the woman in front of me who looks like her, she was deeply afraid and afraid at the same time. There is also a touch of expectation, looking forward to being a part of each other. Also become one, an evil ghost who never grows old. Always maintains his beautiful appearance, seemed never dies." After meeting Kibutsuji and confirming that Kibutsuji was not an evil ghost, Sumyu rushed home. "When I got home, I realized that there were guests in the house. None other than rock pillar Hajime Kaiyume. Grandmaster." Seeing each other, Sumyu also stopped. "Xingming has met MRMU." Hajime Kaiyume smiled and nodded. "I don't know if Master is here, but what's the matter?" Sumyu smiled. Hajime Kaiyume's white eyes scanned the surroundings vigilantly. Seeing Hajime Kaiyume like this, Sumyu also knew that there was something important to say to herself. "Come with me." Sumyu nodded and came to the room with Hajime Kaiyume. After confirming that there was really no one around, Hajime Kaiyume clasped his hands together and said, "My lord wants to see you. See me again." Sumyu touched her nose. This time, Makaki personally killed 12 Kazuki. 12 Kazuki. Gyako of the Pot. This was something that had never been done before in the 100-year history of the Demon Slayer Corps. It played a big role in the downturn of the Demon Slayer Corps. Its inspiring effect has given many swordsmen more confidence. Hajime Kaiyume said seriously with his hands clasped together. Hundreds of years ago, Kibutsuji Musen personally led a team to attack the Demon Slayer headquarters, causing the Demon Slayer Corps to suffer heavy losses. Even now, it is still not recovered. Although the Lord has now turned the tide and gradually revived the strength of the Demon Slayer squad, past losses cannot be quickly compensated. Sumyu picked up the teacup from the table, took a sip, and then raised her head to look at Hajime Kaiyume. "If it's just you, the Lord, who wants to see me, then that's not necessarily the case." Hajime Kaiyume's white eyes couldn't help but widen, and his face seemed to have a look of disbelief. Every swordsman in the Demon Slayer Corps has extraordinary respect for the Lord. Even Hajime Kayume admires the Lord very much. Being summoned by the Lord is undoubtedly a great honor for Hajime Kayume. But he didn't expect Mujin to refuse. After a while, Hajime Kayume came back to his senses and suddenly remembered Su Mu's identity. Unlike those experienced swordsmen of the Demon Slayer Corps, Su Mu had only joined the Demon Slayer Corps not long ago and was unable to understand the value of the Lord to the Demon Slayer Corps. Amitabh Halita 3005N. Hajime Kayume clasped his hands together and spoke again, in addition to the Lord wanting to see Mukun. There are also things to discuss with Mukun, that's it. Su Mu played with the teacup with her fingers and thought about it slightly. I need to talk to my family before I can go with you. No problem. Nyaoyu Zingaming nodded. Wu Mujin has finished explaining. Su Mu looked up at Hajime Kayume and couldn't help but smile. This time the master doesn't seem to stop me from explaining. The last time Hajime Kayume took him to see his lord. But he was not even allowed to tell his family, for fear that he would reveal the lord's location and put the lord in danger. Soon Maki-kun will become a pillar like me. If even the pillar is dangerous, then the Demon Slayer Corps will not be too far away from destruction. Hajime Kayume said calmly. Su Mu raised her eyes slightly, obviously not expecting that summoning her this time would be related to her becoming a pillar. The last time he traded the breath of the sun with Yubayashiki Kaguya, he really hoped to become the pillar of the Demon Slayer Corps, but was rejected and only allowed himself to become a Class A swordsman. Now, he wants to become Zhu, and he doesn't know what the other party's mentality is at this moment. Thinking about it, it's quite interesting. Su Mu met with Kamado Kuiji, told them the address of their new home, and then asked them to move to their new home today. After all, the newly bought house is bigger, the place is wider, and there is a training ground. In addition, wisteria trees are planted around it, so there is no need to worry about evil spirits coming at night. It is very safe. Okay, let's go. After the explanation, Su Mu met Hajime Kayume again. Good. Hajime Kayume nodded and left with Su Mu, tossing and turning all the way. Soon, Hajime Kayume took Su Mu inside a large mountain. There are a lot of wisteria trees planted here. As the breeze blows, the wisteria trees sway. If it is the wisteria flowering season, the fragrance of the flowers will be overwhelming. Before they reached the mountainside, they saw two little girls waiting on the road, wearing the same exquisite kimono, each holding a lantern, and having exactly the same face. The only difference is probably the hair. One has black hair and the other has white hair. Su Mu also met these two people last time, but she didn't know their names. I have met Mr. Yanju. I've seen it. Look at it. Seeing Su Mu and Hajime Kayume, the two girls held up their dresses almost at the same time and bent down to salute. Amitabha. Hajime Kayume clasped his hands together in response. Hello. Su Mu also looked at the two of them with a smile. Their petite faces and almost identical faces made it almost difficult to tell them apart. You still don't know what your names are. He looked at the two of them with a smile, but was not in a hurry to continue walking. My name is Yubayashiki Rika. My name is Yubayashiki Hana. Faced with Su Mu's inquiry, the two girls immediately responded respectfully. It turned out to be Rixiang and Hana. Su Mu nodded, looked at the two of them up and down and said so. Who is the elder sister and who is the younger sister? Yubayashiki lowered her head slightly. I am my sister. I'm my sister. Yubayashiki Hang Nai, next to him, also said in a low voice. Then, the two girls couldn't help but raise their heads and looked at Su Mu carefully. Usually they greeted these swordsmen on their father's behalf. It was rare for a swordsman to say much to them. This was the first swordsman to talk so much. The Lord is still waiting for you, the older sister warned in a low voice. Su Mu suddenly realized and glanced at the two girls again. You two are really beautiful. I guess they will become even more beautiful when they grow up. Seeing Su Mu stop and keep chatting with the maid next to the Lord, Himejima Kyoyume next to him could only clasp his hands and keep reciting scriptures. MRMU, let's go quickly, finally. Seeing that Maki-kun wanted to continue talking to the two girls, Himejima Kyoyume couldn't bear it anymore and began to urge. Sumiu raised her head, glanced at Himejima Kyoyume helplessly, and then smiled at the two girls. Please lead the way. The two girls immediately walked ahead holding lanterns. Sumiu followed the two of them, looking at the backs of Zhao and Zhao from time to time. Himejima Kyoyume was following beside her. Seeing Sumiu's posture, she finally couldn't bear it. After all, she was the maid of the Lord. Mukun's posture was really rude. After hesitating for a long time, Himejima Kyoyume reminded in a low voice, Maki-kun, you should be more careful. What should I pay attention to? Sumiu turned around and looked at Himejima Kyoyume in confusion. They are the Lord's maids after all. Himejima Kyoyume whispered a reminder. Sumiu looked at Himejima Kyoyume up and down. What are you thinking about? When Sumiu asked back. Himejima Kyoyume looked slightly startled, and her face suddenly became shocked. She immediately clasped her hands together and recited Amitabha in the spacious courtyard. Before Sumiu and Himejima Kyoyume arrived, many people had already arrived, and most of them were waiting quietly. Sumiu couldn't help but look over. The thing that attracts your attention the most is the water pillar Urokodaki Sakanji. After all, there was only one person in the audience wearing a Tengu mask. There are a few others standing with Urokodaki Sakanji. These people are standing together with the water pillar. Probably like the Urokodaki Sakanjithi are going too. Otherwise we would not stand together after all. In this country the status ladder is very strict, even for the Demon Slayer squad. The arrival of Sumiu and Himejima Kyoyume quickly attracted the attention of people in the yard. Everyone looked over as a pillar. I basically know Himejima Kyoyume, who is also a pillar. And most people's eyes fall on Sumiu after all. This is a pillar meeting. Those who can participate are pillars. And now that Himejima Kyoyume has brought out a strange young man, everyone has basically made some guesses. Sumiu was not used to being stared at by these people like this, and her brows frowned slightly unconsciously. The rock pillar Himejima Kyoyume probably sensed this, and took a step forward, introducing to the other pillars, "This is Your Excellency Sumiu, the one who killed the stringed group and the ghost of the pot. The power of Jayako swordsman, as a pillar. I naturally know the information about the Demon Slayer squad. Not long after 12 Kazuki, Jako was killed 610 times. The news was revealed to the owner and spread throughout the killing team. The swordsmen of the Demon Slayer Corps were all inspired when they heard this. Even as a pillar, he was greatly shocked when he heard the news. It's because of Hashira that I understand the terror of 12 Kazuki. Over the years, there have been Hashira who have died at the hands of 12 Kazuki. But no Hashira has ever been able to kill them. Wind up the evil spirit now. When I heard the introduction of Himejima Kyoyume, I also understood that the one who killed 12 Kazuki, 12 Kyoyume, turned out to be the person in front of me. And for such a young person I felt shocked. Even if Sumiu is considered too young, no one among the many pillars dares to look down upon this person. After all, he can kill the Shanxian evil ghost and accomplish what they all failed to do. The waves behind the Yangtze River push the waves ahead. It is true that each generation becomes stronger than the last. An old man touched his beard and sighed with emotion, seeing Mr. Sumiu. I seem to have vague hope of killing all the evil spirits. This is Kyujima Jigoro Narubashira. Next to it, Himejima Kyoyume introduces Sumiu. Sumiu also set her sights on Kyujima Jigoro, an old man on crutches with a large scar on his face. His left leg was intact, but there seemed to be something wrong with his foot, which was replaced with a prosthetic leg. Sumiu still has some impressions of Kyujima Jigoro. She knows that this is the master of Agatsuma Zenitsu and Kaigaku Abe. Due to the injury on his leg, he should be in a semi-reclusive state now, mostly as the breeder lives in seclusion in Peach Mountain, cultivating fresh blood for the Demon Slayer Corps. However, The fate of this old man will not be good in the future. One of the disciples he taught, named Kaigaku, became an evil spirit because of his corruption as a master. Kyujima Jigoro felt very guilty in his heart, and he was, as the pillar of the Demon Slayer squad, he must be responsible for this. In the end, he committed seppuku and committed suicide. This is the flame pillar Rengoku Majuro. Himejima Kyoyume introduced Sumiyu to another scene, holding a wine bottle and sitting in a lonely place. He looked like a rather decadent uncle, perhaps because he hadn't taken care of himself for a long time. The seeds are already extremely lush. It has a similar appearance to Rengoku Kyojuru, with the same sword eyebrows and long yellow and red hair. Rengoku Majuro just glanced at Sumiyu lightly and continued to drink the wine in the glass, seemingly not paying too much attention to Sumiyu. This is music pillar Yuzui Tenjin. This is wind pillar Yumino Mano. This is Dobashira Sayori Sakaguchi. This is golden pillar Tamura Shin. Himejima Kyoyume was introduced to Sumiyu, and there were several pillars that Sumiyu had never even heard of. Some of the pillars that later became pillars have not yet become pillars. For example, at future flame pillar Rengoku Kyojuru, wind pillar Shinazugawa Seinmi, Zaiju Taketu Mukairo snake pillar Iguro Obanai. These have not yet become pillars, so they are not eligible to participate. This meeting is for looking at the whole audience. Sumiyu found that almost all the Jews were old. Whether they were the Jews they had never heard of or the Jews they had seen, they were all very old. For example, Yurikodaki Sakanji and Kyujima Jigoro are basically in a semi-retired state. The only ones who are relatively young are probably the sound pillar Yuzui Tenjin and the rock pillar Himejima Kyoyume. It can be said that the current Demon Slayer Corps urgently needs the influx of fresh blood to become the new pillar. Thinking of this, Sumiyu's eyes also showed a thoughtful look, just as everyone in the courtyard was looking at Sumiyu curiously. And Sumiyu was thinking silent litwo. More girls walked in. These two girls have similar appearances to the Yubayashiki Rika and Yubayashiki Hana who went out to greet them before. But they are obviously not them, so Sumiyu probably guessed the identities of these two people. They should be Yubayashiki Hina and Yubayashiki Kanata, like the previous Yubayashiki Rika and Yubayashiki Hana. They are all daughters of the Yubayashiki Amin factory. Madam, I invite you all to come into the house. The two girls arrived and immediately spoke respectfully to the pillars. Good work. Water pillar Yurikodaki Sakanji nodded and walked at the front. The other pillars followed suit. Sumiyu glanced at the two, Yubayashiki Kanata and Yubayashiki Hinai, and followed the others into the house. The interior of the house is very simple, without too many luxurious decorations. Apart from the large space, there is nothing particularly surprising about it. Perhaps because the wisteria-scented candle was lit, the room was filled with the scent of wisteria. Sumiyu's eyes just swept across the room and then landed in front. In the open space of the house in front, there is a low desk. A woman was kneeling on one side of the desk. Her tall and mature figure was wrapped in a purple kimono, and her black hair fell down behind her to her buttocks. When she saw the pillars coming in, the woman immediately stood up and bent over. Waist bow slightly. Amin, I have met all of you pillars. All the pillars did not dare to neglect, and they all look serious. Even the flame pillar Rengoku Mojuwang, who is always holding a wine bottle and acting very decadent, also looks solemn. Meet madam. All the pillars bowed and saluted. Sumiyu didn't have the habit of being a pillar. She just looked at each other. This is undoubtedly an extremely beautiful woman. Later, she was called the White Birch Fairy by Taketu Muikairu, the Kasumi pillar, as if feeling some kind of gaze. Yubayashiki Amin's eyes also looked towards Sumiyu, just in line with Sumiyu's eyes. Compared with the respectful gazes of other pillars, this young swordsman's eyes were even more naked. This made her heart skip a beat at the same time. He probably also realized that this swordsman was probably the powerful swordsman who killed 12 Kazuki. Jako. He is also the protagonist of the Zhuhi meeting held this time. But it seems that this young swordsman is not only powerful and quite unruly. It seemed that she had an idea. Thinking of this, pursed her lips with a faint smile. But she found it quite interesting, after all. This proves that even if the years pass by, his appearance is still there. On the other hand, he also feels that the young swordsman is too young and is just a hot-blooded man. However, Yubayashiki Amin did not pay too much attention to this. After all, she was still very confident in her husband's ability. Yubayashiki Kaguya. I'm afraid it won't be long before this unruly swordsman in front of me will soon become my husband's most loyal supporter. My lord has arrived, a clear voice sounded. The twin girls, Yubayashiki Rika and Yubayashiki Kana, walked out holding a lantern each. Following the two girls was the figure of a man holding a boy. The man is of course Yubayashiki Kaguya, the leader of the Demon Slayer Corps. As for the child being led by the master, it is the important child, Yubayashiki Teru Kazuya. Although he is a boy, Yubayashiki Kirya is not wearing boys' clothes, but girls' clothes. The reason why this is so is also related to the tradition of the Yubayashiki family. Because most of the boys in the Yubayashiki family are born with weaker bodies. Before the boys reach adulthood, basically they will raise her as a girl. Yubayashiki Kaguya brought his son, obviously intending to get his son familiar with Pillar. After Allah's the young head of the Yubayashiki family, he is destined to inherit the position of head of the Demon Slayer squad in the future. And these pillars are the pillars of the Demon Slayer Corps. And they are also the basis for the future. And with the arrival of the Lord Yubayashiki Kaguya, all the pillars were kneeling on the ground. Every pillar had a solemn look on his face. This shows the prestige of Yubayashiki Kaguya in the Demon Slayer Corps. But Sumyu did not kneel down on one knee to welcome the arrival of Yubayashiki Kaguya like other pillars. She still stood there calmly. But she no longer looked at Yubayashiki Amin after all. Yubayashiki Kaguya is here. And it's not easy for him to stare at the other woman's wife. No need to be polite. Yubayashiki Kaguya walked down with a smile and helped each Hashira up one by one. He has the demeanor of a polite and virtuous corporal. Most of the pillars looked moved when they faced this. Even the flame pillar Rengoku Mojuang, who had always looked decadent, even showed a hint of embarrassment at this moment, as if he was blaming himself for his past decadence. Sumyu looked at this scene and knew it well. As long as the leader of the Demon Slayer Corps is still alive, basically one can shake his status. His eyes also fell on the leader, Yubayashiki Kaguya, whose current physical condition was quite good. But his face already looked a little pale. However, it is not at the point where I will need a wheelchair later. After lifting the pillars up, Yubayashiki Kaguya also set his sights on Sumyu. It was not until this time that everyone discovered that Sumyu did not salute the Lord. This made all the pillars feel a sense of anger in their hearts. And they obviously didn't like Sumyu's move. On the contrary, Yubayashiki Kaguya didn't seem to care about it, and even showed a gentle smile. Maki-kun, we meet again. I didn't expect that after not seeing each other for so long. Mu-kun would give me such a big gift, surprise. It's been too long since the Demon Slayers heard such good news. As he spoke, Yubayashiki Kaguya bent down, slightly bowed, and saluted Sumyu seriously. Yubayashiki Kaguya represents the Demon Slayer squad, represents all the swordsmen and represents himself. Thank you, Mujun, for what you have done. Everything that happened. If Mujun hadn't killed Shangxian Wu, I don't know how many people would have died under these evil spirits. Seeing the Lord Yubayashiki Kaguya personally bowing to Sumyu, the other pillars were deeply shocked. After Yubayashiki Kaguya bowed and bowed, he also sighed slightly. If there were more swordsmen like Mu-kun in the world, those evil spirits would not be so rampant. 1. Hearing what Yubayashiki Kaguya said, all the pillars looked ashamed. As pillars, they are now no match for a grade A swordsman. Sumyu was very calm when faced with Yubayashiki Kaguya's polite and corporal attitude. Perhaps other pillars would be very moved and even proud of Yubayashiki Kaguya's attitude. But for Sumyu, it didn't feel too big. He did not place himself in a lower position like other pillars. He never felt that the so-called Lord would be nobler than him. Seeing that Sumyu is not the same as other pillars, Yubayashiki Kaguya's face is still gentle. He stretched out his hand and patted Su-Mu on the shoulder. Maki-kun's ability to kill the using string ghost has proven his strength and inspired all the swordsmen of the Demon Slayer team. Mu-kun is strong enough to serve as the pillar of the Demon Slayer squad. Yubayashiki Kaguya said as he stretched out his hand soon. Yubayashiki Rixiang came over with small steps and a token in both hands. Zero, please give me flowers from today on. Mu-kun is the new pillar of the Demon Slayer Corps. It also means that the Demon Slayer squad has new blood. I'm very happy and excited, cough cough cough. As he spoke, Yubayashiki Kaguya coughed involuntarily. When Yubayashiki Amin saw her husband like this, she immediately stepped forward and patted Yubayashiki Kaguya's back gently. Yubayashiki Kaguya waved her hand, signaling Yubayashiki Amin to leave. Although Yubayashiki Amin was worried about her husband's health, she would not disobey her husband's wishes. I'm very excited with Mujun's participation. I feel that I finally see the power of destroying evil spirits. With that said, he walked out of the door and faced the sky with his hands zero. I finally have hope that in this world, there will no longer be a day when evil spirits wreak havoc in the world and wantonly take away human happiness. And there will no longer be a day when no one is threatened by evil spirits. After hearing this, the pillars looked at the thin man in front of them with a touch of respect. It seemed that the thin figure in front of them was not thin, but very tall after Su-Mu was announced as the new pillar. The meeting did not end. The pillars and Yubayashiki Kaguya also began to discuss how to deal with evil spirits in the future, and how to find out Kibutsuji Musen, and then kill Kibutsuji Musen to end this era of ghosts. At the meeting, most Su-Mu was very silent and did not express too many opinions, but listened more. However, Yubayashiki Kaguya will not choose to ignore Su-Mu's silence, and will also ask for his opinions when discussing some issues. It can be seen that this is indeed a very capable leader. He has both leadership qualities and a broad mind. He speaks calmly and gently and is polite to others. In addition, his voice and the rhythm of his movements can make other people feel comfortable. Even if they hate each other, they will be impressed by him after being together for a long time. Such a person is undoubtedly extremely terrifying. Even if Su-Mu's strength far exceeds this person, if he is his enemy, may not be able to feel at peace. Certainly he is not an enemy of Yubayashiki Kaguya, and the most important thing is that Yubayashiki Kaguya is not in good health. The Zhu meeting lasted for 3 days. During these 3 days, Su-Mu was unable to enter or leave this place. None of the pillars are allowed to leave, except for Su-Mu and the flame pillar Rengoku Majuro. All the other pillars are very serious about this pillar meeting. No matter what question is raised by Yubayashiki Kaguya, or what problem arises in the Demon Slayer squad, even if it is a problem of the lowest swordsman, they will be discussed in detail and come up with a specific plan. Looking at all this, Su-Mu probably also understands why the Demon Slayer Corps has endured despite occasional declines since its establishment, and why it has been able to resolutely survive to this day even if it encounters danger many times. However, he is not too interested in these. After the pillar meeting ended, basically all the pillars rushed to all directions, each responsible for handling matters in the area. We will not gather together again unless necessary. 120 Su-Mu also chose to leave after all. Staying here for 3 days made him a little bored. On the way out of the mountains, Su-Mu stopped. A girl in a pink kimono was carrying a large stack of book pages up the mountain. Su-Mu had seen this girl before, but she couldn't tell who she was after all. The 4 daughters of Yubayashiki Amin have almost the same faces, making it difficult to tell them apart. Grown-ups. Seeing Su-Mu stop, the girl immediately stopped, bowed respectfully and stepped aside. Waiting for Su-Mu to go first, Su-Mu nodded, looked at the girl in front of her, and asked doubtfully, "What's your name?" "My lord, my name is Yubayashiki Rika." "Oh, so it's you." Su-Mu nodded. "You sisters look so much alike that it's really hard to tell each other apart." Yubayashiki lowered his head slightly, but said in a low voice, "You can tell by smell." Hana likes the scent of wisteria. Hina likes the scent of roses. And Kana likes the scent of plum blossoms. Because I like it, different fragrances. So our sisters will smell a little different. Su-Mu couldn't help but touch her nose. I'm afraid my nose is not that sharp. I'm afraid it will be difficult to distinguish. Yubayashiki Rika also lowered her head slightly and said in a low voice, there is no need for you to distinguish us sisters from each other. Oh, how do you say that? He became interested. Your Excellency is a noble pillar in the future. You will do great things just like the sun in the sky, which will shine brightly. But we're just fireflies at night. All we can do are small things like this, Your Excellency. As a character, we don't have to worry about such trivial matters as distinguishing our sisters' names. Yubayashiki Rixiang held the book and said seriously. The light of fireflies is also light. And the light of the sun is still light. There is no difference in essence. Small things are not necessarily unimportant. And big things are not necessarily important. Su-Mu smiled, what Sir said is too profound. And Rixiang can't understand it. Yubayashiki Rika shook her head. Su-Mu smiled but did not continue talking. She rummaged through her pockets, seemingly looking for something at this time. Yubayashiki Rixiang also raised his head, looking at Su-Mu, who seemed to be looking for something, and couldn't help but ask, Sir, what are you looking for? Rixiang, can you help me look for it? I remember I was carrying a hairpin and I didn't know where it went. Is that hairpin important? Yubayashiki Rika asked quietly. Of course it's important, Su-Mu said seriously. Hearing that the hairpin was very important to Pillar, Yubayashiki's face tightened, then I will also help you find it. Then thank you Rixiang, Su-Mu smiled. It is also an honor for Rixiang to be able to help you, sir. Yubayashiki Rika shook her head after a while. Yubayashiki Rixiang found a plum blossom hairpin not far behind Su-Mu. Under the sun, the plum blossom hairpin exudes a slight sparkle, which is very beautiful. Yubayashiki Rika immediately picked it up happily. Sir, are you looking for this hairpin? Yes, I am looking for this hairpin. Su-Mu stepped forward and said happily, here you go, sir. This hairpin is so important to me. Don't throw it away next time. Yubayashiki Rika handed the hairpin over. Perhaps because she was very happy to be able to help a Hashira. As the pillar of the Demon Slayer Corps, his status in the Demon Slayer Corps is very high. Even if he is the leader, he must treat the pillar with great respect. As the daughter of the master like her father, she also respects these swordsmen who hunt evil spirits to protect humans. Especially the swordsman in front of him was a powerful being who could kill the using string evil ghost. Something the Demon Slayer squad had never done in the past 100 years. It is an honor for Yubayashiki Rika to be able to help such an adult. And her beautiful eyes narrowed into a crescent shape because of happiness. Thank you so much, Rixiang. Su-Mu took the hairpin and thanked her with a smile. You're welcome, it's an honor to be able to help you. Yubayashiki Rixiang said happily, gave it to you. At this moment, Su-Mu handed the hairpin to Yubayashiki Rixiang. Yubayashiki Rixiang was stunned for a moment, and her little mouth opened slightly after a while. Yubayashiki Rixiang seemed to come back to her senses and shook her head hastily, since the hairpin is so important to adults. How can I give it to Bai Xiong? It is precisely because the hairpin is important that it should be given to a more important person. Su-Mu smiled at the same time. He reached out and gently inserted the hairpin into the black hair on the girl's head. And praised at the same time, it's so beautiful. Yubayashiki Rika also didn't expect an adult to say such words, and was a little at a loss for a moment. Just when Yubayashiki Rika was hurriedly trying to take the hairpin off her head, Su-Mu waved her hand, Miss Rika, see you later. Before Yubayashiki Rixiang could say anything else, Su-Mu had already turned around and left. Sir, your hairpin. Yubayashiki Rika chased for a few steps, but couldn't catch up. She could only watch the adult's back gradually disappear. The girl stopped panting, looking at the hairpin in his hand. For a moment my heart was beating like a deer, and I stroked the hairpin unconsciously with my hand, feeling that the hairpin was a little hot. Until now, Yubayashiki Rixiang 4. 9 degrees still doesn't understand why the master gave her the hairpin. Is it true thought as the master said? He is an extremely important person to the other party. However, I have not met the adults a few times. Standing under the wisteria tree, looking at the back that was gradually disappearing, she couldn't help but think of the fact that she had not thanked the adults for the gifts they had given her. You still don't know the reason why adults give you gifts. I didn't give any gifts back to the adults next time we meet. Do you want to return the hairpin to the adults? Or give a gift in return? However, if a gift is given in return, it means that a girl likes a boy. But if you don't return the gift, wouldn't it be bad? B. When will we meet next? Unknowingly, the girl seemed to have weeds growing in her heart, and extremely tangled emotions emerged. Yubayashiki stood there for a long time. It wasn't until the sunset and a gust of cold wind blew that she suddenly came back to her senses. He couldn't help but let out an exclamation. After all, she still had a lot of things to deal with. So she hurriedly ran up the mountain with a stack of pages in her arms. However, the scene of the next meeting with adults always comes to mind. At that time, how should I return the hairpin to the other party? Or give something to express my gratitude? I always feel in my heart that it's not good to accept other people's things. After all, I heard from the adults that this hairpin seems to be very important to him. The other party gave such an important thing to her, and she always felt that she owed something to the adults. Holding a large pile of book pages while walking, her beautiful eyes looked at the plum blossom hairpin held in her hand. Under the dim sunlight of the setting sun, it exudes a yin-yang light, so lovely. Yubayashiki couldn't help but murmured. This was probably the first gift she received from the opposite S*X. And it was also a gift from a very powerful pillar. Holding a stack of book pages, Ashiyashiki walked quickly into the house. Inside the house, a woman was holding a page of paper and reading silently. The dim sunset shone on the woman's profile, inadvertently revealing an intoxicating charm. Yubayashiki Rika walked in quickly holding a large stack of book pages. The woman who was holding the paper and watching silently also put down the paper in her hand at this moment. She raised her eyes and looked at Yubayashiki Rixiang, who carefully put down a large pile of paper. Her beautiful eyebrows wrinkled slightly. Rixiang came back a little late today. Yubayashiki Amin looked at her daughter. Something happened on the way and I was delayed. Yubayashiki Rixiang lowered his head slightly and whispered, his heart beating rapidly. Yubayashiki Amin didn't seem to care, and just nodded lightly. Seeing that her mother didn't ask any questions, Yubayashiki Rika was greatly relieved. If her mother really asked, she really didn't know how to explain the reason for her late return. Come here and help sort these out. Yubayashiki Amin organized a large pile of book pages brought by Yubayashiki Rika according to different situations, and handed part of them to her daughter Yubayashiki Rika. Yubayashiki Rika also hurried forward and started to help her mother organize it. The sunset gradually faded, and the house was lit with lights, perhaps because he had been kneeling and sorting things. Yubayashiki felt a slight soreness in his legs. He unconsciously moved his slender legs that were pressed under his buttocks, and the small toes in his socks were also slightly bent. Rise as if feeling his daughter's little movement. Yubayashiki Amin couldn't help but raise his head. If you are tired, go back and rest. Yubayashiki raised her head. Her eyes fell on her mother's face, and she quickly lowered her head. Yubayashiki is not very tired yet, and she can still help her mother. Yubayashiki Amin shook his head but didn't say anything. He just continued to lower his head and deal with the matters at hand. About half an hour later, after sorting out the information collected from everywhere, Yubayashiki Amin lazily stretched his slender waist. She stretched out her delicate hands in front of her daughter. Hand it over. Yubayashiki Rika's little face couldn't help but stiffen slightly, and her steps couldn't help but step back slightly. But under her mother's stern eyes, she finally handed over the hairpin hidden in her clothes. Under the dim light, the hairpin exudes a gleaming light. Yubayashiki Amin did not confiscate the hairpin immediately, but instead focused his attention on his daughter's face. The fair and pretty face was slightly pale. Yubayashiki Amin never thought that her daughter would be so courageous and know how to hide some things secretly. Did you buy it yourself or was it given as a gift? Yubayashiki Amin frowned. I bought it myself. The girl lowered her head and her voice trembled slightly. Yubayashiki Amin's beautiful eyes narrowed slightly. Looking at her daughter who lowered her head slightly and did not dare to look into her eyes. She wanted to say some words of reprimand. But in the end she did not tolerate it. Born in the Yubayashiki family. He has had a very high status since birth, but because of this, he is subject to many more rules than others. Because as the Yubayashiki family, every move has a great impact on the siege team. Whenever night falls, countless ghost hunters rush to various places to fight against evil spirits. Some are successful, killing evil spirits and protecting human beings. But there are many others, but no news has been heard again. Basically, they all buried in the belly of ghosts. Every time news comes about the casualties of the Demon Slayer squad, people feel heavy pressure. I am extremely worried about the future of the Demon Slayer squad. How could he allow his daughter to act recklessly, however? She is her daughter after all. So she cannot bear to be scolded too much. Go down. Yubayashiki Amin said coldly. Yubayashiki retreated carefully. But when she reached the door, stopped again. She couldn't help but muster up her courage and whispered, Mother. That hairpin. Yubayashiki Amin came back and looked at her daughter with a cold face. Seeing her mother's stern look, Yubayashiki Rixiang immediately lowered her head in fright. Naturally, she didn't dare to say the next words and carefully withdrew. When Yubayashiki Rika left, Yubayashiki Amin also held the hairpin in her hand. Looking at the slightly fluorescent hairpin, her eyes drooped slightly. Her beautiful eyelashes flickered slightly. And she didn't know what she was thinking. Tap, tap, tap. The sound of footsteps came. And Yubayashiki Amin, who was looking down, also opened his eyes. Looked at Yubayashiki Kaguya, who walked in. And couldn't help shouting softly, Husband, Yubayashiki Kaguya nodded. His eyes falling on the hairpin in the lady's hand. This was given to my daughter by the swordsman. And I took it in, Yubayashiki Amin explained quietly. Yubayashiki Kaguya came to the desk and took a serious look at the information compiled by his wife. And frowned tightly unconsciously. The evil spirits are getting more and more rampant, yes. Yubayashiki Amin also smiled bitterly. Too many swordsmen have died on the road of hunting ghosts. No, in the Demon Slayer squad, the new generation of swordsmen have not yet grown up. And the older generation of swordsmen are gradually getting old. Yubayashiki Kaguya listened carefully. His brows furrowed tightly and his face was full of sadness. In recent years, there have not been many outstanding young swordsmen. However, several good swordsmen have emerged recently. For example, Rengoku's Rengoku Kyojuru and Shinizugawa Seinmi. Of course, compared to these people, what is most important to Yubayashiki Kaguya is Su-Mu, who kills Jayako. The appearance of this person even made Yubayashiki Kaguya watch the killing of Kibutsuji. Musen's hope only. This young swordsman is obviously different from other Demon Slayer swordsmen. He does not have the same beliefs as other Demon Slayer swordsmen. The hairpin was given to Rixiang by him. After a while, Yubayashiki Kaguya asked, Yubayashiki Amin nodded. He has a crush on Rixiang. Yubayashiki Kaguya raised his head. I'm afraid I have intentions towards my daughter. After thinking for a moment, Yubayashiki Amin nodded. Yubayashiki Kaguya tapped his fingers on the table unconsciously. Da-da-da as his fingers tapped on the table. There was a series of slight noises in the room. After a while, Yuzen 587 Yashiki Kaguya closed his eyes slightly. From this swordsman, I saw the hope of killing Kimimai Kenmu. Yubayashiki Amin couldn't help but bite her lip. She naturally understood what her husband meant. The Yubayashiki family has always had the highest goal of killing Kibutsuji Musen. But for thousands of years, this goal has never been completed. Too many ancestors died on this road. Yubayashiki Kaguya said this, which undoubtedly shows the value of Su-Mu to the Demon Slayer squad. When my daughter grows up, if the swordsman is serious about it, I won't mind if the swordsman marries Rixiang. Just Just what? Yubayashiki Kaguya raised his head and looked at his wife. It's just that I'm afraid that the swordsman is not just interested in his daughter. When Yubayashiki Amin said this, there was a hint of shame and anger on his face. Yubayashiki Kaguya lowered his eyes unconsciously. These days, he has some understanding of Su-Mu and his information. He is not the Kamado Tanjuro who lives deep in the mountains. Before his death, Tuan saw Su-Mu's peeping deep in his heart. He had seen the wolfish ambition hidden in that man's heart. However, from my perspective, his style is quite principled. With me here, he shouldn't do anything outrageous. Yubayashiki Kaguya said. Yubayashiki Amin gritted his teeth and remained slightly silent. Let's take a look first. Yubayashiki Kaguya sighed slightly. But he did not expect that the swordsman he thought could kill Kibutsuji Musen's hope would also have a scene that he hated. Yubayashiki Kaguya has complicated emotions in her heart. And it is extremely difficult to deal with this matter. When Su-Mu went back, the Kamado family had already moved into new rooms. The warm wind was blowing, and the wisteria flowers and leaves were swaying in the wind. If it is the flower season, the petals blowing in the wind will be quite beautiful. In the room, a large table of food. The Kamado family all gathered around the table to eat, but did not move their chopsticks. The head of the house's seat was empty, and Kamado Kyuiji sat aside, looking at the children who had not yet used their chopsticks, and said softly, "Eat everyone, yes, mother." Tanjiro and the others nodded and ate in silence. "Uncle, why haven't you come home yet?" a soft voice sounded. But it was Hanako who spoke. "I haven't been home for 3 days. I miss my uncle so much." Nezuko lowered his head, took a small mouthful of food and was slightly silent. He was not used to the days without his uncle at home. He always felt that something was missing, and he couldn't help but raise his head and look at his mother. At this moment, his mother's eyes were always towards the door, looking around, probably hoping that uncle will come back soon. Maybe uncle has been delayed on something important. Maybe uncle will be back in the evening. Tanjiro said to Hanako, "Is this so?" Hanako opened her eyes wide, and then looked at her sister Nezuko. "Sister, do you miss your uncle? Uncle hasn't been home for 3 days. I don't want that annoying uncles." Nezuko turned his head and muttered. But the girl's expression completely betrayed him. "What about mom?" Hanako looked at Kamado Ai, looking at the serious and ignorant Hanako. Kamado's eyes also curled up. "My mother misses her uncle as much as Hanako does. But my uncle must have important things to do outside. So he may have been delayed." At this moment Tanjiro, who was eating, suddenly sniffed. "I seem to smell uncle's scent, Shua." Before Tanjiro could raise his head and express his suspicion that his uncle might be back, his mother-sister, Kano, and his brothers all left their seats and ran outside. Seeing this scene, Tanjiro couldn't help but touch his nose, only to realize that unknowingly, Uncle Chi had become more and more important to the Men family. Su-Mu hasn't reached the door of the villa yet. The door opened. Kamado, Nezuko, Hanako, Takeo, and other children were looking around, until I saw him walking slowly over. I immediately ran over at a trot. "Uncle." Hanako ran the slowest with her short legs. Although Nezuko still has short legs, she can run the fastest. Even though Kamado Ai could run very fast with her slender legs, she couldn't compare to Nezuko at all. Su-Mu was attracted by the figure of Kamado Kyuiji at first sight. Without him running with the ball, the scenery is always the most beautiful. Pap. Behind him there was a sound. But Hanako's short legs, who were running behind, didn't seem to hear it. Then his whole little body fell down when he saw Takeo, Shidru, and Rokuta all running in front of him. Hanako, he just sat on the ground and started crying. Hearing the cry from behind, Kamado Ai, who originally wanted to rush into Mugen's arms, had no choice but to stop. Because Nezuko was the fastest runner, he wanted to steady his body and go back to check on his sister. As a result, he failed to stop and almost fell forward. However, Su-Mu had quick eyes and quick hands and hugged Nezuko's small body. The girl's body is soft and gentle, like a ball of warm jade in her arms. At this time, Takeo, Shidru, and Mrs. Six also gathered around him, grabbing his clothes and cheering. Children's happiness is always very simple. It is always very pleasant to see relatives who have not seen them for a few days come back. Seeing the family's dependence on him, Sumyu also felt a slight warmth in his heart. And his care for Kamado's family was not in vain. Although he did have bad thoughts about Kamado Kyuji, these days really taking care of the Kamado family. However, this was not the time to play with a few children. There was another Hanako who had just fallen down and was still crying. Sumyu put down Nezuko, who was in her arms, and walked quickly to Hanako. At this moment Hanako was still sitting on the ground, touching her face with her little hands, and the tears in her eyes were spinning. When he saw Sumyu coming over, he immediately shouted aggrievedly, "Uncle." Sumyu quickly stepped forward and picked up Hanako. Her small body was not heavy. "Did it hurt from the fall?" he asked quietly. The child's mouth was wet and he shook his head, but his little nose couldn't help but sniff. Looking very aggrieved, "It must have hurt from the fall." Sumyu carefully checked Hanako's physical condition and found that there was a small cut on Hanako's arm, and a slight amount of blood seeped out. Although it is not a big injury, it is still very painful for a girl of this age. "Let's go home. Uncle will give you some medicine and it will stop the pain." Hanako sniffed and put her little head in his arms. "During the 3 days that uncle was away, Hanako missed you so much." Not only did Hanako miss his uncle, his sister also missed him and her mother also missed him. "I don't want you uncles." Next to him, Nezuko tossed his hair to the side. Seeing Nezuko's duplicity, Sumyu also found it funny. But she didn't try to expose Nezuko. "Mr. Mew, you're home." Kamado Kyuji also came to Sumyu. Perhaps she ran too fast just now. The beautiful woman was still panting slightly, and her broad mind rose and fell, making Sumyu easy to take aim. Facing Mujin's gaze, Kamado Kyuji's face was also slightly red, but he did not avoid it. Instead, he straightened his chest slightly. "The rice is still hot if Mujin hasn't eaten now," Kamado whispered while following Mujin home. "Kano, hurry up and follow me into the house." Sumyu greeted the girl who was standing there blankly. Just now Li Hua Luo Kano also ran very fast, but she stopped far away and stood there, looking at he as like a puppet, hearing Sumyu's greeting. As if the quiet puppet was suddenly given instructions, Li Hua fell. Kano immediately followed behind him. After entering the house, Sumyu found some healing potion and gently rubbed it on Hanako's injured white arm. "It hurts." The potion fell on the small wound on the arm, and the little girl's beautiful eyelashes immediately became slightly misty. "It won't hurt after a while," Sumyu said softly soon. The medicine was ready, and the girl looked at him pitifully with tears in her eyes. Sumyu put her hand in her pocket and soon a beautiful kachu hairpin appeared in her palm. Seeing this hairpin, the girl's eyes immediately lit up. "Give it to Hanako." Sumyu handed the hairpin to Hanako. "Thank you, uncle." Hanako happily took the hairpin. Next to him, Kamado Kyuji watched all this quietly, his brows full of tenderness at the same time. His hands were busy, and he quickly poured a cup of hot tea for Mujin and placed it next to him. The tea is fragrant and exudes a thin mist. Sumyu picked up the teacup and took a sip. The tea was just warm. "Uncle, I want to sleep with uncle in my arms at night." Hanako happily circled around Sumyu Jaehamu. Sumyu couldn't help but glance at Kamado Kyuji. Hanako is no longer young and wants to sleep alone. Kamado Kyuji taught from the side. "Then why does uncle always sleep in mom's room? Mom is not young anymore, so why doesn't she sleep alone?" Hanako looked at Kamado Aoi with her big, confused eyes. Kamado Aoi's face was also embarrassed, and his face was burning and red at this moment. "Kid, what are you talking about?" Kamado Aoi gave her daughter a panicked look. Sumyu was on the side looking very happy. Her eyes couldn't help but look at Menjai. "I haven't seen you for 3 days, but I miss you." Being stared at by Mujin, Kamado felt a little hot and hurriedly whispered, "I'll go back to the house first to feel bloated." Watching Kamado Kyuji's graceful figure leave, Sumyu drank the water in the teacup in a gyulong motion, and the slightly hot water poured on his heart. Make his heart feel hot. The warm sunlight shines on people's faces through the windows and falls on the spacious and warm bed, falling on the woman's long eyelashes. Beautiful eyelashes flutter. Before he opened his eyes, he made a sound of well from the corner of his mouth for a while. The woman only opened her eyes, but her limbs were so weak that she could no longer move. Most of the jet black waterfall-like long hair was scattered on the bed, and some fell on the face, covering the woman's beautiful face. Kamado's eyes opened slightly. Perhaps the sun was too dazzling, causing her eyes to narrow slightly unconsciously. He reluctantly stood up, lowered his head, looked at the marks and bite marks on his chest, and his face became slightly hot. Click. There was a sound from the door, and Kamado hurriedly put the quilt on her body. Su Mu walked in with breakfast. Su Mu put the rice bowl on the table next to the bed and said with a smile, "Mrs. Kyujai's sun is almost shining on your buttocks, and you haven't gotten up yet." Kamado gave Mujin a blank look, with a hint of shyness in the corners of his eyes. "Hurry up and eat." Su Mu brought a bowl of porridge to Kamado Kyuji, then took a little and put it on Kamado Kyuji's lips. The woman opened her lips lightly and swallowed it in small sips. The white rice porridge made the woman seem to think of something bad, and her beautiful eyebrows couldn't help but frown. "What, it doesn't taste good?" Su Mu asked doubtfully. 103 No. Kamado Ai's face turned slightly red. Su Mu looked at the white porridge in the bowl, probably thinking of something, and couldn't help laughing. "Bad guy." Kamado stretched out her little hand and hit Mujin, but the force was not strong, and it was more of a coquettish nature. "After eating, take good care of yourself and sleep a little longer." Su Mu Reniu. Kamado Kyuji hit her chest with her little hand and continued to feed her porridge, while saying, after feeding breakfast to Kamado Ai, he wished Kamado a good restand, then left the room. As soon as he left the room, he saw Nezuko going out. He was also standing at the door without moving, looking at Nezuko up and down. "The big bad uncle." Nezuko muttered. Su Mu smiled, walked forward, and rubbed Nezuko's little head. Nezuko shook his head, seeing that he couldn't get rid of it, so he had to let Su Mu rub it. "After bullying my mother, I now bully Nezuko. He is really a bad guy," Nezuko muttered. Su Mu smiled, then leaned down and stared at Nezuko's young face. "I will bully you all my life." The girl's face turned red, and she stretched out her fist to hit someone. Su Mu's figure flashed, but she had already dodged, seeing the uncle running away. Nezuko was so angry that he chopped off his little feet on the spot. Su Mu walked out of the house, and the sound of training could be heard outside the house. Perhaps it was the attack of the evil ghost last time that made everyone feel a little more anxious, and they trained even harder. Lihyo Kana also joined the training team. She is young and very serious. The slight warm sun shining on the girl's delicate face makes Kano even more charming at this moment. Su Mu came to sit on a lawn in the courtyard. If it was the house she lived in before, there would be no lawn in the yard. But this newly purchased house has a large lawn. He sat on the lawn watching the Kachu sisters sparring, and watching Tanjiro start practicing water breathing. Now, Tanjiro's breathing of the sun has progressed to a certain extent. It seems difficult to move forward in a short time, so Su Mu taught Tanjiro the breathing of water. Tanjiro also seems to be very talented in water breathing, and his progress is quite rapid. Seeing that everyone else was training hard while she was being lazy, Su Mu felt somewhat guilty in her heart. "I'm thinking about whether I should train as hard as Tanjiro and the others. But after thinking about it, I finally didn't. As long as he gets a few attribute points, he can pass a lot of time training. For him, training is really too hard." Glancing at Li Hualuo and Kano, who is also working hard, he reached out and waved to him immediately. The chestnut flowers fell. Kano ran over quickly with small steps and stood in front of him. Su Mu pointed to the fruit plate in the room and said with a smile, "Kano, go bring the fruit plate over." Immediately the chestnut flowers fell. Kano ran to the house and brought in the fruit plate. There are some fruits in the fruit plate, including winter date spears and some grapes. The girl handed over the fruit plate as if offering a treasure. Su Mu did not take the fruit plate, but Aig patted the lawn next to her. "Come and sit down." The chestnut flowers fell. Kano immediately sat down next to him. Su Mu let the chestnut flowers fall. Kano stretched out his legs like his own. Lihua fell. Kanao was very obedient and stretched out his legs. Su Mu also rested her head on Kanao's lap. Looking at Su Mu, who rested her head on his lap, Li Hua fell. Kanao's pink-purple eyes blinked slightly. Smelling the delicate fragrance emanating from the girl's body with the tip of her nose. Su Mu raised her head and could clearly see the falling chestnut flowers. Kanao's beautiful pupil cherry-like mouth, especially the girl's slightly blinking pink-purple eyes, really seemed to come from the little fairy that comes out of the painting, is really beautiful. This is my knee pillow. He looked at the chestnut flowers falling. Kanao's blinking pink-purple eyes said, "It's the knee pillow Kanao provided for uncle." The chestnut flowers fell. Kanao lowered his head. Listening to Su Mu's words and blinked his eyes. Those dull eyes seemed to reveal a slight surprise. But it was very faint and difficult to detect. When he looked at it again, it seemed that he was still the same. It was dull, like a puppet without emotions. Su Mu picked up a grape from the tray in Kanao's hand, and then placed it on the chestnut flower. Kanao said, "Open your mouth." The girl immediately opened her lips, revealing her white teeth and lilac-like tongue. Su Mu put the grape into the girl's mouth. The girl bit the grape subconsciously. The slightly sweet feeling of grapes wandered between her lips and teeth, causing the girl's eyes to blink slightly. When her pink-purple eyes looked at Su Mu again, she seemed to be a little more hopeful. Su Mu smiled, twisted another grape and placed it on the chestnut blossom. This time without him having to say anything. The girl automatically opened her lips and bit the grape. After eating a grape, the girl subconsciously licked it with her tongue, like a kitten licking water, revealing a lovely taste. The warm sunshine fell on the person's face along the gaps in the leaves. Su Mu squinted his eyes slightly, enjoying the knee pillow provided by Kanao while watching the training on the field. First it falls on the Kachu sisters, who have different temperaments and different heights. Looking at these two girls showing graceful figures like Kachu. Then he looked at Tanjuro, who was training hard. Watching Tanjuro's serious training, Su Mu couldn't help but feel a little weird in her heart. At this time there was a slight cold touch on her mouth, but she found that it was Lihualuo. Kanao handed a grape to him of the mouth. He bit the grape and swallowed it in one gulp, and the strange feeling in his heart became even deeper. After all, in the original trajectory of the future Demon Slayer anime, it was Tanjiro who opened up her heart to Kanao and eventually married Kanao. But now on the lawn basking in the warm sun, it was he who had Kanao's knee pillow. Thinking of this, Su Mu looked at Lihualuo Kanao again. Lihua fell. Kanao didn't know why Su Mu looked at her. Her pink-purple eyes blinked unconsciously. Kanao so beautiful, Su Mu couldn't help but sigh. The slightly warm wind blew. Su Mu rested her head on the girl's soft legs and wrists, sniffing the faint fragrance of the girl's body. Very comfortable, let him close his eyes unconsciously. The whole person is slightly relaxed. Just when he was about to take a good rest, he suddenly seemed to feel something and opened his eyes unconsciously. Soon a tall figure broke into the room, Amitabha. Looking at Su Mu lying on Kanao's legs and wrists, Himejima Kyoyume couldn't help but clasp her hands. "Master, come here, maybe there's something going on." Su Mu raised her head from Kanao's legs and wrists stretched, and looked at Himejima Kyoyume speechlessly. "I have recently received some information that there may be a string ghost haunting me." Himejima Kyoyume hesitated slightly and then said it. At this time, Kachu Kani and Kachu Shinobu also approached unknowingly. Obviously, these two sisters were very concerned about the news about the evil ghost. Su Mu glanced at Sister Kachu but didn't stop her. Himejima Kyoyume didn't want anyone else to listen except Su Mu. But when Su Mu didn't stop him, he thought it was Su Mu's choice. After a moment of hesitation, he chose to speak out. After all, it is the Shanxian evil ghost that appears this time. And in the entire Demon Slayer team, only Su Mu has the record of killing the Shanxian evil ghost. So this time without Su Mu in the picture, it will be difficult. Finish, you mean? That evil spirit might be hiding in the Yashiwara Flower Street. Su Mu raised her eyes and couldn't help but ask, "Yes." Himejima Kyoyume said seriously with his hands clasped together. "If I remember correctly, there should be a romantic place there." "Oh no, it's an elegant place, right?" Su Mu said with a smile. feeling somewhat interested in this mission. Speaking of which, I have been coming to this place for so long. But I have never really seen such an elegant place. Next to her, Kachukani blushed when she heard it was Flower Street. She naturally knew where Flower Street was. And it was a place for men's entertainment. Sister, what does Flower Street do? Next to me, Sister Kachu Shinobu asked. Don't ask so many questions, it's not a good place anyway. And my sister can't go to a place like that. Kachukani said with a slight blush, sister is right. A place where evil ghosts can haunt is definitely not a good place. However, in order to kill the evil ghosts, I think we still need to investigate. Kachu Shinobu's face tightened, and he agreed very much with his sister's words. Kachukani looked at his sister speechlessly, however. Looking at her innocent little face, it was hard to say anything. Her sister didn't understand what the Flower Street was. How could she understand that the women there were actually very immoral? It was simply not a place for girls like them to go. Sir, please take my sister and me with you. Maybe we can help you, sir. Kachu Shinobu couldn't help but speak. Before Sumu could answer, the Haimjima Kyoyume next to her couldn't help but speak. There may be powerful usage demons lurking in Yashiwara Flower Street. It is a very dangerous place. The Demon Slayer squad has also been dispatched before. The swordsmen investigated, but there was no news. There was even a small team of swordsmen who had not heard any news yet. For the ghost hunters of the Demon Slayer Corps, once contact is lost, most of them will die at the hands of evil spirits after all. Evil spirits are very thirsty for human flesh and blood. Especially the swordsmen of the Demon Slayer Corps, whose flesh and blood far surpasses that of Superman, is what evil spirits like even more. Eating this kind of flesh and blood will greatly improve the strength of evil spirits, which is second only to swallowing thin blood and slowing down the growth of human beings. Once the ghost hunter fails to hunt the ghost, he will become the prey of the evil ghost. Naturally, he will also be swallowed by the evil ghost. It's very dangerous there. Even if you're a pillar, you have to be careful. You better not follow it. Kachu Shinobu was quite unconvinced after hearing this. But he also knew that his strength was not enough compared to his husband. So he could only give Beiwuyu Zingaming a hard look with his big eyes. Haimjima Kyoyume clasped his hands together and seemed unaware of Kachu Shinobu's angry mood. Sir, would you like to take my sister and me with you too? Kachu Shinobu immediately came to Sumyu's side, picked up Sumyu's arm with his little hands, put his chest against the arm, and kept shaking and coquettishly. Kachukani looked at his sister with a hint of surprise in his purple eyes. In the past, his sister would only act like a baby like this when she was with her mother. And every time, faced with her younger sister's coquettishness, her mother would reluctantly agree to her younger sister's request. It's been a long time since my mother passed away, and I haven't seen me like this for a long time. Feeling the weight of the arm and the softness of the close contact, Sumyu was helpless and looked at Haimjima Kyoyume again. Let's do this. I will take them there during the day and let them go back at night. After all, daytime is the home of humans, and even the ancestor of ghosts Kibutsuji Musen does not dare to bathe in the sun, generally speaking. As long as you do not enter places where sunlight is difficult to shine, there will be basically no danger. All right. Seeing Sumyu say this, Haimjima Kyoyume had no choice but to agree. After saying goodbye to Kamado Ai, Sumyu immediately took the Kachu sisters and followed Haimjima Kyoyume to Yashiwara Flower Street. As the largest entertainment venue, Yashihara Flower Street can be called a real gold-selling cave. However, the real liveliness of Yashihara Flower Street is at night. Not during the day. Even so, you can still see many scantily clad women showing off their figures at the entrances of some stores. Zero, please give me flowers, they are so shameless. Kachu Shinobu followed his husband and whispered to his sister. Kachukani also glanced at the women soliciting customers. Even though the spring morning was still a little cold, these women were all dressed very coolly, with large areas of fair skin exposed, looming and tempting. Seeing this, Kachukani's face turned red and he quickly lowered his head. Ninja. Didn't you say you wanted to come over to investigate the evil spirits? Why now you are shrinking your head like a quail? Sumyu turned around and looked at Kachu Shinobu with his head lowered and blushing. And couldn't help but laugh a little. I'm shrinking my head somewhere. Kachu Shinobu immediately raised his head with a smile in disbelief. But when he looked at those scantily clad women, his pretty face immediately turned red. Sumyu looked Kachu Shinobu up and down. But he chuckled and said, "If Shinobu wears such revealing clothes with your sister, I'm afraid he will be fascinated to death." He made a joke casually, which made Kachu Shino's shy face turn into a face that was still holding his head high. "Sir, don't talk nonsense." Kachukani also whispered from the side. Sumyu looked at Kachukani, then looked away and said to herself, "I'm not talking nonsense. A beautiful girl like Kani is very popular with my husband. I don't know which boy such a beautiful Kani will take advantage of in the future. When I think of this, my husband is very heartbroken." Kachukani also didn't expect that her husband would suddenly say such words. For a moment her whole brain was stunned. That fair face seemed to be heating up. And suddenly it turned as red as a cooked prawn. The girl's small hands were tightly holding the corners of her clothes. And her head was stuck underground, as if she was about to burrow into the ground. Amitabha. Next to him, Haimjima Kyoyume couldn't stand listening and clasped his hands together. "I'm going to the front to investigate." Sumyu smiled then when she saw Haimjima Kyoyume leaving. She didn't hold her back, but stopped at a hot spring resort with the Kachu sisters. He lowered his eyes and followed the quail-like sisters behind him, with the corners of their mouths slightly raised. "Why don't you go in and take a bath in the hot spring? You have been training hard these days, and you must be very tired. Taking a bath in the hot springs can also relieve you." Sumyu smiled and looked at the sisters who lowered their heads like quails, and continued, "After working hard, soaking in the hot springs to wash away the fatigue will also make people feel relaxed and happy. After that, the training effect will be better." How could Sister Kachu dare to answer her husband's words at this moment? In the flower street at the door of every shop, there are women with colorful flowers and cool clothes. Even though they are both women, the Kachu sisters have hot faces and dare not look around. Seeing that the Kachu sisters did not express their opinions, Sumyu also found the proprietress of the hot spring hotel and expressed that she would book the hot spring hotel. After hearing this, the landlady also had a look of embarrassment in her eyes. After though there were few people in the morning, there were still some customers, which obviously did not meet Sumyu's requirements. After all, you can't drive away the guests, however. With the advantage of Sumyu's increased money, the proprietress of the hot spring spa in cool clothes finally agreed. After waiting for about half an hour, the landlady finally cleared the entire hot spring resort while constantly apologizing to the guests. After asking the proprietress to put on the 650 hot spring water again, Sumyu also took the Kachu sisters into the hot spring pavilion. It is a pity that the hot spring pavilion is not a Datong pavilion, but is divided into a men's pavilion and a women's pavilion, which made some of Sumyu's small expectations come to nothing. The Kachu sisters also breathed a sigh of relief after learning that the hall was divided into men's hall and women's hall. Entering the hot spring, hot water steamed on the skin, and Sumyu breathed a sigh of relief. She was thinking about taking a bath in the hot spring with Kamado Aoi one day. Thinking about these, my heart no longer felt hot. In the locker room, Kachu Shinobu also took off his clothes, tight-fitting outer clothes to the body, and then put these clothes into the special wardrobe in the hot spring hotel. Then he turned his head and looked at his sister. "Sister, I am going to the hot spring first," the girl said, her eyes showing a bit of expectation. "These days I have been training without rest. If my husband had not mentioned it, I would not have thought of taking a rest in the hot spring." Kachu Shinobu jumped into the hot spring, and the warm spring water washed his body. The fatigue from these days of training suddenly dissipated a lot. Everyone seemed to feel much more relaxed. At this time, Kachukani also came over. Even though he is very familiar with his sister, Kachu Shinobu can't help but admire her good figure. Slender waist, slender jade legs and perfect curves. Everything is as if it was created by God. And it can simply fascinate everyone, no wonder Mr. said those words before, even as a younger sister. Kachu Shinobu is fascinated by her sister's figure. When she thinks that such a figure may benefit her unknown future brother-in-law, she feels a little pain in her heart. Kachukani walked in wrapped in a bath towel. As you enter the house, you will be greeted by the warm steam from the hot spring. Sister here. Kachu Shinobu in the hot spring smiled and waved. Kachukani nodded, took steps, and jumped into the water like a mermaid. After a while, he came out again, his black hair rising up as he jumped out of the water, with little water droplets falling down his hair, so warm. Kachukani narrowed her eyes slightly. Her little face turned red due to the steaming heat, looking full of enjoyment. Sister, you have such a good figure. Kachu Shinobu swam over at some point and looked at his sister with envy. Kachukani also looked at his sister. My sister's figure is not as slender and tall as mine, but she is also petite and cute, with a different kind of beauty. Besides, although my sister is petite-ish, is quite impressive. My sister is also very cute. Kachukani couldn't help but smile and spoke. But my husband still prefers someone like my sister. Kachu Shinobu came over and hugged his sister's neck with a bit of resentment. Talk nonsense. When his sister said this, Kachukani was also panicked. He couldn't help but think of what he said to himself that night, and his earlobes felt slightly hot. It seems that my sister also has a good impression of Sir. Seeing his sister's appearance at this moment, Kachu Shinobu couldn't help but narrowed his eyes. Sister, please don't mess with your arrangement, sir. Kachukani stretched out her little hand and tapped her sister's little head lightly. Kachu Shinobu didn't take it seriously. Instead, he put his mouth to his sister's ear and said softly, how about I let my husband be my brother-in-law? Anyway, me sister will get married in the future, so marrying my husband is not a bad idea. Moreover, sister, compared to Mrs. Huiji, sister is not bad. Moreover, compared to Mrs. Huiji, sister has advantages that others have never had. After all, she is just a woman and sister has never been born. Passing through the pavilion is the most precious. Sister, you're talking nonsense again. Kachukani blushed shyly, seeing her sister talking nonsense. Her slender white arms immediately hugged her sister's head. Before Kachu Shinobu could react, their bodies suddenly sank and fell directly to the bottom of the hot spring. The warm spring water completely buried the body. Because suddenly, Kachu Shinobu opened his mouth and was about to speak. At this moment could only close his mouth, and some bubbles came out gurgling from his mouth, which can be said to be very cute. Seeing her sister looking so cute, Kachukani's pretty little face also showed a smile. But her sister's words always echoed in her mind inadvertently. Although soaking in hot springs is good, it is not very interesting to soak in it alone. So Su-Mu only soaked for more than half an hour before walking out. After putting on clothes, I came to the living room, lay down slightly, and waited for the massage from the maid in the hot springs. Although these maids are also very beautiful, Su-Mu has seen too many beautiful women these days, and Su-Mu's vision has long been cultivated. I feel that these maids are too ordinary. They just enjoy the massage with their eyes closed and do not do any other actions. This actually caused a wave of resentment in the eyes of the massage maid. She had long heard that this person had booked the entire hot spring resort and was a big boss. In addition, this person was tall and handsome. I don't mind what happens, zero. But it's a pity that the concubine has the intention, but the man has no intention. After massaging and waving the reluctant maid away, Su-Mu also lay slightly on the chair, twisting some pastries and eating while waiting for Sister Kachu to come out from the bath. About an hour later, after taking a bath, the Kachu sisters also walked out of the bath after changing their clothes. One tall and one short, holding hands with each other. With soft skin and beautiful faces, different temperaments show different charms, making people's eyes light up. It's so beautiful. He couldn't help but stare at the two of them, looking up and down at them while praising them. Look, your husband likes you. If my sister were a little more proactive, she wouldn't be so obsessed with you that she can't find you anymore. Listening to Su-Mu's words, Kachu Shinobu stood on tiptoes and whispered in his sister's ear. Kachukani's face was slightly hot at what his sister said, and he tapped his sister's little head hard with his little hand. Kachu Shinobu was in pain and immediately ran to Su-Mu, who was lying on the seat with small steps. Then, he grabbed Su-Mu's arm like an innocent little girl and said, "Sir, are you predecessor, very beautiful?" Su-Mu nodded. "Sir, do you like my sister?" Kachu Shinobu squinted his eyes slightly and glanced at his sister. Such words made Kachukani's face feel hot. He wanted to come over and grab his sister, but it was difficult to do so because his husband was nearby. Seeing the slight smile on Kachu Shinobu's mouth, Su-Mu leaned against Kachu Shinobu's ear and said softly, "Sir, not only do you like your sister, but you also like your sister Nin." One sentence sounded like a thunder, and Kachu Shinobu was stunned on the spot. He didn't even know when his sister Kachukani caught him and knocked him on the head. "Okay, let's go and investigate the evil ghost. You will leave here at 5:07 p.m. Su-Mu also stood up and walked out of the hot spring pavilion. Seeing her husband leave, Kachukani breathed a big sigh of relief at the same time. She did not forget to glance at Kachu Shinobu, who was a little dazed, and asked in a low voice, "What did your husband say to you just now?" Kachu Shinobu seemed to have come back to his senses at this time. Seeing the curious inquiry in his sister's eyes, his heart beat slightly fast. "No, nothing," said. Kachu Shinobu lowered his head and whispered. Seeing her sister like this, Kachukani's beautiful eyes narrowed slightly. "Sister, is there something you are hiding from your sister?" "Sister, let's go investigate the evil ghost quickly. We can't delay any longer." Kachu Shinobu didn't dare to look at his sister, and he didn't dare to answer her questions. He hurriedly ran out, but his heart was beating hard and he was very confused. During the day, several people shuttled through Yashihara Flower Street, investigating matters related to evil spirits. But it's a pity there aren't many clues, generally. The simplest way to investigate evil spirits is to investigate whether there are any missing people in the surrounding area. This is the most direct clue to trace evil spirits. After all, evil spirits are human-loving. Once they are in a state of hunger, they cannot bear the instinct of evil spirits' inner desire for human flesh and blood. Therefore, generally by investigating whether there are missing humans nearby, you can use this clue to find out about the evil spirits. But it's a pity not found here. No information was found. Himejima Kyoyume clasped his hands together and looked heavy. Several swordsmen who came to investigate the disappearance before also suddenly disappeared at night. He went to investigate the place of disappearance, and there were no signs of fighting nearby. Obviously, the first scene is in situ instead. He was attracted out, and then fought somewhere else and was killed by an evil spirit. Or, the evil spirit that appeared was far more powerful than expected, and the investigating demon slayer swordsman barely put up much resistance. Was killed. I did find out that an Warren parade will be held here recently. Kachu Shinobu also revealed the information he discovered. I heard from people here that every time it's night when the Warren parades, this place will be very lively, and a large number of people will come, including even some people from abroad. Kachukani also reported the news. When he said this, Kachu Shinobu couldn't help but raise his head and look at his husband. "What is an Warren?" "Only very beautiful women are called Warrens. But why do they come out to parade?" Su-Mu glanced at Kachu Shinobu and also explained. The so-called Warren is a kind of transaction in which men sell their bodies to get money from men. Generally, those who engage in this profession will call them singers. And there are also some unpleasant names, called a PR**Sint***Ute. Kachu Shinobu's face turned red when he heard his explanation. Apparently, he didn't expect that the so-called Warren parade was such an activity. I also don't understand how this kind of thing can be so widely publicized. However, those singers are just the simplest body transactions with men. When it comes to courtesans, they are somewhat different from ordinary singers. Not only are these women beautiful in appearance, but they are also talented in chess calligraphy and painting. Skilled is no longer just providing simple physical transactions, but also spiritual. Sumyu explained it again for Kachu Shinobu. Hearing Sumyu's explanation, Kachu Shinobu was also stunned at the same time. He was also a little puzzled, since the Warren is so powerful and has so many talents. Why would he do something like parading in the street? After all, this is too harmful to a woman's reputation. In Kachu Shinobu's opinion, a girl should keep herself clean and let herself be pursued by so many boys. In the future Ruhen, she marries her future husband. The husband will be very jealous about it. Although Warrens are considered very talented people, they themselves are not free, because they have paid a lot to train these girls to become Warrens. Generally Warrens cannot repay these, and they can only earn more money through Warren parades. Sumyu briefly stated. Although Warrens are not different from ordinary singers, in the final analysis, they are not much different from singers who entertain people with their bodies. But they are just more noble, then they are quite pitiful. Kachu Shinobu couldn't help but sympathize with him. Although he had many talents, he couldn't make his own decisions. He even couldn't choose who he would devote himself to in the future. In Kachu Shinobu's view, he was just a puppet being manipulated by others. The sun sets unconsciously. When night falls, evil spirits appear. Sumyu also sent Kachukani and Kachu Shinobu home. After all, the suspected appearance of the evil ghost in Yashihara Flower Street is very dangerous. Even if the pillar faces the evil ghost, he may not be able to escape unscathed alone now. Kachukani and Kachu Shinobu. Although Kachu Shinobu didn't want to, he still knew the importance and still replied full of resentment. At night, Sumyu and Beimanju Zingshu were walking on the streets of Huiji. Yashiwara Flower Street at night is even more lively than during the day. But most of them are men, however. All the people in the street shops are women. And some women in cool clothes are trying their best to attract passing men. However, most of the men did not go there at this moment. Obviously, they had to wait until the Warren paraded the streets to see the beauty of the Warren. Because Hajime Kyoyume is a monk, he is quite eye-catching when he appears here. Many people look at him strangely. If Hajime Kyoyume wasn't really tall and intimidating, some people might have said something what, after all. A monk appearing in Flower Street does seem a bit nondescript. The master should wear a felt hat. This will attract people's attention. Even if evil spirits come out, they will not dare to show up when they see the master. Sumyu laughed from the side. Hajime Kyoyume clasped his hands together, silently recited Amitabha, and then continued, "There are so many people here. It is difficult to find evil spirits. It is better to alert the snake. Maybe there will be unexpected gains." Sumyu couldn't help but glance at Hajime Kyoyume in surprise. She didn't expect that the other party would have such thoughts. But after thinking about it carefully, it makes sense. Because I am blind, I practice a kind of Buddhism's psychic eye. Through the mind's eye, I can feel the emotions of some people. If evil ghosts appear and see our demon slayer team, their mood will definitely be ups and downs in this way. The identity of the evil spirit has been locked. Hajime Kyoyume explained again. Sumyu couldn't help but understand after hearing this. There are various ways to definitely track evil spirits in the Demon Slayer core. For example, the later snake pillar Iguro Obanai can use his own white snake to track evil spirits, such as the water pillar Yurikodaki Sakanji-like Tanjuro can smell the scent of evil spirits through its sensitive nose. Obviously, the Demon Slayer Corps sent Hajime Kyoyume to Yashiwara Flower Street to find evil ghosts. Probably because of the method of Hajime Kyoyume looking for evil ghosts. It's just that there is a huge crowd of 673. It's not easy to find the evil ghost. Hajime Kyoyume sighed. I don't know where the evil spirits are hiding. Having said this, Hajime Kyoyume also looked at Sumyu. I don't know what Mukun has in mind. I'm thinking if I were an evil ghost, where would I be right now? And why have I been here for so long but haven't been discovered yet? Hajime Kyoyume couldn't help but frown slightly when he heard this. But he couldn't think too much. Tell me. Will the evil ghost change into the appearance of an warren? If this is the case, I'm afraid no one would have thought of it. Right, he said, pretending to be meaningless. But after hearing Su Mu's words, Hajime Kayume's white eyes narrowed slightly. Yashiwara Yugua's Kyogoku house. On the dressing table of a rather luxurious room, a delicate and beautiful woman was tracing her eyebrows in front of the mirror. The woman is plump and has a pretty face. Suddenly, the sound of hurried footsteps came from outside. Soon, an ugly-looking man with disheveled hair, many black spots on his face, and a skinny man walked in. Looking at my sister, who was drawing her eyebrows in the mirror, she said with a hint of worry, "Another swordsman from the Demon Slayer Corps has appeared. Otherwise, my sister won't go to the Warren parade today." The woman turned back and glanced. "So many people are looking forward to my sister's appearance. Sister, how can I say I won't go and not go?" Listening to his sister's words, Juyutaro was a little helpless, but he could only choose to agree to his sister's pampering. "However, sister, you still have to be careful today and disguise yourself better. After all, there is a very powerful swordsman in the Demon Slayer squad," Juyutaro said in a deep voice. "A very powerful swordsman, is he, Pillar?" Daki couldn't help covering his mouth and chuckled. "The pillars in the Demon Slayer Corps are really powerful. Every year 12 Kazuki is killed by these pillars. But those evil ghosts who die are just the waning moon. In the past 100 years, I have never heard of a waxing moon dying in the hands of these pillars. On the contrary, many pillars died in the hands of these waxing moons. Both are 12 Kazuki. The upper string, evil spirit, and the lower string, evil spirit, are completely different concepts. Even as the lowest, winding land, there are still pillars that die in their hands. In Daki's view, although the pillars are a little more difficult to deal with, it is still impossible to deal with them. If you really want to kill them, you need at least 3 pillars to work together. But do the demon slayers really dare to send 3 pillars to hunt them at night? In Daki's view, it is unlikely, after all. If all 3 pillars die, it will be an absolute fatal blow to the Demon Slayer squad. The general practice of the Demon Slayer Corps is to search hard for traces of these winding, evil spirits during the day. Try to violently expose them to the sun, and rely on the sun to kill them. 100 years ago, this method would have been okay, but now, before daylight comes, these winding, evil ghosts will already be hiding in a place that is sufficiently concealed to be impossible to be discovered. Even if they are discovered, most of the hidden places cannot be exposed to the sun, such as real estate in mountains and deep underground rivers. This, even if they are discovered by the Demon Slayer squad, cannot be exposed to the sun. No. This time the young swordsman is far more powerful than Pillar. The PR *Sant Ute Mitaro said in a deep voice, "The ghost of Wu Guy on the upper string. Yajai has died in the swordsman." After hearing his brother's words, Daki's face froze, and his original relaxed smile stopped abruptly. "Is that ghost Jayako also killed?" Daki can't believe it. "You must know that Jayako is the Shanxian team and is far more powerful than their Shanxian land." "Yes. So you must be careful during the Warren parade in Yashiwara Flower Street this time." Juyutaro spoke seriously. "I know, brother." Daki also nodded. "Mr. Mu, why did you think that the courtesan could be an evil spirit?" Hajime Kyoyume stared at Su Mu with his white eyes. A little puzzled, he really hadn't thought about this. After Alas and Warrenyu are usually the center of attention, especially on a night like this. I don't know how many people will be watching. Who would have thought that the Warren who attracts so much attention could be an evil ghost? I'm also guessing. Su Mu smiled and then pointed to the street lamp not far away, even under the light. There is still darkness. This is what is called darkness under the lamp, Mr. Mu knows so much. Hajime Kyoyume couldn't help but sigh after hearing Su Mu's words. And his eyes couldn't help but look at Su Mu with a hint of admiration. Whether it is an evil spirit or not, I need to be confirmed by the master when the Warren parades around the streets. Su Mu looked at Hajime Kyoyume with a smile. "What I said may not be right. Maybe that Warren is not a vampire, I see. Haimjima Kyoyume clasped his hands together and nodded seriously. In fact, when Haimjima Kyoyume talked about Yashiwara Flower Street, Sumiyu thought of an evil ghost, especially to. When Kachu Shinobu mentioned the Warren Parade, Sumiyu locked the identity of this ghost. If the guess is correct, the evil ghost that appears in Yashiwara Flower Street is the ghost of the twins. The so-called twin ghosts are not one ghost but two ghosts. One named Dakion is named Juyutaro. This is a pair of brothers and sisters when they were humans. Daki was called Mei and lived with his brother Juyutaro. However, later he was completely burned and was about to die. When he was desperate, he met Dauma. In the end, both of them were turned into ghosts by Dauma. After becoming an evil spirit, Tsukuba changed his name to Daki in the anime. After the two became evil spirits, they have been active in the area near Yashiwara Flower Street. As the night gets deeper and deeper, courtesans recommended by each store also appeared. The most famous one is Yashihara Yugyo-Kyogokuya's Daki. As soon as Daki appeared, the crowd rushed towards it like crazy, sitting on a sedan chair carried by more than 10 people. Daki held a small fan and covered half of his face. The half of his face exposed was infinitely beautiful. The dress of Daki is not revealing. It is an authentic kimono, but even so, its beauty is still superior to other warens who wear cool clothes. The girl stepped on wooden clogs about 20 to 30 centimeters high and kept walking on the sedan chair. Sometimes she would take some flowers and fruits from the hands of the maid next to her and scatter them. Immediately, there were countless people frantically grabbing it. There were many people who kept shouting the name of the Warren Daki. Sometimes Daki stands on the sedan chair. His eyes sometimes fall on the cheering people. Sometimes he covers his mouth and chuckles. And some men who can't bear it even faint. Rumor has it that if Daki blows into the corner of a man's mouth, the man will even become incontinent due to excitement. Sumiyu looked at the crazy crowd surrounding the sedan chair and was slightly speechless. The actions of these people reminded him of the star chasers in his previous life. He was somewhat speechless in his opinion. The so-called Warren is just a more advanced singer. Although looking from a distance, the woman named Daki is indeed extremely beautiful. Even more beautiful than Kamado AI. But to be so crazy for a high-end singer, in Sumiyu's opinion, is a little bit irrational at this time. The Haimjima Kyoyume next to her also closed her eyes, seeming to be comprehending something. After a while, Haimjima Kyoyume suddenly opened his eyes, staring at Daki with his white pupils, and even took out the Nichiren blades wrapped in cloth on his back. Master, are you ready to kill ghosts now? Seeing Haimjima Kyoyume eager to take out the Nichiren blades, Sumiyu couldn't help but speak. Wang Wang, now that the evil ghost has been discovered, he must kill this evil ghost. Haimjima Kyoyume looked serious. Master, take a look at what's going on around you. What do you think will happen if the other party hides in the crowd? Sumiyu pointed to the crowd surrounding the sedan chair. Haimjima Kyoyume frowned slightly. If the master takes action now, those people may want to turn the master into an enemy in order to act as a messenger to protect the flowers. Sumiyu said quietly. Haimjima Kyoyume listened and looked at the people crazily crowding around the sedan chair, and felt a slight chill in his heart. Of course, he is not afraid of these people, but it is difficult for him to fight with these people. If he is surrounded by these people, it will be difficult for him to escape. After all, there are too many, so what should I do now? Haimjima Kyoyume couldn't help but ask. The so-called singers and warens are just playthings of the rich and powerful. Only this evil spirit would regard the parade of warens as a display of his charm. Sumiyu sneered slightly. In a luxurious room, Daki, wearing a kimono, is kneeling alone at a low table. Some snacks and tea were neatly placed on the low table. At this moment, Daki had put on a pink kimono and dressed up carefully. The black hair fell behind her like a waterfall. The back behind him is blank, revealing his fair and tender back. Seems extremely alluring. She had just finished her performance and the Warren parade was over. At this moment, the madam outside was presiding over the event. An event held just to meet her. Seeing those gorgeously dressed men who were willing to spend a lot of gold and silver just to see him, and who looked like they were blushing and thick-necked due to the competition. The corners of Daki's pretty mouth could not help but curl up slightly. These people were all completely addicted. Under one's own charm. It made her feel a strange sense of pleasure. Probably like this feeling of being sought after. Because of this, even if she regarded these so-called humans as food, she would always dress up carefully for the Warren parade every year. Even though I knew it would be dangerous, I still reported this Flower Street parade. I wonder who this time is going to lose everything and spend a huge amount of money just to see me. Daki couldn't help but think. She was looking forward to such a person in her heart. Involuntarily, Dan Ding looked behind him. There is an exquisite double bed. The carvings beside the bed are exquisite, with light pink curtains hanging down. On the bed were soft bedding and sheets, which had already been sprayed with various expensive perfumes. The men who wanted to meet him all wanted to come over and accompany him to bed. But it's a pity. Those people couldn't even touch their own skin. But what would happen if these people knew the identity of evil spirits? Daki couldn't help but think. Feeling quite interesting, sir, this is Daki's room. In my ears, I heard a familiar but flattering female voice. This was probably the madam. I had done it several times. Soon the door was opened. The madam let a tall man in. Daki did not get up but knelt down at the low table, sipping tea lightly with her white and soft little hands. The hot steam steamed up and hit Daki's long eyelashes. Tim Aek is a bit beautiful. Mujun, please come inside. I wish Mujun a happy night. The madam saluted respectfully at the door, but did not follow him in. Trouble, Su Mu said gently to the bustard and walked in. His eyes also fell on Daki at first sight. I have to say that the human appearance transformed by this evil ghost is indeed beautiful. Exuding a seductive charm just like a ripe apple. People want to take a bite immediately. It's just a pity this is an evil ghost. He couldn't help but shake his head slightly. Daki didn't pay much attention to the people who came in at first. After a laugh to the Flower Street parade she would meet the man who was most crazy about her charm. She didn't care about these people. She just liked their crazy pursuit of her. Just like raising a dog. It always likes to wander around and play. It just didn't feel right away Daki because since this man entered the house she felt a huge pressure. It was as if he had become prey and was being targeted. This feeling made Daki's delicate body tremble, and her eyes shrank unconsciously. This person. I'm afraid he's not an ordinary person. Maybe even a Pilarno. No, even Zhu couldn't put so much pressure on her. She couldn't help but think of her brother's reminder to her today. This man was the powerful swordsman who killed Gyako. Has the other party discovered his identity? No, it must not be possible. Daki couldn't help but shake his head. It had been hiding in Yashiwara Flower Street for who knows how many years. And it had never been discovered. Wherever it is said that it is discovered, it is discovered. Perhaps the other party is also impressed by his charm like those men who are eager to pursue him. Daki couldn't help but have this idea in his mind. And as soon as this idea appeared, his brain became excited. If he could subdue such a powerful swordsman under his pomegranate skirt. Just thinking about it, Daki felt his blood tremble and his breathing began to become rapid. Why, it looks like Daki is a little nervous. Su Mu walked over slowly, looked at Daki, who suddenly became tense, and smiled. However, there is no need to be nervous, after all. It is your first time to be in Warren. So you may not understand a lot, but it doesn't matter. I will train you well. Just relax for a while, I will love you well. Su Mu walked over with steps and a smile. It seems that the other party did not discover his identity. Feeling Su Mu's actions at this moment, Daki was slightly relieved in his heart. Daki thought that he could hide well. How could he be discovered so easily? Perhaps this is also a man who is obsessed with himself. Although the opponent is a powerful swordsman of the Demon Slayer squad, he is still a man. Human men are always crazy about reproduction. Maybe they are helpless because they cannot live forever. Right? Daki couldn't help but think of this. It would be very interesting if this powerful swordsman could rebel against the Demon Slayer Corps. If a powerful swordsman who can kill the Uyghurs can betray the Demon Slayer Corps, I'm sure the Lord will be very happy about it and maybe give him some blood. Although the evil ghosts on the string are no longer as thirsty for the blood of adults as the ordinary evil ghosts. And even the blood of these evil ghosts actually have some of the functions of adult blood in some aspects. But the adult blood is still very precious to them. It can still improve the strength of these winding, evil spirits. I'm sorry Daki made you laugh. But I haven't asked you how to call it yet, Su-Mew. Su-Mew walked forward slowly. But her eyes were fixed on the woman in front of her. And she was staring unscrupulously, as if she wanted to eat the woman in front of her alive. Seemingly frightened by Su-Mew's gaze, Daki lowered his head. And an intoxicating blush appeared on his face inadvertently. Sir, why are you looking at Daki like this somewhat? I'm sorry. As he said that, Daki raised his head again and looked at Su-Mew with shy eyes that wanted to resist. With a bit of the shyness of a girl, a bit of the charm of a mature woman, and a bit of a fairy. Flirtatious at this time. The woman also leaned forward slightly, her loose chest revealing the view of the waves, which made people unconsciously indulge in it. Mu-kun, do you want Daki to dance a song for you first? Or make a cup of tea for Mu-kun first and have a heart-to-heart talk? Or use me first? Mu-kun, do you want to drink tea first or use me first? Daki leaned forward slightly, revealing a large area of white skin on her chest. Sure enough, as in Waren, Daki is not only unparalleled in appearance, but also unfathomable. Su-Mew narrowed her eyes slightly and stared at the woman in front of her with a passionate expression. Looking at Su-Mew's evil look, Daki couldn't help but sneer in his heart. This is the powerful swordsman in his brother's eyes that far surpasses Pillar. Now it seems that it is nothing more than that. The handsome man in Daki couldn't help but show a hint of shyness. Maki-kun, how can I be so beautiful? It's just a little bit of beauty that makes Mu-kun pity me. It's Daki's pleasure, yeah. A smile appeared at the corner of Su-Mew's mouth. And then she stretched out her hand. Daki's eyes under the long eyelashes tightened slightly, but soon relaxed. Su-Mew stretched out her hand, pinched Daki's white chin, and rubbed it with her fingertips. Daki is indeed worthy of being in Waren. So tempting. However, I spent a lot of money to see you today. It's difficult. As he said that, he lifted it slightly with his fingers, and she lifted the girl's chin easily. The girl's forehead was raised high. Her long eyelashes were blinking slightly, and she looked pitiful and ready for you to taste. However, although a beauty is good, how can she become a thief? Su-Mew smiled. What Daki wondered at this time. Su-Mew had taken out Nichiren blades from her waist. The sharp blade shone slightly coldly under the flickering light, and Daki's heart tightened as Su-Mew lifted her chin up. She instinctively wanted to retreat, but saw Su-Mew's hand lifting her chin violently. He reached out and grabbed her neck like an eagle's claws. The so-called beauty is just a cruel evil ghost, he whispered under the horrified gaze of Daki. He swung out the Nichiren blades in his hand. The sword flashes along with this. Daki's beautiful head was violently severed. Scarlet blood spurted out on the headless corpse. Amitabha Su-Mew cut off the head of Daki with one knife. Hajime Kayume also walked in from outside the house. Looking at the scene in front of him, he couldn't help but clasped his hands. I thought I still needed my help, but I didn't expect Makon-kun to be like this. Awesome, you don't need me at all. Su-Mew turned around and looked at Hajime Kayume, and couldn't help but smile. That's not necessarily the case. Hajime Kayume was slightly startled. His white eyes couldn't help but condense slightly. And then he took out the Nichiren blades from his back without hesitation. Hajime Kayume's Nichiren blades are a broadaxe and boluses linked by chains. As soon as he took out the weapon held the chain, and the meteor hammer and broadaxe were already smashing on the body of Daki. If hit by such a heavy weapon, even a piece of iron would be flattened. If it were a human body, it would be smashed into pulp. Seeing that, Daki's body was about to be hit by the meteor hammer. A black light flashed, but it was on Daki's back. The white skin squirmed. And then there was a person with gray-green hair and light gray body skin. His upper body was naked, and his lower body was wearing clothes. A thin man wearing blue baggy pants and his arms wrapped in red and black satin came out. As soon as he appeared, his body was like a vigorous cheetah. He grabbed his sister's body and dodged it to the side. Boom! The meteor hammer hit the ground. The wooden table shattered and flew everywhere. And a huge hole was made in the ground. The body fell aside. The man raised his head, and his eyes fell on Su Mu and Minjiu Zingaming. It can be clearly seen that the word Shanglu is engraved on this person's eyeballs. Then pulled an eyeball out of his eye, flicked it, and landed on the severed head of Daki. As soon as the eye fell down, it entered Daki's head and soon replaced one of Daki's eyeballs. And Daki, who had his head cut off by Nichiren blades and lost his life, also regained his vitality. The hand that lost the head picked up the head on the ground, pressed it slightly on the head end, then it healed again, as if it had never been injured. Looking at the resurrected Daki Haimjimakayume, he couldn't help but frown. The opponent's neck had just been cut off directly by Makun's Nichiren blades. Logically speaking, it should have been Jay was dead. But he didn't expect to be alive, which made Haimjimakayume feel somewhat incredible. If one's neck is cut off by Nichiren blades, one will die. This is something that the Demon Slayer squad has long been familiar with. But obviously the opponent has violated this rule. Juyutaro also pulled out 2 blood-red sickles from his back at this moment. Staring at Su Mu and Haimjimakayume coldly, "Sister. These 2 people are difficult to deal with. They have to leave." Daki nodded. "Brother, be careful." After saying, Thaith stretched out his hand, and a bandage shot out from his hand, directly sticking to the building in the distance. Then Daki used the power of the bandage to fly towards the flow. "I'm going to chase her, but you stop him. These are twin ghosts. You can't kill them by just killing one person's head with Nichiren blades." Su Mu explained with a little ground under his feet. He chased towards Daki like a cannonball. "Damn it, I'm here, how can I let you hurt your sister?" When Juyutaro saw Su Mu chasing his sister, he took out the bloody sickle in his hand and slashed at Su Mu's body. "Zero, please give me flowers." Facing Juyutaro's attack, Su Mu did not defend at all, and his steps never stopped, because he knew that someone would block the attack for him. Sure enough, a Buddha's name came from behind as well. Amitabha. But it was Haimjimakayume, who directly held a broad axe in one hand and a meteor hammer in the other, blocking Juyutaro's bloody sickle that was slashing towards Su Mu. Tusk. The bloody sickle stood on top of the broad axe and sickle, directly bursting out violent sparks, but at this moment, Juyutaro does not want to get too entangled with Haimjimakayume. He and his sister are twin ghosts, although they will also face the threat of death by having their necks cut off by Nichiren blades. As twin ghosts as long as the other party is still alive. While alive, the party decapitated by Nichiren blades will not die like a regular ghost, but will be able to regenerate. Therefore, to kill him and his sister, they must be beheaded at the same time. 0. As long as his sister can escape, he will not die and can be resurrected. Therefore, even if he risked his life, Juyutaro would stop the 2 of them. It's just a pity that Haimjimakayume is far more powerful than ordinary pillars, and coupled with his super physical fitness far beyond ordinary pillars, it is still very simple to stop an evil ghost. Even if this evil ghost, even a winding evil ghost, can still stop it. Be careful with the opponent's sickle. It's highly poisonous. When Su Mu was chasing Daki, she did not forget to remind Haimjimakayume behind her. Haimjimakayume was also slightly shocked. After Su Mu finished reminding him, the whole person burst out and chased Daki at a terrifying speed. Although Daki can leap quickly with the bandage, he still cannot get rid of Su Mu's pursuit. Sensing this, Daki's eyes also showed panic, and his pupils flickered slightly, hateful. Daki gritted his teeth and suddenly shouted in a low voice, "Vampire Art 8 level belt slash." The next second, 8 ribbons were released from the body. These ribbons were like living creatures, leaping over in an instant and directly tying up Su Mu, who was pursuing him, making it difficult for people to defend themselves. The body is tied up with silk ribbons, but Su Mu still has a smile on her face. Woman, do you want to play bondage with me? But it's not fun at all. I don't like women tying me up at all. What I like is tying up women, he whispered. His body shook violently, and the silk satins were shattered. The blood ghost technique was directly broken, and Daki's face turned pale, and he couldn't help but retreat back. However, Sumiu had already chased after him, and his 5 claws stretched out like an eagle's claws, grabbing Daki's neck directly. Go and die. Sumiu's fingers tightened and she directly grabbed Daki's neck. Daki's face turned red and he struggled hard. But he felt that the opponent's 5 fingers were like eagle claws, and he couldn't break free no matter what. So he immediately shook his hair, and the black hair flew with it, flying directly towards Sumiu. His head rolled over, however, before the hair could be curled up. Sumiu had already waved her fist with her other hand and punched Daki in the chest. It's like hitting a ball. But no matter how tough the thing was, it was destroyed by his punch under the strong strength. The chest exploded, and the huge pain made Daki let out a painful groan. The hair he swung seemed to have lost its strength and fell down directly. Sumiu's attack did not stop, nor did she have any thoughts of mercy. The fist in her hand punched Daki in the face one after another. His beautiful face was beaten to pieces with one punch after another. However, relying on the evil ghost's powerful self-healing ability, the hammered face is also recovering at an alarming speed, including the hammered chest. The same is true, and it is starting to recover again. For evil spirits, as long as they are not killed, they will recover from any injuries, even short legs and broken hands. However, under Sumiu's continuous attacks, Daki no longer had the strength to resist. Seeing that Daki no longer resisted, Sumiu directly grabbed Daki's long hair and dragged him back. The woman's body was dragged forward by her hair like a puddle of soft mud. Some people nearby who were attracted by the silence had already turned pale with fright at the horrific scene in front of them. Some people who originally saw a beautiful woman being beaten and wanted to be a hero to save her. At this moment, as Sumiu glanced over, their legs were shaking. Soon Sumiu grabbed Daki's hair and dragged his body back. Back to the place. Juyutaro is fighting fiercely with Hajime Kyoyume. Juyutaro holds twin sickles and has a flexible body. Hajime Kyoyume holds the chain in his hand, and the broad axe and boluses at both ends of the chain are swung menacingly. However, overall, Aisho Minju Zingdo has the advantage in the scene. Generally speaking, to deal with the Shanxian evil ghosts, at least 3 pillars need to join forces. Ordinary pillars facing the Shanxian evil ghosts alone will not be the opponents of these Shanxian evil ghosts. But obviously Hajime Kyoyume is not an ordinary pillar. As the most powerful pillar among the pillars, its strength is already comparable to that of using string. Although Juyutaro isn't using evil ghost, he is a twin demon. His strength is that he and his sister join forces to become an using evil ghost. Juyutaro is a person, but he is weaker than the using string evil spirit. What's more, Juyutaro and Daki work together, because they are just the weakest of the string demons in the old string land. Therefore, it is not surprising that Juyutaro was beaten by Hajime Kyoyume. Moreover, if this continues, Hajime Kyoyume will be able to take down Juyutaro soon. He dodged to avoid the meteor hammer thrown by Hajime Kyoyume, and the bloody sickle in Juyutaro's hand slashed towards Hajime Kyoyume. Hajime Kyoyume put away the chain in his hand, and the broad axe at one end of the chain was immediately taken back and protected in front of him. Kiang, the bloody sickle, struck the broad axe, and dazzling sparks burst out at the same moment. The other end of the chain of Hajime Kyoyume also waved, and the meteor hammer immediately returned and hit the back of Juyutaro. Feeling the whistling sound coming from his back, Juyutaro gritted his teeth and did not choose to dodge, but jumped forward fiercely. Hajime Kyoyume obviously did not expect Juyutaro's move, and did not dare to neglect it, shouting loudly, "The breath of rock! The shape of sea rhyolite speed attack!" As the voice of Hajime Kyoyume fell, the chain in his hand immediately retracted and turned into a barrier in front of him. Juyutaro rushed forward, and the bloody sickle in his hand also slashed on the chain, bursting out dazzling sparks. but failed to break through Hajime Kyoyume's defense. However, although he failed to break through Hajime Kyoyume's defense, Juyutaro got close to Hajime Kyoyume's body and punched Hajime Kyoyume on the chest, hitting Hajime Kyoyume continuously. Stumbling back at this time, the meteor hammer swung by Hajime Kyoyume also hit, directly hitting the back of Juyutaro, directly smashing the body of Juyutaro forward and causing his back to be completely eroded. But obviously Juyutaro didn't care about his injuries. As soon as he got close to Hajime Kyoyume, his ears were ringing and Yu Zingaming traded his injuries for injuries. Although it seems that Juyutaro's injury is more serious, it obviously cannot be calculated that way, after all. Ghosts' powerful self-healing power allows them to recover quickly. But for humans it's different. After all, human beings are made of flesh and blood. When injured they will feel pain and fatigue. If you are hit to a vital point you will die. Seeing Juyutaro gain the upper hand, he became ruthless and traded injuries for injuries. Hajime Kyoyume also stepped hard on the ground, endured the severe pain in his body, and slammed into Juyutaro's body, which immediately made Juyutaro feel dizzy. However, Juyutaro was extremely experienced in fighting. He dropped the bloody sickle in his hand and hugged Hajime Kyoyume with his hands. He opened his cold teeth and opened his mouth to bite Hajime Kyoyume's ear. It would be difficult for most people to deal with this move. But Hajime Kyoyume was experienced in combat after all. He slammed his left elbow into Juyutaro's face, boom. A muffled sound came out, blood and sweat splashed out. And Hajime Kyoyume's elbow directly knocked out 2 of Juyutaro's teeth. At the same time it also hit Juyutaro all over the body. At this time, Hajime Kyoyume's hands were already clenched, and his fists were like smashing, and he greeted Juyutaro's face fiercely. In just a moment, Juyutaro's face was beaten to pieces. At the same moment, Hajime Kyoyume attacked continuously, chopping his hands left and right, grabbing his body, hammering Jolboingan, punching his brain. A series of attacks were completed in an instant. And in just a moment, the close-fitting Juyutaro was beaten into a rag doll. Sharp in the distance, Sumyu, who had just come holding Daki by the hair, saw Hajime Kyoyume. 8 series of moves and his eyes lit up. Hajime Kyoyume punched Juyutaro to the ground like a tattered doll, and then stood up with a slight breath this moment. On his fist, it fell to the ground drop by drop along his fingers. The monk's face was even more bloody, and he looked extremely cruel. He looked at Daki being dragged by Sumyu like a puddle of mud, and the corners of his eyes couldn't help but twitch. Compared to Mu-jun, Xingming is still far behind. Sumyu laughed, grabbed Daki's hair and threw it towards Juyutaro, boom. The ghost body hit the ground making a dull sound. He pulled out the Nichiren blades in his hand and walked towards Juyutaro and Daki. Now do you have anything to say otherwise? I'm afraid I won't be able to say anything when we get to Huenquin Road. Daki and Juyutaro looked at each other, knowing that they were probably going to die today. And a hint of purple despair appeared in their eyes. Brother, I'm sorry for blaming me. If it weren't for me holding him back, he wouldn't have died today. No, I failed to protect you. Waiting for Juyutaro and Daki to say the same thing, Sumyu raised the Nichiren blades without hesitation and cut off their heads directly. With the 2 heads cut off at the same time, the so-called twin ghosts were also completely dead. Ding, congratulations to the host. You killed an evil ghost and gained 5 attribute points. Accompanying the evil ghost's death, a familiar, emotionless voice sounded in his ears. And with the death of the evil ghost, the air began to be filled with an unpleasant stench and a feeling of sadness that was so strong that people couldn't help but feel it. At the moment when Nichiren blades cut off their heads, Daki and Juyutaro also recalled the past when they were humans. Daki was called Ume when he was a human, and he and his brother Juyutaro were born in the Rashaman River bank at the bottom of Yuguo. Mei's birth was a tragedy. After Mei was born, her mother thought that Mei was an unlucky thing based on her eyes and hair color. She disliked Mei's mother and tried to strangle the baby Mei to death. It was Juyutaro who saved Mei. Mei admires her 8th brother, Juyutaro, very much, and always follows her once Mei leaves Juyutaro. She bursts into tears. And Juyutaro also loves Mei very much. On the day when her mother became violent towards Mei and cut off Mei's hair with a razor, Juyutaro became furious and lost control. This also changed the status of superiority and inferiority between mother and son. The mother was afraid of Juyutaro and began to keep a distance from him. Later, Juyutaro's mother also died of syphilis. Syphilis is a disease. And the reason why Mei's mother hates Mei is because she contracted the disease not long after Mei was born. So it is unknown that she has always been Mei, later. As Mei gradually grew up, she became more and more beautiful occasionally. She would be talked to on the street when she walked on the road. Sometimes if Mei smiled sweetly, those people would start chasing after Mei, gift. Understanding the advantages brought by her beauty, Mei began to use her appearance to obtain benefits, letting those who pursue her give her money and food, because she no longer has to let her brother worry about food. As for Juyutaro, he has been involved in debt collection work since he was a child. As a marginalized figure in society, Juyutaro once had a very low self-esteem. But because of his sister's existence, this low self-esteem slowly dissipated. Life did not seem to have become difficult because of the loss of the mother. Instead, with the efforts of the brothers and sisters, it began to develop in a good direction. But fate always plays tricks on people. When Mei was 13 years old, a passing samurai insulted Juyutaro. So as her younger sister, Mei blinded the left eye of a samurai guest with a hairpin. In order to retaliate, the samurai tied Mei up and set her on fire for a while. When his brother Juyutaro came back from his work, Mei had been burned beyond recognition. Juyutaro hugged Mei's body and cried bitterly. Then the samurai slashed Juyutaro under the direction of Mei's boss lady. Juyutaro picked up his sickle and hacked to death the proprietress behind the samurai. Then Juyutaro also hacked to death the samurai. Juyutaro kept walking with his sister, who was burned beyond recognition. But no one was willing to lend a helping hand to them. This was the same as their daily life. No one helped them at any time, and Dauma, who was then 12 Kazuki, the land of wind, met Juyutaro and Mei and gave them their blood, turning them into ghosts. These are the sad past of and Juyutaro when they were humans. Do you regret becoming a ghost? Seeing the breath gradually dissipating in the air, Sumiu raised her head and murmured slightly. Juyutaro has long since died. But the sad breath in the air has not dissipated, vaguely. Those sad breaths seem to form the outline of Juyutaro and Daki. In front of the two of them, there seemed to be a fork in the road. One side leads to a dark forest. On the other side is a sunny road. Mei, you shouldn't live the same life as me. If it weren't for me, you would be a real courtesan. If you're born in an ordinary family, you can live an ordinary girl's life. If you're born into a wealthy family, you will definitely become an elegant young lady. In the air, there is a faint breath of sadness that seems to convey this. Mei looked at her brother Juyutaro quietly. It has always been Mei that dragged my brother back. If it weren't for Mei, my brother wouldn't have worked so hard. If it was because of Mei. A brother and sister look at each other. There are two roads before the eyes of the brothers and sisters. One leading to darkness and the other leading to light. But both brothers and sisters did not choose the path to light. But when a hell told her to the road to darkness, they never regretted becoming evil spirits. Even if they recalled their past as human beings, the brother and sister never regretted turning into a human-loving evil ghost. After all, when they were humans, they were never accepted by others. Amitabha Haimjima Kyoyum felt the aura of the brothers and sisters before they left, and couldn't help but put his hands together and recite Buddhist scriptures with a cold expression. Sumiu was slightly silent, and couldn't help but think of Tanjiro and Nezuko in the anime Demon Slayer. The two of them took the opposite path to Juyutaro and Daki. Even though Nezuko became a demon, he always remembered his identity as a human being and walked through the difficult journey. Perhaps for a moment they became together ghost future. If in the anime Tanjiro went to the city to sell charcoal, but instead of being stayed by Grandpa Saburo, he returned home directly. What would the ending be like? He will die like his mother and younger brothers and sisters. And then Nezuko turns into a ghost, attacks humans in a daze, and is then killed by a ghost hunter. Or Tanjiro and Nezuko turn into ghosts together, and then are killed, kill other ghost hunters. But the difference is with the Daki siblings. Tanjiro and Nezuko went another way, and Juyutaro stepped into the darkness with Daki. Master, it seems that he doesn't feel much sadness. When Sumiu cut off the heads of the brother and sister, she couldn't help but feel a hint of unbearability in her heart. I also wonder if I am too cruel, Amitabha 1. Hajime Kyoyume clasped his hands together and looked at Sumiu with his white eyes. Humans and ghosts are two roads running in opposite directions. On opposite sides there is only life and death. If I know how many evil ghosts I have to kill to relieve the sadness in my heart, I think that as long as the feeling of my fist hitting the evil ghosts is still there, I will keep hunting, Hajime Kyoyume spoke calmly. At this moment there was no trace of compassion as a monk, and no trace of the gentleness of the past. What if one day the master also turns into an evil ghost? Su 443 Mew raised his head and looked at Hajime Kyoyume. If one day I degenerate and become a devil. Hajime Kyoyume closed his eyes slightly, and in his mind, he remembered that the master had taken him to see the cemeteries where a famous swordsman was buried, and looked at the Nichiren blades who had lost their masters. If I degenerate and become an evil ghost, please ask Mr. Mew to cut off my head with your own hands, Hajime Kyoyume said calmly. Sumiu couldn't help but look at Hajime Kyoyume again. Hajime Kyoyume looked calm, obviously very serious, and did not tell lies. In order for those who were killed by these innocent people to rest in peace, and in order to prevent more people from being harmed, as the swordsmen of the Demon Slayer squad, we should chop at the necks of the demons without hesitation. Hajime Kyoyume continued to speak, and then looked at Sumiu. Maki-kun, as a swordsman of the Demon Slayer Corps, you should not have any mercy on ghosts. We all know that no matter what happened in the past, we must kill the evil man-eating ghost in order to prevent more people from being harmed. As he spoke, Hajime Kyoyume clenched his fists. As long as ghosts feed on humans, there will be no day when humans and ghosts can coexist. On the road of hunting ghosts, generations of ancestors have used their own flesh and blood to lay the foundation for those who come after them. For so many years, I don't know how much blood has been paved on this road. We will not forgive these evil spirits for their cannibalism just because of their sad past. Because as humans, we nor will it be forgiven. People who were brutally eaten will not forgive. Sumiu had some sympathy for Daki and Juyutaro, but she had no hesitation in killing them. These two people are evil ghosts after all. No matter how tragic their past is, they will always feed on humans. What a pity for the beauty Daki. Feeling the gradually dissipating atmosphere in the air, Sumiu couldn't help but feel a little regretful next to him. Hajime Kyoyume couldn't help but look over. Maki-kun seems to be a little too obsessed with beauty. Sumiu glanced at Hajime Kyoyume and then shook her head. You are a monk. You don't understand. Hajime Kyoyume's expression froze and he opened his mouth. But in the end he didn't say anything. Let me pass on the news of killing Shanxian first. Hajime Kyoyume shook his head and didn't think much about it. Sumiu nodded as the Senkro took off. All the information about this mission was delivered to the headquarters by Hajime Kyoyume. Boom, in the basement the faint light flickered. A sleeping woman suddenly opened her scarlet eyes, her eyes full of violence. Daki and Juyutaro are dead. Kibetsuji Muzan gritted his teeth, his delicate face full of distortions, closing his eyes slightly. The last scenes of Daki and Juyutaro before their death were read by Kibetsuji Muzan. Looking at the young swordsman holding the Nichiren blades high and cutting off the heads of Daki and Juyutaro, Kibetsuji Muzan couldn't help clenching his fists. It's so abominable. Kibetsuji Muzan clenched his fist, his eyes full of resentment. Two of his subordinates had died in each other's hands. This had never happened in 100 years. Damn it, damn it. Kibetsuji Muzan smashed the table in front of him with one punch. Quiet room. The two girls were sorting out the documents in their hands. Yubayashiki Rixiang put down a piece of paper. But she was thinking about things in her heart. Feeling a little happy and a little melancholy these days. The situation of the Demon Slayer squad seems to be getting better and better. Also, their sisters are not as busy as before. And their father and mother seem to have a lot more smiles on their faces. The sisters are very happy besides. She received a gift from a respected pillar. This is the first time she has received a gift from the opposite S*X. I feel very happy inside. However, the hairpin was taken away by her mother. In the past few days, she tried to get it back from her mother. But failed. This makes Yubayashiki Rixiang a little sad. Especially the recent news has made Yubayashiki Rika even more worried. Recently, an evil ghost named Yusen appeared in a place called Yashiwara Flower Street. And his father sent him there to investigate. I don't know how it is now. Although the Lord is very powerful and has even personally killed the evil demon Shangxian, he still cannot help but worry about the Lord in his heart. After all, the evil ghost on the string is extremely difficult to deal with. Every year, countless swordsmen die at the hands of the winding, evil spirits. Sir, if you are so powerful, nothing will happen to you. Yubayashiki Rixiang couldn't help but murmur in her heart. But she still felt uneasy in the past. Yubayashiki Rika had never been so worried about someone. Perhaps it was because the other person was the first member of the opposite S*X to give her a gift. So she always hoped that the other person would be well. With her chin resting on her little hand, Yubayashiki couldn't help but look outside, expecting the send crow to fly in and bring back the news about that person. Thinking of that person, Yubayashiki Rixiang felt a little confused. When he was innocent and innocent, his extremely strict tutoring made the opposite S*X that Yubayashiki came into contact with were extremely respectful. Most swordsmen were old-fashioned when facing them. But in such an environment, she suddenly met a weird person of the opposite S*X. The other person's bold eyes and the gift that was suddenly sent but not taken back made Yubayashiki Rika feel strange. I always feel that it is not good to receive important gifts from others. Although I am very happy inside, it still feels inappropriate and I want to give some back. I don't know what that person likes. If you give a gift that the other person doesn't like, that's really wrong in this time. Yubayashiki Rixiang discovered that she didn't seem to understand that person. Because I don't understand it, I have more fantasies in my heart thinking about it. Thinking about the girl, my heart became confused. Only then did I realize that there didn't seem to be many files that I had sorted out today. And more files had been sorted out by my sister. This discovery made Yubayashiki Rika look at her sister like a frightened little rabbit. But she saw that her sister didn't seem to notice this. Perhaps she just felt that there were a lot of documents today, and did not expect that her sister was working with something on her mind. Reasons for reduced efficiency. Goo 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 noodles. Suddenly, there was a sound of sending crows outside the window, and Yubayashiki hurriedly stood up and came to the window. Sure enough, the sun sent the crow flying over with fluttering wings. Yubayashiki was eager to open the envelope on Songcrow's lap, and even wanted to open it and take a look. But due to the rules of the Demon Slayer squad, it was not opened after all. Just his little hands kept looking at the envelope, which contained a message from Lord Himejima Kyoyume. The rock pillars. Yubayashiki Rika knows that Makoto is working with Himejima Kyoyume in this action. So the information recorded in this action should contain information about the other party. Thinking of this, Ba Wu felt excited in his heart for a few days. I don't know how much information about the other party is recorded in it. I don't know if the other party beheaded the winding, evil ghost. Mother. Yubayashiki Rika gave the obtained information to her mother, Yubayashiki Amin. Knowing that it was the information sent by Himejima Kyoyume, Yubayashiki Amin's delicate body straightened up suddenly. She naturally knows what the actions of Himejima Kyoyume and Su Mu will be this time. That's information about the evil ghost called Shangxian. Yubayashiki Amin immediately opened the envelope and saw the message on it. And her beautiful face immediately showed excitement. Another winding evil ghost has been killed. Yubayashiki Amin clenched her fists and was as happy as a little girl. Mother was Mu-jun beheaded her. Seeing her mother so excited, Yubayashiki couldn't help but ask urgently, yes. Yubayashiki Amin nodded, I knew that, mister. Mu is very powerful. And he was worthy of being the strongest pillar. Yubayashiki Rika clenched her fists. Her little eyes full of admiration, mister. Mu, you are really amazing. Seeing his daughter's appearance at this moment, Yubayashiki Amin felt a lot less happy because she received the good news. And looked at his woman Zero with a complicated expression. The innocent daughter is like a flower growing in a greenhouse. But she has no idea how sinister the people outside are inside. What did she want to say to her daughter? But I found that I didn't know what to say. Could it be that the person my daughter admires is actually not that good? Or even, but there isn't much basis for it. Night hazy pus Su Mu hurried back home, a lamp is like a bean, emitting a warm and dense light, as if waiting for the return of the owner of the house. Standing at the door, looking at the lights in the room not far away, Su Mu couldn't help but speed up her steps suddenly. As if she felt something, Su Mu suddenly turned her head. Under the light in the distance, a beautiful woman passed by accompanied by two maids. It is Kibutsuji. Su Mu nodded to it. Kibutsuji also showed a shy smile and walked over with the two maids. I went to Mujun's house during the day today. But Mujun was not there, Kibutsuji said in a low voice. While taking a small package from the maid's hand, I didn't thank Mu-kun for helping me last time. So this is a small gift from me to Mu-kun. It's just a piece of cake. Don't take it to heart like Miss Wu Jai. Su Mu smiled, waved her hands and said, please don't refuse MRMU, it's just a small gift. Kibutsuji smiled, okay then I'll accept it. I'm really grateful to Kibutsuji for the gift. After hesitating for a moment, Su Mu nodded in agreement and accepted the gift handed over by Gui Wuji. It was probably a jade pendant and its tentacles were warm. Obviously it was a piece of beautiful jade, Mr. Mu, it's already getting very late. You'd better go home quickly. Kibutsuji smiled when he saw Su Mu receiving the gift, and urged Su Mu to go home quickly. Be careful when you go home, it's not safe at night. Su Mu also said hello to Kibutsuji, then pushed open the door of the room. When closing the door, she waved to Kibutsuji, Miss Kibutsuji. Come back quickly, go home. Kibutsuji nodded slightly. Su Mu didn't say anything and closed the door. And when the door was completely closed, Kibutsuji raised his eyes again. Those beautiful eyes were no longer beautiful, but filled with scarlet violence. She looked at the closed door quietly for a long time before slowly walking away. As soon as Su Mu closed the door, the people in the room were attracted by the silence. Kamado Tanjuro Kano Kachu Kani and Kachu Shinobu all quickly ran to the door and looked at her. Unknowingly, he has become an extremely important person in some people's hearts. I also have my own ties, my previous self. When I came to this world, I was alone and didn't care about anything. Even if I was saved by Kamado Tanjuro and survived, I only regarded Kamado Tanjuro as an NPC. Characters do not really regard these people as one person. Naturally, he would not feel grateful just because he was saved by an NPC character. But gradually, as I slowly integrated into this world, I discovered that this world is not false but real. Everyone truly exists unknowingly. He has become the existence that these people rely on the most. Similarly, because of this, his ties with Kamado Kyuiji and others have become more and more serious. Why it's so late, why don't you go to bed? Su Mu shrugged her shoulders and said with a smile. At the same time, she did not forget to walk in and naturally put her arms around Kamado Kyuiji's waist. As time goes by, this beautiful lady's belly has begun to bulge slightly. Of course, because it has just begun, it is not obvious, but it adds a bit of maternal charm. Seeing Su Mu holding Kamado Ai's waist, the Kachu sisters who were waiting could not help but lower their heads slightly. The chestnut flowers fell. Kano still blinked his pink-purple eyes as usual, seemingly not caring about this. The girl seemed to be still blank but unconsciously. Her beautiful pink-purple eyes became more energetic and emotional. As for Nezuko, he pouted and looked dissatisfied at the uncle's hand on his mother's waist. But didn't say anything. Tanjiro looked away awkwardly, as if he didn't see the closeness between his mother and uncle. As for Kamado Ai, her face was slightly flushed and her head was slightly lowered. But there was a hint of joy in her eyes. After Alla's a widow, her relationship with Mu-jun is inherently controversial, and she has always been cautious. But Mu-jun's clear actions basically declared his existence as Mu-jun's woman, which made Kamado feel a sense of security in his heart. In the past, I was always scared inside. I was always worried that Mu-jun was just toying with her. I was afraid that one day, Mu-jun would have enough fun and lose interest, so he would abandon her. Now it seems that it should not be the case. After entering the room, Su-mu sat on the table, and Kamado Kyuiji also brought hot meals. Nezuko lai Hana, Kanyo and Tanjiro also went back to their rooms to rest. Seeing that her husband was fine, Sister Kachu was slightly relieved and went home. Mu-jun, have a taste. This is fresh fish that I bought this morning and killed specially in the evening. It's a pity that Mu-jun didn't come back to eat fresh fish. Kamado put a piece of fish in Su-mu's bowl and spoke with a hint of regret. It was delicious. Su-mu couldn't help but praise after taking a sip, but looked at Kamado Kyuiji with admiration. Mrs. Kyuiji, it can be said that she has excelled in the kitchen, in the hall, and even in the August. Su-mu paused slightly and did not speak. Hearing Mu-jun's praise, Kamado Kyuiji was also happy, but he was more curious about Mu-jun's words behind him, and couldn't help but ask in a low voice, "What's the next step?" "Come here with your ears," Su-mu smiled. Kamado Ai immediately moved closer and put her earlobe against hers. Su-mu leaned her mouth against Kamado Kyuiji's earlobe and blew a breath of hot air. Out of habit, she watched Mrs. Kyuiji's earlobe tremble slightly and quickly heated up. Then she whispered with a bit of a smirk, "Big bed." After hearing Mu-jun's words, Kamado's whole body seemed to soften, feeling ashamed. Annoyed and happy. "Bad guy," Kamado whispered. But his face turned red and hot and he started pouring wine for Mu-jun. "By the way, Miss Kibutsuji came over today during the day." Seemingly thinking of something, Su-mu asked again. Kamado Kyuiji nodded. "The other party said they were thanking you for your help last time and sent some gifts." Yeah, Su-mu took a sip of wine, and there was a trace of thinking in her eyes. The other person could appear and appear during the day, so he was obviously not an evil ghost after all. Even the ancestor of ghosts, Kibutsuji Mu-jun, could not bask in the sun. But why did the chestnut flowers fall that day? Why was Kanno so wary of this person? And why did Tanjiro smell something different from him? Seeing Mu-jun deep in thought, Kamado Kyuiji, who was serving beside him, felt a little sad in his heart. Maki-kun, is he attracted to Miss Kibutsuji otherwise? Kyuiji matchmaking for Mu-jun. After all, Mu-jun is so powerful. Even Miss Wuji may not be able to withstand it. Su-mu raised her head and saw Kamado Kyuiji's lips pouting slightly. With a hint of jealousy, she couldn't help but feel funny. She hugged him in her arms and said with a smile, "My little lady is jealous." "How dare I do that?" Kamado muttered. But the sourness in his words almost overflowed. Su-mu pressed Kamado Kyuiji's earlobe and whispered softly, "Mrs. Kyuiji, don't be angry. Give me 2 whole coconuts to taste first." Kamado Kyuiji's face suddenly turned red, and he couldn't care less about being jealous. A warm breeze blew. Kamado got up early. Because of his pregnancy, Maki-jun was not as domineering as usual. It made her feel a little uncomfortable inside. In fact, I have gradually gotten used to it. The sudden gentleness made Kamado feel a little uncomfortable. After getting dressed and looking at the sleeping man, Kamado couldn't help but smile. He stood up quietly. Dressed, Yup opened the door and prepared for today's breakfast. At the same moment, the door to Nezuko's room not far next door also opened. Nezuko rubbed his sleepy eyes and looked towards the door of his mother's room out of habit. Door opens. A gentle and beautiful woman with black hair slowly walked out. Her soft black hair was tied up by a beautiful hairpin. The white robe covers her slender snow-white legs, and the clothes are decorated with beautiful wisteria patterns. like purple flowers opening a house, compared to her mother, who was well-dressed. Nezuko's clothes looked much messier, and her hair was a bit messy, with some stray hair hanging down in front of her forehead. Nezuko wakes up, seeing his daughter. Kamado also showed a gentle smile and looked at Nezuko. As time goes by, his daughter seems to be becoming more and more mature. It is no wonder that Mujin always sets his sights on Nezuko. Mother is awake too. Nezuko couldn't help but speak, his tone a bit surprised. In the past it was always the uncle who got up, but today it was her mother. This made her feel very strained, and she couldn't help but look slightly towards the room. You can vaguely see the figure of a man sleeping on the bed in the room, being looked at by Nezuko. Kamado Ai's face blushed slightly, and she felt a little shy inside. However, she still stepped forward and started to arrange Nezuko's clothes and help Nezuko comb her hair. While taking care of it, Kamado muttered, "Nezuko is growing up soon. These are all things I will have to do in the future. Girls should pay attention to how they dress up. If they meet someone they like or marry the person they like, they should pay more attention to their own dressing up. In this way, the person they like will feel good when they see their beautiful appearance every day." Nezuko lowered his head, bit his lip and said nothing. Soon after arranging Nezuko's hair, Kamado stretched lazily, and the giant thing on his chest also jumped a few times. "I'm going to cook. When Mujin gets up, it will be time to eat." Kamado smiled and patted Nezuko's little head. "Go and wash up." Looking at his mother's back going to the kitchen, Nezuko felt a little sour in his heart. In the past, her mother's tenderness was given to them, but gradually, it seemed that all her mother's tenderness had been given to her uncle. It's not that the uncle is bad, just think. Somewhat uncomfortable. At this time, Sister Kachu also came in a hurry. Kamado Ai had just walked to the door of the yard and was about to enter the kitchen when he saw Kachu Kani and Kachu Shinobu arriving. Under the warm sunshine were girls, a little taller and a little short, hold hands. Their very different temperaments always make people's eyes brighten. Mrs. Kuijai, seeing Kamado Ai, Kachu Kani and Kachu Shinobu also immediately stopped and spoke respectfully. The relationship that has gradually become clearer makes the sisters understand that Kamado Ai is already their husband's woman. Moreover, during the sister talk yesterday, Kachu Shinobu once again confirmed that Kamado Ai is indeed pregnant. "Good morning, Kani and Shinobi." Kamado smiled and said hello, and at the same time asked with a smile, "Have you two eaten in the morning?" "I bought some on the way and have eaten them," Kachu Kani said with a smile. How can food bought from outside be as delicious as home-cooked food? And food from outside may not be nutritious. You train too hard. If the nutrition is not good, it will be very bad for the body. I would also like to do it myself, but training every day is a bit demanding and I don't have much time. Kachu Kani explained, "Actually, the food cooked by my sister is very delicious. And the food is no worse than Mrs. Wuji's cooking." The sister next to him, Kachu Shinobu, suddenly said. Kamado Ai's beautiful eyes narrowed slightly, and then she smiled, "That's good. In fact, I also want to try Kani's cooking skills. If it's delicious, Mako-kun will probably like it very much." The warm sunlight shines through the window onto people's faces. It's almost noon. Sumiu opened her eyes slightly. She was busy hunting evil ghosts last night and was busy most of the night. When she got home, it was already very late. And he is not a diligent person but rather lazy. So he gets up very late. Get up, get dressed, opening the window. The slightly cool air outside blows on the face, which makes people feel slightly refreshed. In the spacious yard outside the window, a large family was training enthusiastically. After changing the place of residence, the training ground here is obviously large enough for training. Moreover, in order for everyone to train better, he also bought a lot of training equipment. "Hello, sir." "Hello, uncle." As soon as he opened the door, the people training outside the room stopped and shouted at the same time. "Good." Sumiu nodded and urged their children to train. Mujin got up a little late, so I asked the children to eat first, but I left a portion just for Mujin. Kamado Kuiji also walked over and whispered. Sumiu nodded, and after washing, she came to the living room. Kamado Kuiji also just brought the hot food up. It was steaming hot and filled with fragrance. Sumyu sat down and ate with chopsticks. It was delicious. Kamado Kuiji did not leave but stood beside him, holding a wine flask and pouring wine for him thoughtfully. I have always had two hobbies, drinking the strongest wine and playing the most beautiful games, he said while taking a sip of wine. The face of Kamado Kuiji next to him was slightly red, and he whispered that Mujun was rude. But in his heart he didn't hate Mujun's rudeness. In the eyes of the person you like, even bad things are good. In the eyes of people who don't like you, even if you do 1,000 or 10,000 things that are good for you, they won't think it's good. Probably Kamado AI is in this state at the moment. However, now there is one more good thing. In addition to fine wine and beautiful women, there is also a delicious food. Zero, please give me flowers. He opened his mouth and swallowed a piece of meat that misses. Huijai brought over and he spoke with a smile, tap tap tap. There was another sound of footsteps outside. Sumyu, who was leaning her head on Mrs. Huijai's arms and drinking the food she fed, opened her eyes irritably. Somebody is coming. Sumyu whispered to Kamado Kuiji next to her. Kamado Kuiji's face turned red and stood up hurriedly, straightened the messy clothes on his chest, and hurriedly walked into the house soon. A huge man dressed in monk style and wearing a brown cassock with the words Namo Amitabha written on it walked in. It is the rock pillar Haimjima Kyoyume. He met Mr. Mew, Haimjima Kyoyume said as soon as he entered the room. He put his hands together, although she was a little unhappy about being interrupted while eating. Sumyu did not show it on her face, but pointed to the food on the table. Master, have you eaten? If not, you might as well eat some together. I already bought some to eat on the way. Haimjima Kyoyume said. Sumyu nodded, not paying attention, and drank wine and ate at the same time. However, there was no beauty feeding the wine, so the wine and food lacked a bit of flavor. Sumyu asked Haimjima Kyoyume to sit down on the seat next to him while chatting casually with him. To be honest, there is really nothing to talk about with a monk, especially a bald one, which somewhat detracts from the scenery. How can it be so wonderful to rest in the arms of Mrs. Huijai and look at the giant things? It's just that Haimjima Kyoyume obviously doesn't have this awareness. However, Sumyu also roughly guessed that Haimjima Kyoyume's coming over might have something to do. However, since the other party didn't say anything, he was not in a hurry and would not ask. Seeing that Sumyu never asked, Haimjima Kyoyume couldn't hold it back in the end. Clasped his hands and said, I came here so early because I have something to do with Mu-kun. Sumyu puts down the bowl and chopsticks, looking at Haimjima Kyoyume calmly. Recently, there is a suspected evil ghost called using around Tokyo, and the owner hopes that Mako-kun can go there. Stop. Before Haimjima Kyoyume could finish speaking, Sumyu had already stopped, and then said with a hint of apology, I've been very tired recently and want to take a rest. Haimjima Kyoyume was slightly startled, obviously not expecting that Sumyu would refuse this mission. Thinking about Haimjima Kyoyume as a ghost hunter, when faced with the presence of evil spirits, killing evil spirits and protecting humans is the responsibility of a ghost hunter. But soon Haimjima Kyoyume fell silent. Only then did he remember that Sumyu was different from ordinary ghost hunters. The other party did not have the same high belief in the ghost-slaying team as they did. MRMU, you might as well think about it. Terribly sorry. Sumyu took a sip of wine and replied lightly. Haimjima Kyoyume tried a few more words of persuasion, but Sumyu responded perfunctorily. In the end, Haimjima Kyoyume had no choice but to leave. After Haimjima Kyoyume left, the Kachu sisters quickly entered the house. Kachu Kani is very calm, but Kachu Shinobu is very excited. What, no more training? Sumyu asked while eating her meal. Kachu Kani was still preparing to raise funds for the language, but Kachu Shinobu couldn't help it and spoke excitedly. Sir, are you going to hunt evil spirits again? When talking about hunting evil ghosts, the girl's little fists could not help but clench slightly. It could be seen that the hatred for evil ghosts had been integrated into the girl's bones. After all, having seen his parents killed by evil spirits in front of his own eyes, How could he not hate creatures like ghosts in his heart? Why do you ask that? Su-mu asked calmly while eating her rice. 8 lords. Every time Master Himejima Kyoyume comes here, he basically invites you to hunt evil spirits. So Nin guesses that this time Master comes here for this reason. Himejima Kyoyume really invited me to hunt evil spirits. Very good. Kachu Shinobu almost jumped with excitement. And at the same time he looked at Su-mu expectantly. Sir, can you take me with you this time? I also want to accompany you to hunt evil spirits. Su-mu raised her eyes and glanced at Kachu Shinobu. Then lowered her head and poured a glass of wine into her own glass. After drinking it in one gulp, Tuan said calmly. But I refused. Kachu Shinobu was slightly startled. And the excited look on his face disappeared in an instant. Obviously I didn't expect that Mr. would refuse to hunt evil spirits. Why are you surprised that I don't agree? Or maybe you want me to hunt evil ghosts? Su-mu raised her eyes and looked at Kachu Shinobu calmly. Kachu Shinobu lowered his head, speechless. Go and practice after a while. I will take you to participate in the Tengsi Mountain test. Su-mu said calmly again. Yes, sir. Kachu Kani hurriedly replied, pulling the unwilling Kachu Shinobu back quickly. Watching the two people leaving, Su-mu kept playing with the wine glass in her hand. She didn't know what she was thinking. Compared with hunting evil ghosts, her husband is not that important. Kamado Ai, who had been hiding in the house, came out at some point. However, the woman had changed into clothes that looked cool. Her buttocks and breasts were half covered, and her skin was soft. Su-mu, who was playing with the wine glass, was slightly glazed over. He looked straight at Kamado Ai, who was dressed in a very different way. Kamado Kyuji's face was slightly red, but he still walked to Su-mu with small steps, picked up the wine bottle and began to pour wine for Mujin. In fact, most of the time, Kamado always wears very conservative clothes. Putting on revealing clothes like this today really surprised Su-mu. Of course, Kamado Ai's dignified appearance as a woman adds a bit of charm to her. Feeling Mujin's direct gaze, Kamado Ai lowered her head slightly, her face flushed. Although she felt very shy, she could feel Mujin's liking for her outfit. Mrs. Kyuji, I don't want to see you dressed like this. Su-mu drank the wine fed by Kamado Kyuji and said, Mr. Mu, you are so domineering, Kamado Kyuji whispered. But then added in a low voice, I will only show it to Mujin. Su-mu couldn't help but laugh. Come to think of it, my brother Tanjuro didn't have this luck either. Hearing Su-mu's words, Kamado couldn't help but raise her head, with resentment in her eyes. Mujin always said these words when he had nothing to do, which made her feel quite uncomfortable. But sometimes I feel a very exciting feeling. Looking at Kamado Kyuji's appearance, Su-mu chuckled, stretched out her hand, and touched Kamado Kyuji's white neck. There is also a yoke on his white neck. Scream. He chuckled. Woof. The fluttering wings of Senkro fell down, and the letter on it was taken down by Yubayashiki Kaguya. Seeing the information conveyed by Himejima Kyoyume from Rock Pillar, Yubayashiki Kaguya couldn't help but frowned. What's wrong? What news makes my husband so embarrassed? A graceful and beautiful figure walked in, holding a medicinal soup that had been brewed for a generation. Yubayashiki Kaguya turned back and looked at Yubayashiki Amin, who was holding the medicinal soup. There was a touch of tenderness in the depths of his eyes. Drink the medicine first. My husband's health has become worse and worse recently, which makes me very worried. Why? Yubayashiki Amin looked at Yubayashiki Kaguya with concern. I'm fine. Yubayashiki Kaguya shook his head, took the medicinal soup, and handed the letter to Yubayashiki Amin. Opening the letter paper and looking at the contents, Yubayashiki Amin's beautiful brows couldn't help but frown deeply. Obviously, he didn't expect that the young swordsman would refuse this mission. This has not existed for a long time in the history of the Demon Slayer squad. What do you plan to do, husband? After reading the information on the letter, Yubayashiki Amin couldn't help but look at her husband. Yubayashiki Kaguya did not reply, but silently drank the medicinal soup in the bowl. After a long time he asked, why did the other party refuse? Yubayashiki Amin's face showed a hint of embarrassment. He is not the only swordsman in the Demon Slayer Corps. There are many more swordsmen with firm beliefs. It is not that the Demon Slayer Corps cannot function without him as a swordsman. The Demon Slayer Corps has been in existence for thousands of years. And it does not depend on a young man swordsman, yes. Yubayashiki Kaguya nodded and asked at the same time, recently. Which pillars are free and can go to Tokyo to investigate information about Wanshiji? There are Wind Pillar Yumino Asano Tsuchibashira, Shiori Sakaguchi Golden Pillar, and Tamura Shin. These three pillars have not had any tasks recently. 1. Yubayashiki Amane clearly knows a lot about the Demon Slayer's situation. Yubayashiki Kaguya thought for a moment. Thought of the terror of the Yubayashiki Kaguya ghost. And finally made up his mind. Then let these three pillars go to Tokyo to investigate. Although Sumu killed 2, using demons in succession, Yubayashiki Kaguya will never underestimate the terror of using demons. Ordinary pillars cannot be their opponents when faced with using demons. 1A winding evil ghost at the very least. Requires the joint efforts of 3 pillars to resist. What's more known 12 Kazuki. Among the using string demons, the lowest strength using string land and using string wu have been killed. And the remaining using string demons are even more powerful. However, although he has never underestimated the Yubayashiki evil ghost in his heart, because Sumu killed 2 Yubayashiki evil ghosts in a row, it also gave Yubayashiki Kaguya a little more confidence. I am willing to let the 3 pillars try. Even if it doesn't work, but with the 3 pillars here, I don't have to worry about self-protection. Then arrange these 3. Yubayashiki Amane nodded and asked at the same time, then how should we deal with the other party's refusal of the mission? If every swordsman is like him, ignoring the mission. Yubayashiki Kaguya rubbed the sore forehead with her fingers. Let's leave him alone first, Zaiwu Mountain. Halfway up the mountain, several houses are built here. Water column Urakodaki Sakanji is sitting next to a bonfire set up in the house. A small pot is hung on a tripod on the bonfire. As the bonfire burns on the hot pot, the steaming aroma comes out and fills the entire house. The fragrance. Urakodaki Sakanji picked up the spoon and took a sip. Put it to his mouth. And couldn't help but nodded slightly. I'm sure Makomo and Please will like it very much. Kingtu and Makomo are both orphans adopted by him. And they are also the 2 most outstanding disciples he has taught over the years. Although there is no blood relationship with Makomo and Jingtu, in the heart of Urakodaki Sakanji, he treats them as his own children. For them, their hearts are full of expectations. Tap tap tap, footsteps were heard outside the house. And the boy and girl walked in. They were slightly startled when they looked at the bonfire burning in the house and the small pot placed on the bonfire. Master, have you cooked something delicious today? Makomo walked up quickly. His little nose couldn't help but sniff lightly. And his pair of colored contact lenses couldn't help but reveal a touch of surprise. Made a hot pot seeing Makomo's appearance. Urakodaki Sakanji couldn't help but have a smile in his eyes. It will definitely be delicious, Makomo said with a smile, hearing Makomo's praise. Urakodaki Sakanji was very happy inside. Makomo is always so talkative. Just like his own daughter A carrying little cotton-padded jacket. Kingtu next to him didn't say much. He just looked at the steaming pot with a hint of thought in his eyes. A light is like a bean. The 3 masters and apprentices ate hot pot around the campfire in a harmonious atmosphere. And the whole room was filled with a harmonious atmosphere. Long time. Urakodaki Sakanji just put down the chopsticks in his hands. As Urakodaki Sakanji put down the chopsticks in his hands, Makomo and Rung Rabbit also stopped. Both of them looked at their master. He also knew that the master had something to say to him. Another Tangzishan test is about to begin. Urakodaki Sakanji whispered his tone a little low, but with a hint of expectation and some reluctance. After hearing the master's words, both Rung Rabbit and Makomo couldn't help but clench their fists slightly. And there was a touch of excitement in their eyes. Isn't this what they have been doing during these years of practicing hard? As a disciple of the master, how could I not know about the past of the master Urakodaki Sakanji? Over the years, They are not the only disciples taught by the master, but also the young junior disciple Tomioka Jiu, who was recently accepted. Before, there were many senior brothers and sisters. But these senior brothers and sisters have never come back since they took part in the Tengsi Mountain assessment. Every year, they see their masters watching their senior brothers or sisters go to Tengsi Mountain with confidence. Then what was waiting was a short letter every letter, all with a piece of bad news. After every Tengzishan assessment, the master would always stay alone on the top of the mountain in silence for several days. The previous master was always very gentle and talkative, but now already getting lonelier as disciples. They can sense the sadness in their master's heart. This time, I hope to be able to participate in this assessment. Kingtu put his hand slightly on the handle of the knife at his waist, with a hint of determination in his eyes. Not only did he want to successfully come down from Tengsi Mountain, but he also wanted to kill all the people imprisoned in Tengsi Mountain. The evil spirits who test the disciples prove to others that there is nothing wrong with the master's teachings. The test of Tengzishan is very dangerous. Are you prepared? Yurikodaki Sakanji raised his head and looked at the two people. His voice seemed extremely hoarse. We are all prepared and will never let master down. Makomo and Jingtu spoke seriously. I also need to go. At this moment, a black-haired boy suddenly burst in outside the door. The boy's hair was very long, almost covering most of his face. It was Tomioka Jiu, the young disciple taken in by Yurikodaki Sakanji. He and his sister were originally dependent on each other. But on the day of her sister's wedding, an evil spirit attacked and killed her sister and all the people she came to marry. Only Tomioka Jiu survived after being hidden in a vat by his sister. In the hiding place, Tomioka Jiu saw his dear sister being eaten by an evil spirit with his own eyes. He was so frightened that he didn't even dare to show his head. After reacting from the stunned state, my sister had been completely eaten by the evil spirit. From then on, the young man's heart fell into an infinite white circle. The passing Yurikodaki Sakanji rescued this disciple, but he did not teach him directly, so he was not considered a real disciple, because the main person who taught Tomioka Jiu was his disciple. Yurikodaki Sakanji glanced at Tomioka Jiu and then said calmly, "Your strength is not enough." Tomioka Jiu's eyes couldn't help but feel slightly sad. Compared to his senior brothers and sisters, his strength was indeed far behind. Yurikodaki Sakanji also stood up at this moment and took out the two masks he had prepared from the box placed next to him. One mask is a smiling fox mask with a blue flower pattern. One mask is a disaster-repelling fox face with scars at the corners of the mouth. I made this for you. I hope this mask can bless you. Yurikodaki Sakanji handed the masks in his hands to Makomo and Judo respectively. When handing the mask to Makomo and Wrong Rabbit, Yurikodaki Sakanji's hands even trembled slightly. In the past, like today, he would hand over the mask he made to his disciples, hoping that the disciples could wear this mask all the time. Eventually, all the people wearing masks were gone. Only the mask he made was left behind. Every time, my full expectations were disappointed. He hopes that this time, these two masks can accompany Makomo and Kingtu all the way. Quiet Hausumu sat quietly. Next to them are Kachu Shinobu and Kachu Kani. It won't be long before the test of Tengsi Mountain is about to begin, he said softly. Kachu Shinobu and Kachu Kani were both worried. Is it the Tengsi Mountain where you have to stay in an environment with evil spirits for 7 days before you can get out? Kachu Shinobu asked. Yes, Sumu nodded. Then can you kill all the evil spirits there? Kachu Shinobu gritted his teeth and clenched his fists slightly. With deep hatred in his eyes, Kan Sumu nodded. However, there should be a very powerful evil ghost inside. You should be careful. It is an evil ghost named Tioni. Its neck is very hard. Ordinary swordsmen can't even use Nikaran blades. Cut off its neck. As he spoke, he gave Kachu Shinobu a meaningful look. After hearing his words, Kachu Shinobu's expression changed slightly. Her forbearance strength has always been very small, which has always been her shortcoming. although she has been studying toxins to deal with evil spirits recently. There has been no breakthrough progress. There are always fatal flaws in dealing with evil spirits. Then let me cut off that evil spirit's neck, next to him, Kachukani said softly, while looking at his sister tenderly late at night. The doorway of the Eternal Bliss sect, a young woman, holding her infant child in her arms, knelt at the door of the temple and prayed for help. The girl's name is Zapira Katanoha, and she is a young mother. She has no parents or siblings. After giving birth to the child, she suffered long-term violence from her husband and mother-in-law. Recently, her husband beat the child violently because he disliked the child's noisiness. Unwilling to endure her husband's roughness, Zipping Katanoha bit her husband's arm and was beaten severely by him. Tadu and her husband was not paying attention. She secretly took her infant child to the temple of the Eternal Paradise sect, hoping to get shelter because while staying at home, she was afraid that the child would be brutally beaten to death by her husband. I can tolerate violence from my husband and difficulties from my mother-in-law, but I cannot bear the suffering of my children. As for why we came to the Eternal Bliss sect, because she also heard from others that people from the Eternal Bliss sect would help people who were suffering like her. And she also had expectations in her heart soon. The temple door opens. One wears a hat that symbolizes the patriarcha black cloak, and a red coat. The neck of the clothes is black, and has hair color like white oak. The irises of his eyes have a color similar to that of a rainbow. In his hair there is a place that looks like blood. This place has a black edge spreading out to the surroundings. Dauma looked at the woman kneeling at the door of the temple with her child in her arms, and couldn't help but lick the corner of her mouth. Sir, please save me and the child. Seeing Dauma come out, Zipping Katanoha immediately kowtowed and begged to the people who came out of the temple. Dauma looked at the woman praying to him in front of him and felt that she was really stupid. It is extremely foolish to pray for protection from a man-eating ghost and think that you can really get protection. But it happens. There are always too many such stupid people in this world. They will always place their hopes on the outside, on illusory gods. Just like the believers of the Eternal Bliss sect, they will always hope that Heath leader will lead them to the paradise world. However, there is no paradise in this world, and there are no so-called gods and Buddhas. This is just a story created by human delusions. Once humans die, they will turn into nothingness and feel nothing in their brains, and when the heart stops and the whole body rots, it will return to dust. All living things will go through this process. Such a simple truth. But these poor people don't understand anything. They are really stupid. However, wasn't I born into this world just to help these poor people gain happiness? Dauma murmured in his heart. The way he can redeem these people is very simple. He can only eat up the flesh and blood of those who pray to him, so that the other party can live forever like himself. In this way, he can lead these poor people to salvation, reach the true paradise of eternal life, and experience the beauty of this eternal life with yourself. What exactly happened? Let's talk about it slowly. The Eternal Bliss sect will not give up any believer who prays to the Eternal Bliss sect. Dauma lifted up the kneeling Katanoha, looking at the woman with his eyes. There is no doubt that this is a very beautiful woman with very tender skin. And because she just gave birth to a child not long ago, she still has a faint milky fragrance on her body. It must be delicious, Dauma couldn't help but think. It's just that this woman is not in a good condition now. She is a little dirty, her hair is messy, and her eyes are bruised. It is not very good to eat a woman in such a state. Dauma felt that it was better to heal the other party's injuries, then bathe and burn incense. Let him be in a state of extreme piety, and let himself bring him into the world of bliss. Presumably, the other party will like it very much, right? Katira Katanoha was very moved when she heard Dauma's words, coupled with the other party's calm words and the soft smile on her face. Katira Katanoha also felt some peace in her heart. Katira Katanoha immediately told Dauma what happened to him. Dauma listened with a smile, and at the same time comforted the poor woman with gentle words in his mouth, and said that the Eternal Bliss sect would definitely protect her and her children. I haven't asked you yet, what is this child's name? Dalma asked casually. Katira Katanoha looked at her child with love. His name is Hashabira Inasuk. Dalma came to the child and stroked the child's head. This child looks really good. He is a child who will be blessed by the Buddha. After hearing this, Zui Ping Chinyi also had a smile on his face, but at this time, there were extremely rapid footsteps in the distance. And then a big man walked over while a woman with a sinister expression came over. As soon as the big man and the woman saw Zai Ping Chinyi, their faces couldn't help but have a look of confusion. Anger, especially that man, who immediately stepped forward to attack Katanoha, while the woman next to him was also chattering vicious words. Zipira Katanoha hugged the child and instinctively hid behind Dalma. Dalma asked Katira Katanoha to hide in the temple. Leave this place to me. You can just stay in the temple with peace of mind. Thank you, sir, thank you, sir. Zui Ping Chinyi said with gratitude. But at the same time, she was also a little worried. She knew how difficult her husband and mother-in-law were. Don't worry. Our Eternal Bliss sect has enough means to solve this kind of problem. Dalma seemed to notice Katanoha's worries. He said with a smile, after hearing what Dalma said. Katanoha left the temple with peace of mind. As Zipira Katanoha ran into the temple, the man and the woman immediately chased after him. But were stopped by Dalma. Release my wife. Otherwise, I won't be able to kill you in a while. The rough man stared at Dalma with a cold expression. The woman next to him was also chattering harsh words. If the person in front of him hadn't been well dressed, the men and women might have attacked Dalma. It's just that although he didn't do anything, he kept talking. Dalma looked at the two people with a smile. You too. Don't you think you are very noisy? What? The man and woman still wanted to say something, but Dalma had already raised his head. His colorful eyes glowing with scarlet, the two eyes were engraved with the words Chinese letter, and Chinese letter, respectively. The hearts of the man and woman jumped slightly at this time. Dalma suddenly stretched out his hand, extended his hands, grabbed the two people's necks and lifted them up. The two struggled hard, but the hand holding their arm was like an iron pliers. No matter how hard they struggled, they could not open it. Finally, with a click sound on their necks, the two of them completely lost their voices. Dalma casually dumped the two bodies in the nearby forest. He raised his head and looked at the full moon in the sky, with a coldness in his colorful irises because he felt that two of his very capable men had been killed. This made Dalma very angry, you know. Juyutaro and Daki are very sensible, and they send countless beautiful women to be eaten by them every year. Moreover, the strength of the two of them is not weak, and they are both Shanxian demons like himself. Because of the existence of these two subordinates, he has always been at an extremely advantageous position among the Shanxian demons. And he has always used money. Good Akaza suppressed the Shangsu-san, fighting Ghost who tried to challenge his position. It really makes me feel a little bit annoyed. Dalma murmured when he was a human being. He was unable to understand human emotions. He had no emotional fluctuations since he was a child, and he could not feel the joy or joy at all. He has always believed that human emotions are illusory. When he was a human, even if his mother killed his womanizing father and then committed suicide by taking poison, he could not feel sadness and loneliness. He even felt that the smell of their blood was smelly. After becoming a ghost, he was even less able to understand human emotions. His mood rarely fluctuates. Now, feeling a trace of anger in his heart, Dalma had some vague expectations in his heart, although just a hint of anger, but this feeling, how long? I haven't realized it. This makes Dalma even want to meet the human who killed Daki and Juyutaro. Perhaps he aiding the other person, integrating it into his own body, and making him immortal like himself. That would definitely be very good. Senkro flapped its wings and landed on Su Mu's hand. Su Mu untied the envelope tied to the feet of Song Crow with some doubts. The owner of the letter was written by a girl named Yubayashiki Rika. Su Mu thought for a moment and then suddenly realized that this was the girl to whom she had just given away a hairpin after the Zhu meeting last time. At that time, it was also a random move. Unexpectedly, Ziping achieved good results. There wasn't much content on the Yubayashiki Rixiang letterhead. It just expressed her gratitude to him for the gift he gave him last time and asked him if there was anything he liked. She could also give him some gifts, of course. It also tells the daily thoughts of a girl, such as she is very busy at work these days and has no time to complain. Of course, at the end of the envelope, he also said that his father and mother seemed to be in a bad mood. Did he do something to make his father angry? Because, when talking about him, his father and mother would be very angry. After Su Mu read the content of the letter, she could probably imagine the cute look of a girl holding her chin and writing the envelope. Faintly in the handwriting on the letter paper, you can vaguely see the look of a girl who is pregnant with youth. And even full of spring, being 460 is such an innocent girl. Su Mu smiled slightly. I didn't expect that a random gift from me would really impress a girl. I really didn't intend to plant flowers, but my hands still have lingering fragrance. However, when I think about it, it feels too normal. In a closed world, and at a time when girls are full of curiosity and expectations for the opposite S*X, it is inevitable that a man who is very different from those around him comes and touches people's hearts. After all, Sichin's age is always before haircut. And when he encounters some weird people of the opposite S*X in a closed environment, he always has expectations for the next time when he encounters them by chance. As for why her parents were angry, Su Mu also understood that it was probably because she refused the ghost hunting mission of the Demon Slayer squad. Certainly he didn't take it too seriously. He chose to become the pillar of the Demon Slayer Corps not because he had the same firm beliefs as the other swordsmen of the Demon Slayer Corps. Although he also hates evil ghosts in his heart, he will happily kill evil ghosts when he encounters them in order to gain more attribute points. But that doesn't mean he will choose to be a dog for the Demon Slayer Corps. The reason why I joined the Demon Slayer Corps was just because I thought that before long. The leader of the Demon Slayer Corps, Yubayashiki Kaguya, would be spotted by Kibutsuji Musen, and then found and killed by Kibutsuji Musen. After the death of the leader, Yubayashiki Kaguya, the Demon Slayer Corps fell into a very chaotic state. And the remaining young Yubayashiki Kiriya and the beautiful widowed mother Yubayashiki Amin were somewhat unable to hold on to the situation. At this time he is the strongest pillar. I might be able to help this orphan and widowed mother take control of the Demon Slayer squad. After all, he still has a lot of experience in taking care of orphans and widowed mothers. After all, Kamado Kuiji is now well taken care of by him. Especially when I think of the graceful and luxurious temperament of Yubayashiki Amin. I can't help but feel a little excited. He shook his head to get rid of the impulses in his mind. There was no need to worry about these, now. He was thinking about how to reply to the lovely girl Yubayashiki. After a slight hesitation, he also picked up his pen. Long time no see, I miss you so much. The drizzle of early spring is always mixed with a lot of sadness. Depression, excitement, and hope. I remember the scene when I first met you. And I liked it very much. I had no intention of participating in the Zhu meeting at that time. And your lovely figure always appeared in my mind. Actually, I don't know whether I should reply to you or not. I always pick up the pen and put it down again. I drank a lot toddy and with the help of my drunkenness, I finally had the courage to pick up my pen. Now I also don't understand. I was not timid when I killed those terrifying evil spirits. But I was timid when a cute girl believed in me. Is this a sign of weakness? Will you laugh at me? A man who can become a pillar is afraid of a little girl. Today I passed a pontoon bridge which was very beautiful. There were green leaves and red flowers on the bridge. And people's houses were flowing under the bridge. Standing by the bridge looking at the surrounding scenery. My mind can't help but think of what the scene would be like when you are there. It must be more beautiful than the scenery here. As for Rixiang asking me what I like actually, I don't know what I like. If you really want to ask me what I like now, I just think maybe you want to see what Miss Rixiang looks like now wearing the hairpin I gave her. I heard that you have been very tired from work recently. You might as well take a break, make a cup of tea. Sit quietly in front of the window and take a look at the scenery outside. Maybe you will feel much better, certainly if you can. I hope I can make a pot of warm tea for you who are tired. After writing the letter, Su-mu put the paper down, took another look and smiled slightly, presumably. The other party would like the content of this letter. Fold the letter paper, then call for the crow. And watch the crow carrying the letter flutter away. Just as he finished writing the letter and sent it away, there was a sound of gentle footsteps outside the door. But it was Kamado who was wearing cool clothes, coming over with a cup of hot tea, looking at the beautiful young woman's gradually growing belly. Su-mu's mouth showed a hint of pride. Kamado Kyuiji didn't know what Mujin was so proud of, but he just felt that Mujin was in a good mood today and felt very happy inside. Passing the brewed hot tea over, Su-mu also took it and put it to her lips to drink it. The water temperature is very suitable, and the tea is also good. After taking a sip, the fragrance lingers on your lips and teeth. Kamado did not leave after bringing the hot tea. Instead, he came behind him and pressed his head with his little hand. Su-mu leaned her head back. Kamado's eyes were slightly lowered. Her beautiful eyelashes were trembling slightly, but the movements of her fingertips were even gentler. Su-mu was sipping tea and enjoying the soft fragrance, which was very relaxing, while Kamado was massaging. He was also whispering, mostly talking about things at home. Su-mu listened silently, carefully feeling the dependence of this beautiful woman on herself. This feeling, he loved it. Such a peaceful life is good. Of course, if Nezuko also grows up, then life should be even better. Time is passing slowly, but I am looking forward to the future more and more. Mrs. Ayada, Nezuko is cute, isn't he? He took another sip of tea and whispered while enjoying Kamado Ai's massage on his head. Kamado's massage hand trembled slightly. Beautiful eyes drooped slightly. As long as Mujin likes it. Kamado whispered. Su-mu chuckled, turned around, and looked at the slightly embarrassed Kamado Kyuiji quietly. It seems that Mrs. Ai Branch still loves Nezuko very much. But that's right, she is my daughter after all. After Dauma casually killed the two of them, he returned to the temple of the Eternal Paradise sect. The Eternal Bliss cult existed when Dauma was still a human. The entire teaching of the Pope is for people to live a happy life with a calm attitude. And there is no need to force yourself to do things that are uncomfortable or painful. Over the years, it has attracted many devout believers. However, under Dauma's deliberate control, it was only kept at around 250 people. It's not that Dauma is unwilling to expand the size of the Pope, but because if he is too showy, he will be reprimanded by Kibutsuji Musen. Therefore, the Eternal Paradise sect has not been able to recruit many followers. The impact only spreads over a small area. Entering the temple, all the believers who see Dauma have a respectful look in their eyes, as if they are looking at gods. Dauma seems to be very immersed in this role. Every time someone greets him, he responds with a smile. Sometimes, Dauma will also ask some questions to some believers, mostly about money status or love. Human beings' troubles are mostly due to the existence of these. I am also troubled by these existences. Dauma believes that the reason why he is so troubled is just because of his own desires. If people have no desires, there will be no such troubles. Of course, he's the founder of the Eternal Bliss cult. It has money status and a nearly immortal body, which these believers cannot have. But for Dauma, he cannot feel anything special. If someone can give him some special feelings, he will like him very much. For example, his favorite thing is to play love games with some women in the church. Then he eats those who fall in love with him and integrates their bodies into his body, so that they can always love him and become a part of his body forever. For Dauma, he likes to eat women very much. The reason why he thinks so is because Dauma feels that women have a lot of nutrients. If not, why can they carry fetuses in their stomachs? Therefore, Dauma feels that eating more women will make him stronger faster. What Dauma is most annoyed about is Akazaho is also a demon. Because not only does that person not eat women, but he is also very opposed to his behavior. Every time they meet, they always have conflicts. Dauma wants to kill Akaze, but due to the characteristics of ghosts, It is not easy to kill each other. Coupled with the existence of Kibutsuji Musen, it is basically impossible to kill Akaza. Returning to his residence, Dauma looked at his table. There was a pot on the table at this moment. A woman's head was placed on the pot for decoration. This woman was the last woman he fell in love with. Even though she had died a lot, the woman's head still didn't seem to have changed much, and her beautiful eyes were full of tenderness. Dauma picked up the woman on the pot because soon a new woman's head would be replaced on the pot. Opening the cabinet in the house, it was full of women's heads now. There was one more in the cabinet, making the cabinet look a little more crowded. As for the pot placed on the table, there will always be only the most beautiful head placed on it. This pot is not simple, according to what Jaok, who is also 12 Kizuka, said. This pot is a very perfect work of art, and only the most beautiful things can be used to decorate its pot. Of course, this pot is also a gift from Jayako. Dauma and Jayako have the best relationship among the demons. Seeing this pot, Dauma seemed to have thought of something. He couldn't help but insert his fingers into his head and stirred it in his head. He remembered that he had recently turned into a demon and grown into 12 Kazuki because of his own blood. The ghosts of Lu Gemini were killed in Shanxian. His good friend Wu Yuzhen was also killed. And those who killed them were all the same young swordsmen. Why do you want to kill them? Dauma squinted his colorful irises, and a scarlet color appeared in his eyes. As for Dauma, he doesn't really like eating men. He only likes eating women. But now, Dauma felt that he might make an exception for this young swordsman. Also get a taste of this young swordsman's body. While Dauma was thinking, a melodious song came from the temple. The singing was very sweet and pleasant, and Dauma's slightly irritable heart seemed to feel a lot more relaxed at this moment. Leave the door and move forward with the song. Outside a door, Dauma stood still slightly. It was he who planned to be the next target to put on the kettle. At this moment he was sitting in the room, humming softly. Obviously, the soothing singing came from the other person's mouth. Spread out. Zapira Katanoha didn't know that Dauma had come to the door. He just lowered his head and looked at the infant child. The woman's eyes were gentle, and her delicate little hand was placed on the child's hand, Inasuk. Mother will always, I will stay with you until you grow up. Her gentle words are overflowing with motherhood. For Katanoha, her child is everything to her, and she will protect Inasuk even if she risks her own life. The singing is beautiful, a calm voice came over. Kithira Katoha couldn't help but turn around. And when she saw it was Dauma, Kithira Katanoha stood up immediately. Good job teaching the ancestors, Dauma nodded slightly. And his eyes fell on the face of Zaiping Katanoha. He didn't see it clearly because of his messy hair and swollen eyes. Now after sorting it out, he found that the other person's face was much prettier. Even more so. Eye-catching, the singing was very nice just now. Can you sing for a while longer? Since the leader likes it, let's sing another song. 17. Zaiping Katanoha said happily previously. Dauma helped her get rid of her husband and mother-in-law, which made Katanoha very grateful and started singing immediately. As the song sounds, it feels like you are suddenly in the floating rice fields, smelling the fragrance and earthy breath in your nose. The moving melody seems to form a gorgeous sunset at this moment, and the cheerful notes seem to transform into little birds. Flew into the distant scene, then flew back again. Perching in the heart nest 0, please give me flowers. Oh yeah. It took a long time for Dauma to recover from the song after the song was over. Never before had such a beautiful singing voice made her feel so comfortable. And she even wanted to keep her. She could hear such a beautiful singing voice every day. Your singing voice is beautiful. Dauma couldn't help but admire when Dauma got too excited. Katanoha's pretty face said in a low voice, they are all sung randomly. It is Katanoha's honor to be liked by the leader. For the leader to be able to save her. Zuiping Katanoha was very grateful in her heart. If she could do something for the leader and the Eternal Bliss sect, she would be very willing to do so. Dauma was still about to say something, but suddenly he seemed to feel something. His head lowered slightly, and a flash of scarlet flashed through his head. I forgot that I seem to have some things to deal with. I need to go out first, it's okay, master. Zipping Katanoha said hurriedly. Although there are still some things she wants to say, such as whether she can help or do something in the Eternal Bliss sect. After all, after receiving the protection of the Eternal Bliss sect, she always hopes to be able to give the other party something in return. But Dauma is busy now and doesn't want to bother him. Dauma left from Zuiping Katanoha, and 3 figures followed him quickly in a forest. Dauma stopped, turned around, and looked with colorful irises into the darkness hidden in the dense forest. Now that the ghost hunters of the Demon Slayer squad are here, there's no need to hide anymore. Whoa, whoa, whoa. As the sound fell, 3 figures formed a triangular position and surrounded Dauma. Exactly. Wind Pillar, Yumino Mano. Soul Pillar, Sayori Sakaguchi. Golden Pillar, Tamura Shin. It was the 3 pillars who were sent by the Lord to investigate the suspected presence of evil spirits in Tokyo. Originally, the 3 of them did not plan to take action immediately, but planned to take action near dawn. At that time, the chance of winning was the safest. But he didn't expect that he would be discovered by this evil ghost before he got too close. Especially at this moment. Seeing the words Chinese letter, and Chinese letter engraved on the colorful irises of Dauma's eyes made the 3 pillars feel slightly nervous. Even if the 3 pillars work together and face 2 winding strings, they don't have much confidence in their hearts, however. It's not easy to find a wind-up evil ghost. And a battle is inevitable if the opponent can be killed. The evil ghost's power will also be greatly weakened. After all, the appearance of the young swordsman completely outshone the pillars of the older generation. If he can kill the opponent, he can also let the young swordsman who is young, energetic and unruly dare to refuse the Lord's mission. Take a look, only Kenda, one of the demon slayers, exists. These pillars of the older generation, but still. The sword is not old yet. There is no room for a junior to be so presumptuous. The 3 pillars can fight against the Shanxian evil ghost together. But they can only fight against the Shanxian evil ghost. But they cannot kill the Shanxian evil ghost. What's more, there are still 3 Zhu who are already old. In addition, Dauma is not an ordinary winding evil ghost, but 2 of the wind. Even in the Shanxian, his strength is at the forefront. Among the 12 Kazuki, the only one who can defeat Dauma is Sword Demon Kokoshibu at the beginning. When Pillar Yumino Asano, Tsuchibashira Sayori Sakaguchi, Golden Pillar and Tamura Shin were able to fight back and forth with Dauma by virtue of their tacit cooperation. But as time went by, especially after Dauma performed the vampire technique, the disadvantages of the 3 pillars became more obvious. Dauma's blood ghost technique is an ice crystal powder made by freezing his own blood, which is spread through a fan during the battle. During this process, the enemy inhales ice crystals. These ice crystals will enter the body, causing alveolar necrosis and, eventually, death. As the fighting time goes by 740, the power of this blood ghost technique becomes stronger and stronger. The 3 pillars have rich combat experience and were able to hold their breath during the battle at first. But as the battle progressed fiercely, they could not always hold their breath. In addition, the breathing method is a method of absorbing a large amount of oxygen in a short period of time through breathing, thereby greatly improving the body's ability, and thus having the same physical strength as a ghost's breathing. It can be said that swordsmen who use the breathing method are naturally at a disadvantage when facing Dauma. As time goes by, the situation of the 3 pillars becomes increasingly unfavorable. In addition, it is still far from dark at this moment, and it is simply impossible to persist until dawn. If the fighting continues, all 3 of them may end up here. The 3 pillars are obviously aware of this situation and understand that they cannot kill Dauma today no matter what. On the contrary, if they continue, the 3 pillars may be broken here. You go first, I'll hold it back. Wind Pillar and Yumino Mano spoke to the other 2 pillars. No, it's up to me to break up the marriage. You 2 don't underestimate me, I'm not afraid of death. But it was Dobashira Sayori Sakaguchi, Kinbashira and Shin Tamura who spoke one after another. What an amazing feeling. Dauma held a golden iron fan in his hand and looked at the three Zhus who were reluctant to leave in front of him. With a warm smile on his face, "Since you are so reluctant to leave, let's stay together." As he spoke, the golden folding fan in his hand suddenly filled with ice crystal-like powder in the surrounding air. Once these fine ice crystal powders are inhaled, they will enter the body along the nose and destroy everything in the body. By now, the three pillars could no longer hold their breath completely. I have even heard the gurgling sound of the ice crystals entering your boiling blood. I must be thinking that you must be enduring unimaginable pain now. Right, but don't worry, I will chop off your head soon. It's just a pity that you are too old. And the meat is probably not very tasty. Even if it is a pillar, I probably won't eat you. Dauma whispered while launching a fatal attack on the three pillars. His voice was very gentle, but the words he spoke were filled with a chilling chill. As the battle continues, the more ice crystal powder the three pillars absorb, the inside of themselves begins to rot, and they are increasingly at a disadvantage. If they continue to fight, I am afraid that just as Dauma said, the three pillars will all stay here today. You go first if you want me to stay, I am the fastest. If you leave, I still have room to escape, but if you stay, you will die. Wind Pillar and Yumino Asano stared at the other two pillars angrily. Don't drag me down. Two Zhu and Golden Pillar looked at each other and understood that at this moment, a decision must be made. Although he had already become aware from the moment he became a swordsman of the Demon Slayer Corps and was not afraid of dying at the hands of evil spirits, his death would not be meaningless. Even if the three of them stayed, they would not be able to change the outcome. Please take care of yourself, Fengzhu. I'm waiting for you to come back and have a drink together. The two Zhu and Sayori Sakaguchi looked at the Wind Pillar with sad faces. 0. Jin Zhu next to him also cursed angrily, "You have to live a good life for me and don't die for me. Otherwise I will definitely scold you to death." The eyes of Jinju and Tamura-shin were full of reluctance. The two pillars said nothing more. Their figures retreated and left quickly. Dauma did not stop the two people who were escaping, but instead set his sights on the Wind Pillar and Yumino Mano, who stayed to stop it. Why bother? Is it really stupid to sacrifice your own life for the lives of others? Are you humans such idiots? Wind Pillar and Yumino Mano raised their heads and looked at Dauma with cold eyes. What do you evil ghosts know? How can you, these man-eating monsters, understand human emotions? Aha, you are right. I really can't understand the emotions of you humans. No matter when you are a human or when you are a devil. I have never been able to understand the emotions of humans. Feel no matter when he was a human being or when he was a devil. He did not have any emotional fluctuations. And naturally he did not feel any joy, anger, sorrow or joy at all. I just feel that this so-called emotion is very illusory and even stupider. Human beings are such a sorry existence. How come they have so many false feelings? Dauma is holding a golden folding fan, still smiling. The Wind Pillar and Yumino Mano did not respond. It is the most tragic thing to discuss human feelings with an evil ghost. Especially for an evil ghost to believe in so-called human emotions. That is the most tragic thing. Almost instantly, the body of Wind Pillar suddenly moved forward. And as he stepped, there seemed to be a wind lingering on him in the air. As a Wind Pillar, Yumino Mano is undoubtedly extremely fast. And even faintly, a faint phantom can be seen. The breath of the wind, type 1, dust whirlwind cutting. The breath of the wind, type 2, claw kodo wind. The breath of wind, 3 types Kinglan wind tree. The breath of wind, the shape of 8. The first fierce wind cuts. The sword style of the breath of wind method was fully displayed in the hands of Yumino Mano. And countless wind blades appeared on the battlefield. Even Dauma, who was 12 Kazuki upper string no. 2 and Ice Ghost could not completely block all attacks. Even his arm was cut off. Dauma picked up the severed arm and pressed it on the broken arm. Soon the wound healed again. Do unnecessary things. Because it has no effect at all, the body healed again. And Daumaho seemed to have never been injured. Quietly looked at the Wind Pillar and Yumino Mayo in front of him. Why don't you join us evil ghosts? With your strength if you become an evil ghost. The minimum is 12 Kazuki-like existence. Wind Pillar and Yumino Mano lowered their heads slightly. Then raised their heads, the breath of wind. The type of Jiu Waiduan Typhoon the next second. The figure of Yumino Mano stepped forward, along with countless wind blades surrounding her. These wind blades slashed at Dauma from all directions. And 5 Yumino Mano was holding a knife and flew towards Dauma. Humans are really stupid existences. Looking at Yumino Mano, who jumped towards him, Dauma shook his head in at the same time. He waved the golden folding fan in his hand. Vampire art frozen cloud, the next second. Countless frozen ice crystals waved out, spreading throughout the space like clouds. All the incoming wind blades seemed to stop for an instant under this mist. At the same moment, Dauma's figure also flashed and appeared behind Yumino Mano. At this moment in Dauma's hands, there is an extra beating heart. Obviously, the owner of the heart has moved away from him. The Nicaran blades fell to the ground feebly, just like the unwilling eyes of Yumino Mano, and eventually, like the Bodithi, gradually became weak. Dauma threw away the heart in his hand, turned around, looked at the old man who was still standing with his sword hanging even if he died, and shook his head slightly. It's really incomprehensible to these so-called human emotions. Sunrise, the warm sunshine shines on the earth. And at this moment, the ferocious evil ghost can only hide in the dark shadows and peek outside unwillingly. Dauma, Sayori Sakaguchi, Kimashira, and Shin Tamura. The two once again came to the place where they fought Dauma yesterday. All he saw were the corpses of the Wind Pillar and Yumino Mano lying on the ground, and the Nicaran blades that had lost their owner. Seeing this, Sinadabashira, Sayori Sakaguchi, Kimbashira, and Tamura-shin could not hide their inner sadness, and knelt on the ground speechless for a long time. Yesterday, when Wind Pillar and Yumino Mano chose to cut off they had already thought of this scene, but they did have certain expectations in their hearts. After Allah's Yumino Mano black circle sight is a Wind Pillar. Its speed is the fastest. Sleepy Love has no chance to escape. But obviously facing 12 Kazuki, the Dauma of the two ice demons, Wind Pillar and Yumino Asano have no chance to escape. This also makes Do 08 Pillars Sayori Sakaguchi, Kimashira, and Tamura-shin seem to have aged a lot at this moment. He also became more deeply aware of the terror of the evil ghost. He also understood how powerful the young swordsman who could kill two winding, evil spirits in a row was. Unconsciously, these pillars of the older generation have completely aged. After learning about the situation of Dobashira, Sayori Sakaguchi, Kimashira, and Shin Tamura, the leader of the Demon Slayer squad Yubayashiki Kaguya, rushed over to visit them immediately. Seeing the pale faces of Dobashira and Golden Pillar, even slightly out of breath when walking, Tenayashiki Kaguya couldn't help but be slightly silent. All thought his time. The Dauma that the three pillars faced was the used string no. 2 and 12 Kazuki, which was far more powerful than the 12 Kazuki's Jayako and 12 Kazuki's two demons of the land. Daki and Jyutaro are stronger, but the results achieved by the three pillars were still far behind that of the young swordsman. The three pillars worked together, not only failed to kill Dauma of Yumatsu no 2, but instead caused the death of one of the Wind Pillars, Yumino Asano. Although the other two pillars escaped, they were also attacked by Dauma's vampires. Surgery, the body was injured. Although Yubayashiki Kaguya immediately arranged for the top doctors of the Demon Slayer Corps to treat Gold Pillar and Third Pillar, the results were not optimistic. The air bubbles in the lungs of the two people were almost caused by Dauma's vampire technique. Necrosis has already made it impossible to continue strenuous exercise. Also means this time, not only the Wind Pillar and Yumino Asano were sacrificed, but the two pillars completely lost their combat effectiveness. This is undoubtedly a very serious blow to the Demon Slayer squad. Although there are still other pillars in Demon Slayer squad, but things are not looking good. For example, Water Pillar Yurikodaki Sakanji is already old and has already entered a semi-reclusive state. He is basically only responsible for training a few of his disciples. There is also Kuwajima Jigoru, who is in even worse condition than Urokodaki Sakanji. Urokodaki Sakanji. One of his legs was injured during the last battle with an evil spirit, and he can only rely on prosthetic limbs, and he is basically in a semi-reclusive state. There is also the fire pillar Rengoku Mojuang. After the death of his wife, he was already in a state of decadence and no longer had the former fire pillar style. Currently, the only ones the entire Demon Slayer squad can rely on are the rock pillar Haimjima Kaihoyume and the sound pillar Yuzui Tenjin, who can still take on important responsibilities. Thinking of this, the leader Yubayashiki Kaguya's mood became increasingly heavy. Originally, because Sumiyu killed 2 Shanxian evil spirits in a row, he also had expectations for the 3 to join forces. But at this moment, the heavy reality undoubtedly gave him a heavy blow. My lord, the strength of that shepherd lord is beyond our reach. We cannot deal with this winding evil ghost without him. Dobashira Sayori Sakaguchi said to the head who came to see him. I used to be dissatisfied with this little swordsman, thinking that I would not take others seriously because I killed 2 Shanxian. Now it seems that it is normal for capable people to be a little arrogant. Jinju and Temurashin also said with a slight sigh. The words of the 2 people made the master Yubayashiki Kaguya feel a haze in his heart. In his mind, the young swordsman couldn't help but think of the unabashed greed of his beautiful temperament, and he unconsciously felt a bit of anger in his heart. As the leader of the Demon Slayer Corps, how could he be able to manage the Demon Slayer Corps so well and be so tolerant? No matter how immeasurable or disrespectful the young swordsman was to him, Yubayashiki Kaguya feels that he may not be able to bear it. But unfortunately this person, I understand. And I will handle the relationship with Mugen well. Yubayashiki Kaguya nodded, and at the same time told the 2 pillars to have a good rest and recover from their injuries. In the future, the siege team will still need them. Facing the words of the master, Daju Sayori Sakaguchi and Golden Pillar Temurashin both shook their heads. Now, we have finally recognized ourselves. We are all old. Now it's the age of young people. It's okay for us to deal with ordinary evil spirits, even if we can deal with the lower string evil spirits in 12 Kazuki. We can still be of some use. But against the upper string evil spirits, thinking of the situation where the 3 of them worked together to fight against Dauma. The 2 of them, Dauma Sayori Sakaguchi and Shin Temura, were slightly silent, but did not say any frustrated words. 547 But everything is self-evident, compared with the heavy mood of the leader, Yubayashiki Kaguya. Sumiyu is a little comfortable at the moment. Holding the book in his hand, he looked at the various posture pictures drawn on it casually. Unexpectedly in this era, this kind of novel with illustrations has been published, which made him enjoy reading Atrise occasionally. He would also pull the blushing Kamado Aoi next to him to study together. Kamado Aoi's face turned slightly hot. Hiss. I didn't expect these illustrations to have such tricks, but I can give it a try. Sumiyu flipped through another page of the book and looked at the illustrations on it. She couldn't help but feel a little moved in her heart. She murmured while gently pressing Kamado Kuiji's waterfall-like hair with her hand. Kamado raised his eyes and glanced at Mugen. I know how to be a good person. Sumiyu heard this, but she was not concerned about it. Instead said leisurely, if you don't practice it, how can you be so happy? Sumiyu once again set her sights on her attribute panel. Name Sumiyu Physical Constitution 4. 60 Normal Adult Constitution is 1, Agility 4. 50 Normal Adult Agility is 1, Strength 4. 50 Normal Adult Strength is 1, Spirit 4. 50 Normal Adult Spirit is 1, Skill Breath of the Sun 7. 1/100, Attribute Points obtained 23.01. Since the last time he broke through the limits of his body, he has not added any more points to his body. The reason for this is that, when he added points to break through the limits of the human body, the pain was too unbearable. Looking back now, still felt a heart palpitations, now. After recuperating for so many days, looking at the attribute points I gained, I can no longer hold back my desire to improve. There was just a slight hesitation. Then start adding points, whether it is physical fitness, agility, strength, or spirit. 5 points have been added. As the points were added, Su clearly felt a strong warm current impacting her limbs and bones. At the same time, I can clearly hear the clicking sound coming from my bones. And I can even feel that there seems to be a mysterious power permeating my body. 20 points of acquired attributes were added to the attributes, and the remaining 3 points of acquired attributes were added to Breath of the Sun. Suddenly, a large number of experiences in practicing the Breath of the Sun emerged in my mind. At this moment, he seemed to have reached a very high level of understanding of the Breath of the Sun. Moreover, as the breathing of the sun broke through to the 10 degrees point mark, Su discovered that the power of the breathing of the sun, or in other words, the upper limit of each breathing method, was far from just being able to transform the human body. The host reaches physical fitness comparable to that of a ghost. It seems that the breathing method can reach greater heights. This couldn't help but remind Su of Jiguo Enishi. This is a man who is known as a god and Buddha walking in the world. In the world of Demon Slayer, he can even be said to be a figure like a ceiling to some extent. Even if he is now facing Enishi Jiguo, Su, I feel that I am afraid that I will be killed instantly. After all, being able to execute 500 effective slashes in 1 second is something no one can do anymore. The other party can do it to this extent. It can be predicted that the breathing of the sun he practices is not simple. However, this kind of breathing method has its limitations after all. Even if you can achieve the level of Jigoku Enishi by practicing breathing of the sun, you can kill 1500 effective slashes in 10 seconds. But after all, his lifespan cannot be exceeded, perhaps. It can be powerful for a lifetime, but after all, the mortal body only lasts for 100 years. And no matter how powerful it is nothing more than a piece of less. But Su feels a little different now. With the improvement of physical attributes, he faintly feels that his lifespan should also be improved. As for how much the improvement will be, it's not clear. Of course, it is definitely not comparable to the lifespan of evil ghosts. Although evil ghosts have the fatal flaw of being afraid of sunlight, their lifespans are extremely long. This time's attribute improvement was not as painful as the last time he broke through the limits of the human body. He only felt a slight discomfort, which made Su feel slightly relieved at this moment. Su also turned his attention to the properties panel. Name: Su Physical Constitution 9. 60 Normal Adult Constitution is 1, Agility 9. 50 Normal Adult Agility is 1, Strength 9. 50 Normal Adult Strength is 1, Spirit 9. 50 Normal Adult Spirit is 1, Skill Breath of the Sun 10. 1/100 Attribute points obtained, 001 now. His basic attributes have reached nearly 10 times that of a normal adult. Although it seems that 10 times is nothing, when you think about it carefully, it is very scary. For example, a normal adult can jump to 66 meters, then 10 times the height of a normal adult is 26.6 meters. What is the concept of 26.6 meters? According to his original world, a 2-story building is only 6 to 7 meters high. This is already as high as 4 2-story buildings. Moreover, this is not just one attribute, but 10 times the comprehensive attributes. This is no longer an improvement in strength where 1 + 1 = 2. Now, it shouldn't be that difficult to deal with those winding, evil spirits. Right? Feeling the improvement in her own strength, Su couldn't help but feel excited. I wonder, how does it compare to Kibutsuji Musen? Su couldn't help but guess in her heart. But she did not confront Kibutsuji Musen. The specific situation was not clear, however, since Kibutsuji Musen was able to escape from Enishi Tsukuni's hands. His own strength may not be as good as Enishi Tsukuni, but presumably it's also extremely strong even now. Su considers herself to be far inferior to Jiguo Yuani's strength. Close your eyes slightly. Putting his hands on the Nikaran blades, he sent out continuous slashes in front of him. It can probably deliver more than 300 effective slashes in 1 second. Sheathing the sword, Sumyu murmured silently. Compared to Jiguo Yuni, who could make 500 effective slashes in 1 second, it was far behind. Moreover, you must know that the number of effective slashes becomes more and more difficult as the number of effective slashes increases. For example, 1,500 effective slashes can be executed in 1 second. In 1,499 effective slashes can be executed in 1 second. Is a completely different concept, moreover. Since Jiguo Yuni can execute 1,500 slashes in 1 second, his natural body host may have already exceeded the limit of the human body. After all, if you don't have a strong body, you may not be able to sustain such a high-intensity slashing attack. It's far from being invincible in this world. Sumyu murmured and couldn't help but push open the door. However, one person failed to control his strength well, and the whole door was smashed into pieces with a bang. The sudden movement caused everyone who was training in the yard to look over. Sumyu couldn't help but touched her head with her hand. I can't control my strength very well, as he said that. He took 2 steps forward, but felt that his steps were light and light. He took 1 step forward and reached a distance of 20 or 30 meters, Mano's distance, and then hit the courtyard wall in front of him. The man was fine, but the courtyard wall was knocked down by him with a bang. After feeling disgraced for a while, Sumyu hurriedly asked everyone who came to check on her situation to leave. He was afraid that if he couldn't control his strength, he would injure someone. Every time the strength is improved, there will be such sequelae, but this time, but surprisingly serious. Although he tried his best to control it, he was not able to completely restrain his force army like before. At this time, it has completely transcended human boundaries. This made Sumyu's eyes filled with a haze. The improvement of strength, completely beyond the boundaries of human beings, was a good thing. But this uncontrollable power made him feel annoyed. Sir, what's going on? There is something strange about Kachukani. The strength has improved a bit, but I still can't control it myself. I'm afraid I might hurt you, Sumyu briefly explained. After hearing what his husband said, and thinking about the door and wall that his husband had just broken, Kachukani probably understood. At the same time, I was also very confused. Shouldn't the increase in strength be easily mastered? After all, like her or her sister, no matter how much strength they increase, they can always fully control it. And there is no need to worry about this at all. Sumyu naturally couldn't explain this to Kachukani. And there was no need to explain. After a few days, Sumyu also had simple control over her own strength. However, once a person is excited, his strength still cannot be completely controlled. This also led to the fact that he had been living a life of pure and stoic these past few days. For Sumyu, this was somewhat depressing. After all, if you can't enjoy beauties, it doesn't mean much to improve your strength, Mr. Mew. Do you want to recuperate? Kamado Kuiji 707 was wearing thin clothes, holding a cup of hot tea, and handed it over. He leaned slightly and could vaguely see most of the scenery. Sumyu's eyelids twitched and she took the teacup, suppressing her inner thoughts. He was afraid that he would crush the teacup if he got excited. The improvement of strength cannot be completely controlled. So many things must be cautious. For example, pinch the ball. I'm afraid that if I don't pay attention to the force, the ball will explode in this way. The so-called playing ball is really not enjoyable. Controlling his inner mood, restraining his own strength, he held the tea and mixed it in silence. The gentle tea entered his stomach, which made the heat in his heart lessen a bit. He raised his head again and looked at Kamado Ai with a bit of resentment on his face. He couldn't help but said hoarsely in a low voice, "It's time for you to get fit. This body is too delicate." Kamado gave Mujin a rolling look, then sat next to him picking up wool and knitting clothes. He told Kamado how to knit wool. Of course, he didn't know how to knit sweaters. This thing looked simple, but it required a very dexterous hand. But obviously, Kamado Ai's hands are very skillful. He just told Kamado Ai's knitting method, and the other party figured it out. Nowadays, All the children's clothes in the family are knitted by Kamado's skillful hands. While the young woman was knitting a sweater, she would occasionally raise her head and look at Mujun, who was holding a teacup with careful control of his strength. The corners of his beautiful mouth could not help but curl up slightly. For Kamado, she just wants to live with the life in front of her. She has a small heart and only has 1/3 of an acre of land at home. Kamado Kyuiji is very satisfied with her current life. The children are growing up healthily. Although Mujin can be violent in some aspects, he loves her in other aspects. There is nothing to worry about in life, and more important, his little hands couldn't help but caress his belly. A hint of motherly glory appeared on her face. After I have knitted this sweater for Mujin, I will knit some for the unborn child. I'm going to go outside and exercise. Su-Mu put down the teacup in her hand and spoke to Kamado Kyuiji next to her. Kamado nodded. Su-Mu went to the arm room and changed into kendo uniforms specially designed for training. Before he walked out, Kamado AI had already put down the needle and thread in his hand. "MRMU, you are not wearing your clothes properly." With that said, Kamado Kyuiji stepped forward. Because he couldn't control his strength, he was very careful when changing his clothes just now. Naturally, the clothes were messy when he put them on. Kamado tidied up Mujin's loose clothes and felt Mujin's oppressive aura. His face was slightly red, especially his strong waist. When he tied Mujin's belt, his face became even brighter. Hot because she couldn't control her strength. Su-Mu let Kamado arrange her clothes. "All right." Kamado Aoi Abe tied the belt of her kendo uniform and said with a hot face. Especially when she tied Mujin's clothes in front of him just now. Feeling his tall figure and the occasionally exposed strong muscles made her feel a little short of breath. "Mrs. Kyuiji, why is your face so red?" Su-Mu's eyes fell on Kamado Kyuiji, with a smile on her lips. "I have been unable to control my own strength these days. But I feel so uncomfortable that I don't mind teasing Juman Kyuiji to relax my mood." "Where are you blushing?" Kamado AI turned her little head. And her fair and round earlobes were even hotter red at this moment. "When I fully grasp this increased power, Mrs. Kyuiji, don't be so shy. Otherwise, if you face it calmly in the future, Mrs. Kyuiji may faint from shame." "What nonsense are you talking about?" Kamado was embarrassed and punched Su-Mu on the chest. The force was not heavy. Just like hitting the chest with a small fist, of course. With Su-Mu's current physical fitness, even if Kamado Kyuiji hits him with his fist with all his strength, he will not be able to hurt him. I will say something nonsense. And if Nezuko and the others hear it, they will laugh at me to death. "Humph, I heard it. Su-Mu snorted and looked at Kamado Kyuiji with a bit of a smirk. It's best to let Nezuko know that the usually dignified Mrs. Kyuiji once. Kamado Kyuiji hurriedly stood on tiptoes and covered Mujin's mouth with his small hands. If he continued to let Mujin talk like this, he would make her die of shame and anger. But there was no way to blame Mujin. Su-Mu smiled and stared at Kamado Kyuiji with burning eyes. If it weren't for the fact that he couldn't completely restrain his power now, he must let Kamado know how powerful he is. Come outside the hospital. Su-Mu also started exercising seriously. If he doesn't fully grasp his increased power, he will be somewhat unbearable. Because if she doesn't eat meat anymore, Su-Mu feels that she has to hold it back. He was not a strong-willed person to begin with, and the charm of Kamado, who was around him all the time, made him feel like a fierce horse running in his heart. And he really couldn't settle down. I had known that I would have to be so patient to improve my strength. Su-Mu felt that it would be better for her to delay promotion for a few days. Looking at Makun, who was gritting his teeth and exercising outside. Kamado AI, who was leaning against the window and knitting a sweater, lowered his head slightly. Recently, it can be clearly felt that the hostility in Mujin has begun to change a lot. This made the corners of Kamado's mouth curl up slightly. A few days ago he was bullied miserably during that time. Mujin was refreshed and there was no trace of anger between his eyebrows. Recently I would like to take a good rest for a while, but I feel a little uncomfortable not being bullied by Mujin these days. I always feel that something is missing perhaps. In my heart, I also hope to be bullied by Mujin, right? This time, it took Su Mu about half a month to fully control her soaring strength. There was no need to worry about taking a step forward because she couldn't control the strength and directly stepped out a few dozen meters away. With full control of her own strength, Su Mu went to Kamado Kyuji with a burning heart without changing her clothes. During these days he was very depressed. When I entered the room, Tanjiro Tilda was also in the room. At the moment he is drinking water from a cup, uncle. Seeing him coming, Tanjiro immediately put down the cup in his hand. Su Mu looked at Tanjiro with gentle eyes. How was the result of today's training? I feel like I have a lot more control over the breath of the sun. Tanjiro immediately straightened his chest and raised his head high. Looking quite proud, very nice, Su Mu also praised. And she came to Kamado Kyuji and took her in her arms. Tanjiro worked so hard, Mrs. Kyuji. Please cook more delicious food for dinner tonight and give Tanjiro a chicken drumstick as a reward. He smiled and kissed Kamado Ai on the cheek. Kamado's face was already extremely red. And his little head was already bowed, obviously. He did not expect that Su Mu would do such an intimate gesture in front of Tanjiro. Tanjiro also turned his head in embarrassment. Obviously not used to this scene, however. Seeing the good relationship between his mother and uncle, Tanjiro felt slightly happy, perhaps unknowingly. Tanjiro has regarded Su Mu as his father. Seeing that the relationship between my uncle and my mother was harmonious, I felt slightly relieved. At least my mother would not suffer on my uncle's side. Mom, uncle, I'm going to continue training. Tanjiro drank the water from the teacup in one gulp and ran out quickly without waiting for a reply. At the same time he closed the door. Seeing Tanjiro leave sensibly, Su Mu was also relieved. Just No was a bit tentative. But now it seems that Tanjiro has completely accepted his identity. It's a pity that it's not my own seed. He shook his head and spoke with a bit of regret. After all, Tanjiro is really an outstanding child. If it were his own child, I would probably like him very much. Kamado Ihu had lowered his head shyly, raised his head at this time and looked at him with a blush. Tanjiro will definitely be very filial to Mujin in the future and treat Mujin like a father. I do believe this. Su Mu stretched out her hand and pinched Kamado's cheek, just now. If Tanjiro was against our relationship, he wouldn't have closed the door when he went out, bad guy. Kamado's face turned red, especially when he felt Mujin's eyes still looking at him. He felt even more embarrassed. Speaking of which, Mrs. Kyuji, your knitting technique is really good. Can you also teach me and do some homework for me? Su Mu looked at the sweater knitted by Kamado Kyuji. Not only does it have a very beautiful pattern, but also the needlework and other processing is very good. If MRMU likes it, Kyuji will naturally teach MRMU. Kamado nodded after hearing this. Su Mu couldn't help but tugged on the collar of her kendo uniform, sat down next to Kamado Kyuji, and put her big hands around Kamado Kyuji's waist. Kamado Kyuji has long been used to being held by Mujin like this. But even so still feels shy, however. He still blushes and leans his little face into Mujin's arms. When Mujin talked to me about this needlework method, I started to think about it. It's actually very simple. Su Mu gave it a try, although he is very strong. It is obvious that he is not good at such tedious and highly operational work as the line. Hey, I still can't do what Mrs. Kyuji does. After trying a few more times, Su Mu couldn't help but put down her needle and thread, and praised Mrs. Kyuji's little hands are not only beautiful, but also really skillful. After being praised by Mujin, Kamado felt as sweet as honey. But soon Mujin came close to her ear again and said a few words, which made Kamado lower her head involuntarily. They are all still outside. I'll lock the door, I'm sure no one else will be there. Su Mu breathed into Kamado Kyuji's ear. Besides, I've been depressed for a long time these days. With that said, Su Mu put her mouth close to Kamado Kyuji's earlobe. Mrs. Kyuji, you don't know how much I like you. I really want to hold you in my arms all the time. Listening to the disgusting words of love, Kamado felt her whole body go numb, and she leaned her head against Mujin's arms. Kyujai, I also like Mujun, 0. Please give me flowers. Sumyu lowered her head, looked at Kamado Kyuji's shy appearance, and couldn't help but bite the other person's fair and round earlobe. We will be together for a lifetime, right, and Mrs. Lychee will also take care of me for a lifetime, right? Kamado Ai's face was as red as a ripe apple, and her heart seemed to have melted. She just hugged Mujun tightly. Kyujai, I will serve Mr. Mu well all my life. However, it has always been me who said the words I like to Kyujai. But Kyujai never responded and rarely took the initiative. I thought Kyujai didn't like me. How could you not like Mukund? Kamado shook his head hurriedly. I like Mujun. I like Mujun very much. And I am willing to do anything for Mujun, 0 really. Certainly, Kamado said firmly, her beautiful eyes looking at the man in front of her, full of tenderness. Then Mrs. Kyuji, please take the initiative to kiss me. Sumyu leaned her side face towards him. Ah. Kamado Ai's face turned red. Okay, if Kyujai doesn't want to, forget it. Sumyu looked disappointed. As soon as he saw Mujun like this, Kamado felt heartbroken. He couldn't care less about his shyness and immediately left a thin kiss mark on the side of Sumyu's face. Feeling this, Sumyu couldn't help but smile, raised her head again, and looked at Kamado Kyuji, who bowed his head shyly. Sumyu's eyes also showed a hint of pride. Now Mr. Mu is happy, Kamado Ai murmured softly. Of course I'm happy and I'm very proud. Sumyu smiled and held Kamado Kyuji's little hand. I am very proud that a beautiful woman like Mrs. Kyujai can have her heart set on me. Kamado Kyuji felt extremely ashamed and angry. Mujun always said these words that made her feel ashamed and angry, making her unable to even raise her head. But she was very happy inside. Kyujai is afraid that he will be squashed and rounded by Mr. Mu for the rest of his life, Kamado said with a bit of embarrassment. When Sumyu heard this, she couldn't help laughing, and gently raised Kamado Kyuji's white chin with her hand. Mrs. Kyuji will never escape the palm of my hand in this life. From the first time I saw you, I just missed you.
Hello, everyone. As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.